Welcome back, ladies and gents. You guys are tuning into the PUBG Mobile Challengers Series or Challengers League Southeast Asia 2024 for the summer split with me, Juju, and Sir Cloud. We're down to day number 2. Grand finals here today, Cloud.
Yes, and day number 2, this is where the sprint will start to be really hard. At this moment, it is Harame Bros at the top with 100 points. But can other teams still catch up? Mathematically, it's still possible. So keep your eye on what is going to be happening today.
Yeah, that's kind of true. We talked about, some stories yesterday. Seems like repeating itself, especially during the league stage. The same teams on the top seems to be on the rise in the last minute yesterday. But we do want to see the dark horses coming back when it comes to day number 2. Can that happen here?
Yeah, so teams at page number 2 to come up with a surprise. Well, who knows, because we got 12 more games to go and anything can happen with the 12 games left. And who knows, teams like Harame Bros, although they are hot right now, but they got to be careful of their back.
Yeah, but especially when it comes to the team that's, like example here, our defending champions, GE. Well, I hope for them to rise here today. Also, don't forget about Austria Esports. They definitely will be very thirsty for that number 1 spot because remember, only 1 spot available for the World Championship later. Only number 1.
Yep, and that's the brutality of this season's format. Only one will move on to the next round. And we have not got a repeated chicken dinner yet so far. But just to give you guys a recap on what's going to happen today. So we're going to start really soon inside of Sanhok as our first match, following with 3 Erangels. And we're going to wrap up the day with 2 Miramars. The point system is going to be same old. Chicken dinner will receive 10 points and it goes all the way down to 8th place. Will receive their respective placement points, but above that, 9th place onwards, unfortunately, will not gain any placement points, and they will be dependent only on elimination points. 1 elimination per point, that is.
There's going to be 2 ways to actually win this tournament. Either you just aim for the chicken dinner, which you're going to place yourself in the top 3 for the placement points and try to balance out, well, maybe a couple of eliminations. Or some teams do prefer to go for all-out eliminations. We've seen that yesterday with double digit multiple times. And the highest number by far is going to be 15 eliminations by a team.
Yeah, so at this moment, 15 is still breakable. We've seen a lot more than that, but we'll keep an eye on what's going to happen today, especially with these amazing teams who have made it into the grand finals. Austria Esports, Harame Bros, Jungle Galactical, Strangers, Trapero Messi, Playbook Esports, MFG Esports, Jessus Esports, Time to Kick Esports, 214 Exin Esports, Exquisite Esports, Myth Clan, Risk Guys Esports, See You Soon X Tiger KE, Fearless Esports, The Quarter, and Enigma MSI.
And so far, the teams at the very bottom, unfortunately, one of them is Enigma MSI and also Myth Clan, as well as the team's example here is going to be The Quarter, which didn't actually do so well yesterday. Hopefully, when it comes to, coming back day number 2, these teams are actually at the very bottom, including Risk Guys Esports too. Hopefully, they do make a bit of a comeback here today.
Yeah, they have not even broken the 20-point mark for the teams that you just mentioned earlier on. So let's see if they can actually come back up strong. Well, to be the champion is going to be quite far-fetched, but then again, there's still part of the prize pool to play for. And this is the overall standings as of now. So Harame Bros leading the chart with 100 points, and they have the most eliminations so far. 51 eliminations, leaving Austria Esports behind by 20 points.
20 points, still a huge number, but like we mentioned yesterday, Cloud, we do know when within 20 points, it's somewhere reachable. If it's more than 20 points, then there's a lot of headache to do for the teams here, especially when it comes to 3rd, 4th, 5th, down to 6th place. The gap between them, the 3rd and to the 6th place, up with the 2nd place, is already quite huge for the start of day number 2. Now, if you want to compare with number 1, there's a lot of homework to do. Hopefully, they can catch up here today. But at the very bottom, Myth, The Quarter, Enigma, RSG, STKE, example, all the 2nd page teams really have to rise up when it comes to day number 2.
Yeah, especially Myth Clan, who has not scored any rank points at all. They depended on the 5 elimination points that were collected yesterday to bring them 11 points. But 11 points will not change that much if they are still number 16 by the end of tomorrow. And here is going to be their motivation. Even though they can't go for the championship, they can still go for a bigger prize pool, which is 16,300 total prize pool. And this is only for the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. The champion will take home 5,000 US dollars, and also the ticket to PMWC that will feature a 3 million US dollar prize pool.
Now, it's going to be a stepping stone when it comes to PMSL to advance into Riyadh, which is going to be the World Championship. That's going to be a huge advantage and a huge opportunity for the teams. And unfortunately, there's going to be only one slot available. So, from 16,300 prize pool, jumping up, how many fold is that to 3 million? Probably 100-fold, I think, around there somewhere, or maybe more.
Well, this is where I have to do the math, right? How many zeros is million? Let's see. Okay, divide by 16,300. So that is 184.05 fold. That's your answer,
Wow.
ladies and gentlemen. Yep, it's a big number there.
You did so good at math. I mean, like, I do know 1 plus 1 and that's it. I'm happy with 0 plus 0 is 0, so...
What to do? It's a Chinese thing, you know. You gotta, if you're not good at math, I will be expelled from home.
Hey, you get to say that, okay? You're Chinese, you're entitled for that as well. But
Yep.
speaking of
I have the right to say
entitlement...
that.
Speaking of entitlement, you know what? Are they entitled to take away this trophy? When it comes to RMA Pro, it seems like they are undisputable for now. But we talked about this yesterday, and we saw when it comes to weird circles, they seems to have some difficulty to adapt.
Well, that was the military-based circle that they had a difficult time. They went out with 0 points, the first team to be eliminated. So for other teams right now, I guess if they want to open up chances for themselves, they will also be hoping for weird circles like that to fall upon the map. But of course, they also have to overcome it. But now it's not only about them. It's about what does it take to stop Harame Bros. And it seems the only answer is like what you said, weird circles.
I agree. When it comes even to Miramar map, Los Leones down south all the way yesterday. I mean, like, we don't really have too much water inside of Miramar, but we ended up TTQ Zuki swimming all the way out there yesterday as well. When it comes to the last map of certain rotation of map, last Erangel and last Miramar yesterday, the circle just, you know what, I'm not going to give it easy for the players. That's it.
Yeah, but we're going to make it easy for you guys by giving, again, this reminder that is this collaboration with Dragon Ball. Man, how many of you know Dragon Ball by now? But hopefully everyone does. I mean, it's a very classical anime, and currently inside the game right now, there's a collaboration that includes character sets and items inspired by Son Goku, Vegeta, Vegito, Bulma, and many more available inside the game right now. And it's only in there for a limited amount of time until the 31st of July. So join in the game right now, elevate your power, and be a trunk sim just like Choo Choo.
Nice way to put it. But you know what? You mentioned about Vegito, right? Vegito is a combination of Vegeta and Trunks, if I'm not mistaken, is it? Or is it Goku and Vegeta?
Vegito is Goku and Vegeta.
Vegeta. Okay, there's also another combination, right? The Trunks and was it Gohan or Goten? That they actually combined. I think it was Gohan possibly with Trunks.
Oh my god. So yeah, they had so many combinations.
Yeah,
they had
I
the
know,
earring
right?
combination, and then they had the dance combination.
Yeah,
the
like
one that,
we should do it like this.
This side.
There you go. So what's our combination called?
Our combination is predictions, but we're not going to have the same combination now. We're going to have the same combination later. But speaking about combination, because Rim is not casting today, so Stalker doesn't have a friend.
Oh, sad boys. But okay, for my prediction, I'm just gonna say it out front, honest. I want GE to rise just to see if, you know, the old GE can bring back their peak performance and give Harame Bro a bit of a run for their money. Just for today, I'm just gonna go all out GE. That's it from my side.
Yeah, everyone's picking like the top picks, right? Your Oscar Esports, Yago Galacticos, Genesis Esports. I'm the one that went for Exquisite. If only I know all the languages. I know Tagalog, I know Khmer, I know Myanmar. I would have gone over to hear what they are talking about our predictions.
Maybe
because especially yesterday, our
that's the
predictions
reason
were off.
you should pick up the language now. Who knows?
Yeah, that's a good reason. Yeah.
If you
I actually
can pick
wanted
up,
to.
yeah.
I actually wanted to stop by to say hi to Rim just to know what he's talking, but he went AFK, so too bad.
Okay, but if you get to choose to pick one language to pick first, I mean to learn, which language would you pick between these three?
Oh, between these three,
Mm-hmm.
I would say I'll probably pick Tagalog. Tagalog, so that I can look for Tagalog ladies. But let's look for game one. Here we go.
And we're back into Sanhok game number 1 of day number 2 of the Grand Finals PMCL Summer Split 2024. Welcome back for day number 2, ladies and gents. We're gonna have a nice day today. Buckle up because it's gonna be a heated up today when it comes to Sanhok. Yesterday, it was quite an erratic circle. Quarry all the way down, almost down to cave, go back up. And it has been a very challenging Sanhok. Yesterday will be the same case here today.
Yeah, and yesterday MFG scored the first chicken dinner, and of course they had a little bit of advantage because they dropped around the area of Kampung, so yesterday's circle wasn't too far away for them. But let's see what sort of circle we'll get this time. Most importantly, the teams are well spread, but I'm keeping my eye on Camp Alpha Island. That's Feng quite far away from his other teammates. Hopefully he doesn't get caught out. But looking on the mini screen, we do have Harame Bros and CU Phoenix Tiger KE next to each other, but Toy Sean managed to run away with the vehicle, so he's fine for now.
First contact made just now, just a bit of warning shot across the other side of the island of Hartin and as well as Sanhok, which was Oja Esports QE. Pretty much spotted out 214 Sen just now, giving a bit of a warning shot from a fire. I think that's going to be them being very peaceful. I think most of the teams kind of revised by end of yesterday. That's why we do have a very peaceful start here. Not just that, not many teams having early skirmishes.
Well, maybe except for Kicks now, just in front of Kaya. But looking at the mini-map earlier on, I think this circle is like a tricky circle. It's like maybe a Camp Alpha circle or something like that. So hopefully we'll be able to see the circle later on. But we keep an eye on what's going to happen with Kicks right now. He does have his teammate coming on to him, and it's going to be FB. But Kicks have to get away to safety. One last stick of felt. Now Van almost got him.
Now, Davon gonna commit to it. Just attempt to take it down by himself. A bit too much for Davon. Unfortunately, it's gonna be 1-2-1. Trey Macbeth coming in for the rescue at the back line. Unfortunately, see you soon a bit later when it comes to the follow-up. Nobody is there. I don't know what Davon was thinking. It seems to me that he doesn't know the rest of Enigma was actually there.
Yeah, he probably didn't have an idea, and he really wanted to get Kicks, but yeah, he got kicked back instead. And Kaya, well, knowing that he's the only one player left there and the rest of the Enigma is around, just bail, just leave it. But for Fearless, now they're on top of Enigma. This might be interesting.
Well, speaking of interesting, hopefully we don't have that much of a too interesting circle just like yesterday for this today. Day number 2 is super important for these guys to make a comeback, or otherwise the gap between the teams will stretch too far and just too far for them to catch up. Fearless Bozo, Baby Harry, spotted out. Well, that's going to be caps going down. Enigma might have slight victory early on, but seems like they also start to losing members here.
Well, let's see if they can actually land the shot. But interesting enough that Bozo is actually going in for alone, that is, taking a little bit of a risk here. His other teammates, yeah, they're cool, they're around, but in case he gets knocked, he could be eliminated immediately. So he has to be extra careful with this sort of move. He does have 3 frag grenades to try to open up the fight. But speaking about fights, the Quarter and Myth Clan in a fight somewhere else.
Zuki seems to be in an awkward position in the middle of nowhere where the rest of the team seems to be a bit splitted apart. Interesting driving skills by KH. Timed quick or TTQ. Might have to face the quarters. We have another contender coming in. Myth Clan. This is not great, but Myth, this might be a good start. Seems like they're initiating the fight. They're committed to it.
Well, here we go. Looks like this fight will go all the way then. Now, the quarter, they are surrounded by their opponents. Got Myth Clan locking them in around the area of ruins here. And I believe the circle is somewhere around here because we didn't manage to get to see the first circle, but it feels like it's around this area plus a little bit of Camp Alpha Island. So hoping for the circle will go to the Ruins Islands instead, because if it goes to Camp Alpha Island and if you're not in there, it's going to be tough. But we did talk about tough circles that could potentially affect Harame Bros. Maybe that's what the other teams want to see.
Maybe that's what the other team's hoping for. Because we do know when it comes to the top 3 teams, when it comes to awkward circle, odd circle, rare ones, the top 3 teams seems to be having difficulties to get into it and just survive long enough. But the quarter, just next to another team. Well, we have YG. Yesterday, slight rise for YG. Then they dropped the ball once more, but at least they are still in the middle pack. A lot of work to do to match up to number 1 spot, but it's doable but it has to be 2 rounds. It has to be 2 maps.
Yeah, so let's see if they can actually make full use of at least the first round this time around. Traveling to the circle, it seems. As for Enigma, still on the outside of the circle. They won that small skirmish against Davan, and they're still about 400 meters away, but I guess they are really calculating their timing. Going the opposite way for Kicks. I guess that's also because he's not stocked up. If you look at his utilities, they're all zeros down there, so he's looking for another spot to loot up before actually getting into the circle.
Yeah, Kicks really have a lot of running to do, but YG... Raimon spotted out, WTZ. Here comes a bit of warning shots. Seems to be slightly connected. Raimon seems to be alone down here. I'm not sure where are the rest of PBE, but I have to say he's bold enough to open fire despite there's not too many members around him. And now the rest of PBE just arrived.
Yeah. Giving warning shots towards Young Galacticos, shooing them away from this area, forcing them to move perhaps to the area where Harame Bros is at, but they do have their own compound to stay chill for now. I guess it's going to be A-OK for stage 1 for them at this moment. Let's see what happens in stage 2. That will come out in about 20 seconds, and if they will be forced to move towards one area. As for Harame Bros, sticking with the same lineup, Federales, Range, Jappy, and Imas, not making any changes. If it's not broken, why bother changing?
True. But maybe they just want to have a bit of a kick and maybe just trying to flex themselves to get those elimination numbers up. Maybe that's why they want to go in and maybe want to move too. But we do have sort of a 20% off circle. We've seen this before, Cloud. Tumbang, entertaining for us, but it's darn hard for the players.
Well, it's darn easy for Harame Bros because they're already in the middle of the circle. If it went up to Camp Alpha, then Harame Bros would have a tough time, but looks like this round is going to be a round that will be slightly advantageous to them. I'll be interested to see what's going to happen to MFG now. Swimming in the blue, 400 meters away from the circle. Not a good idea.
Speaking of ideas, Macbeth, I don't know what's the idea in this guy's mind. Happened to be split apart from the rest of the team. But oh my god, just around the corner. This is going to be a bit of a suspense, but I don't think he realizes, oblivious regarding the presence of Macbeth. And what an extra Macbeth just now waiting it for a dramatic way to end the life of the members. Exquisite, they are losing members here, unfortunately, without any effort putting into it. But next, TQ versus TQ.
Yeah, add an extra team there. You get Time to Quick Esports spending time around this area, still within the circle, but losing players. Especially Smart, knocked down. Time to Quick Esports without Gus at this moment needs to be picked up. Popeye will come in from the flank. Let's see if we can actually surprise the members of Time to Quick Esports with Edward right in front of him.
Edward going through the smoke, playing around the walls, hoping to find the eliminations across the other side. And unfortunately, a bit difficult for the side of the quarter to save Feng right now. He's going back all the way, but I think never mind. His Edward finish off Feng. Back to the side of Exquisite. We're not done with the blue zone fight yet.
Oh yeah, a lot of teams still spending time on the outside, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens to them. Austria Esports coming in a little bit later as well, tanking at the blue. While Popeye still trying to go for the flank with Edward still in front of him. He does have the decent weapons, but Edward, long range on the 214 Sin on the other side. But those shots kind of gave away the position and possibly be surprised by the flank later on. But keep your eye on the elimination feed as well. MFG, the team that got the chicken dinner in Sanhok yesterday, one knockdown to their side.
At least they're not being finished off in an instant, so it's going to be some time for them, a bit of a space and time to have a bit of recuperation for the members being knocked down just now. But back to a sort of time to quick versus the quarter. Popeye left with the duo with the top. I think the top kind of probably just prep himself with DBS. Well, Popeye tried to find an opening to the side of Edward. He's a bit more cautious regarding his position, but nobody actually have the target onto the side of Popeye right now. If he actually played this map for Popeye, he can actually take the advantage and might even eliminate the entirety of time to quick.
Well, he's pretty much alone here because another team is by the bridge. So, big risk here by Popeye. Immediately knocked out by Erangel from 214 Sin from the other side. And Edward will say, thank you for the point. Thank you for the assist. And for Popeye to actually execute that alone, it was a very big risk, so to speak.
Yeah, I was kind of questioning why did he swap over to his DBS when there's quite a mid-range fight there, not really a CQC before when he initiated the fight. But unfortunately, well, it is what it is. It happened. Back to its 214 Sin. They spotted out the players across the other side just now. They want to steal away the quarters players for the steals, but unfortunately TTQ was actually faster for that. But for 214 Sin, how to cross the bridge safely?
214 Sin, yeah, they do have time to quick esports still within the circle, can play the gatekeeping role. The top needs to move in as well, but we get to be focused. Now one mate sent across, beautifully done by Boy Sean, the current members of MFG, and from the inner side of the circle. Looks like they will need to defend this ground unknown with the high ground advantage. He was the MVP in one of the rounds yesterday. Let's see if we can pull off another MVP performance. Ooh. But it looks like Boyshan will say no to that.
That was a nice, beautiful nade on point at that. For MFG, they're losing men like flies here. One by one, limb by limb taken out. Left with only Yahiko to be the last survivor of MFG. Can he actually score this? Pretty difficult. And I have to say, it's best for him to just play for survivability here.
Yeah, and to survive, he needs to get into the circle. Let's see what sort of route he will take. He has to be extra careful. The fact that see you soon next Tiger KE is now on the lookout for the final member of MFG. As Yakiko looks like he's going to take that long rotation on the outer side to try to get into the circle. No first aids, mind you, in the hands of Yakiko, so don't know how long he'll be able to last.
I guess the healing game not an option for him. But he's trying to find possibly a couple of flute laying around, hoping it will land on one. Maybe just gonna go against the Blues and then hopefully will deny the points against all the other teams. But for See You Soon next, Tiger K, Ativ reposition himself, get into the edge of the circle. Next we have Austria Esports versus Strangers Tribal. After here, seems like Gui are just advancing recklessly, quite aggressive approach.
Well, looks like Austria Esports opening up their account with their first blood for themselves, taking on Skadi from Stranger Tribe Messi. Dewey navigating around to find the other members of Stranger Tribe Messi, and now he has an idea that Incus is on the other side. But pick up his nade, tossing on to the other side of the window. And will it hit? Looks like the answer is yes, but not enough to get the knockdown just yet. Now Miner shows himself and almost getting a knockdown to Dewey, and finally the Blue did its work. But the nade onto the face of Miner by Nangex.
Nang going in, just go for the save and maybe just finish up the rest of this Rangers drive, but no fair. Well, he's definitely being pinned down quite a bit. Need to go for a retreat all the way back. Skyne try to go for the jumping shot, hoping it will clip on the corners. I don't think he can actually visualize that. But Engus, bit of a trading, one. Strangers tribe in trouble. They're losing too many men. It's going to be 1v1 between Austria Esports as well as Aste.
Oh, Red Bull He knows that he does not have time to pick up his teammates, so they drop the first aid for him to loot up. As the circle move towards the area where Tambang is at, Playbook Esports in the circle at this moment. Harame Bros do not have the circle, but they're right next to Genesis Esports. Genesis Esports will be happy to be able to eliminate Harame Bros, but instead of play the gatekeeping role, they choose to prioritize the circle instead.
Speaking of circle, we do have a couple of teams from the north and the south taking a lot of damage from the blue zone itself. Way too deep in the blue and just too far to reach out to the safe zone. But Tambang at the center of it with around 40% of water. That means very little land for the teams to share the compounds here.
Oh, Monboy knocked down within the circle, eliminated by Master Bait from Risk Guys. West taken up by Baby Harry's from Fearless Esports as well. So it looks like Genesis Esports having a hard time to come into the circle. As right now, Yangon goes in this area where all the other teams are navigating through. Kaya! What a big circle around, and he made it to this area, but he's still not in the circle yet, still about 100 meters away.
Romeo boy, 200 meters. We're talking about the distance all towards the safe zone. But spot it out, Kaya. Oh, the swimming fishy. Being smelled over where Romeo boy. He sniffed something fishy on the back. He might as well score a double digit. A two free extra eliminations out here. But on the center, we do have a bit of a heated fight between TTQ versus the number one team, Harame Bros.
Yeah, about to open their account soon. If they can eliminate Edward. And Range wants to make sure that they move that 0 to 1 at least. Ichi from Genesis Esports gets Renzer somewhere else. Harame Bros within the circle at this moment. Range, tire punctured, but it's not going to be an issue for him. He managed to reach his destination, so he'll be fine for now. As for KH, waiting for an opportunity to take out the members of Harame Bros, but no clear sight yet.
Harame Bros still splitting themselves in 3-1 formation here. Might just want to gather some intelligence before they try to go in for the rush. Well, time to quick. They will have a bit of recuperation. Northern side seems to be very vacant except for these two teams. Well, GE coming up from the eastern side. It's a bit crowded here. 4 teams possibly around the area of the east of circle. One of them will be the last member of Stranger's tribe. GE coming up to the elevations. Might spot our Myth clan who trying to gatekeep them from advancing.
Oh, look at this. GE made their way to the edge of the circle, but No Fear is behind them. So it will be interesting to see if No Fear can come up with a surprise. Circle-wise, we still have a good amount of water in this circle, so the players are trying to hide the small. As for Time to Quick Esports, still defending their ground against Harame Bros. Blown up vehicle on the left side, but then again, Time to Quick Esports not able to land the final blow just yet. So Harame should be able to use that, but no! Emas! Get up by Itex from Myth Clan somewhere else.
Red Bull need to have the advancement going on now. Swiftly just try to push himself, his HP forward, and here comes the advancements coming into a sort of TTQ. Gus is just on his left side. KH right across. He definitely saw KH running over to where the direction is at right now. So Red Bull have to be extra careful. But time is not on this side. The Blues don't start to clip down 3 players at Northerns. And it's going to be TTQ, Gus, KH, as well as the last member of Osja Esports, Red Bull.
Well, the blue will be on top of them real soon, so Gus needs to move anyway, but there's someone just right behind him though. He is able to make it through safely. No fear! Knockdown Smile takes him out, and this was the surprise that we kind of talked about. There's No Fear right now, pretty low, not able to heal up in time, and is taken out by the blue, denied the point away from the hands of Genesis Esports.
Another unsuccessful attempt coming up from No Fear to survive by himself this time, but Red Bull seems like he's running low with the first aid kit. Spotted out, Govs! Oh, close enough, got a knockdown, might as well scores another before the Blues are finished off his life. GE next, just versus Myth Clan. Out of nowhere, Myth Clan being ambushed by the side of GE to be taking this compound the longest. What a blind, going in, Master Egypt clean up the job, but you can spot it up easy.
Man, counter blind here. Ichi not able to go in because of the counter stun grenade, but then again he's still able to land the final blow. 6 points now for Genesis Esports in terms of eliminations, and Myth Clan becomes the next team to be eliminated at number 9.
8 teams remaining. The only teams with the most players is going to be PBE and Exquisite. both of them having true players remains, and the rest of the teams do work out with the duo, except for Harami Bro. Left with only one member. Unfortunately for Harami Bro, didn't score anything yet, but at least they've been eliminated this time. They scored himself one, but unfortunately, CU soon kind of trapped themselves at the cliff. I don't know how they want to climb up here.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall order for them, literally, right now. As for Risk, guys, split into the circle. Sideside together with Naughty Boy by the edge of it, but many teams around them still. Need to keep their eyes peeled here for all the other teams who are making their way into the circle as well. Quick Esports doing the same, and they are passing by Harami Rose. Federales active here. Federales sees the moving vehicle. He knows that trigger display is going to be important for him, as he does not have a good clear shot yet. Now, pressure for Harami Federales, but nice backstab onto KH. He will secure that point for Harami Bros.
This is his signature move at Rallas. He just picks slowly, playing around with the terrain multiple times across multiple maps. He's playing the same tactical approach towards taking the backstab from the teams that just told their vision on what's in front. They are not aware for the Rallas position here. So for Gus, if he knows, then great for him. But for Federales, the time is ticking. It's not his friend anymore. The blue zone will be his worst enemy currently. With less than 5 seconds to go, he needs to go into the center. Like it or not, the next stage will be brutal for the players in the blue.
Yeah, stage 7 that is. And now, teams who are spending time in the blue will be taking a lot of damage. Playbook Esports, on the other hand, on the outside of the circle as well, right in front of us is going to be Young Galacticos, the next team that they need to take out. Now we have a good view of where all the other players are at. Just as Esports on the right side of the circle. All they need to do is to cross the road, and so far they can take their time because they will be unchallenged. So keep an eye onto the southern side. But also, what is Federales going to do here? Is he going to give himself up to the blue?
Well, I don't blame them to just stay where they are due to the curvature of the hill, make it so hard to visualize. It's a flat plane as well, but Jarrell spotted out. WTZ next is 1-2v2. Jarrell, can he clutch this one against the entire YG? He scores 2. My God, and Jarrell did that calm and composed, cool as cucumber, not even panicking. It's down to only 2 teams left, PBE versus GE.
Well, I noticed that Federales actually took out Gus before he went out, so he still scored that extra point for his team. Now it's between these 2 teams, Playbook Esports and Genesis Esports, 2v3. It's Mana together with Ichi. They can come up with a miracle here against Playbook Esports. They have done it before, especially Ichi, who was the MVP for PMPL SEA World Cup before this. But let's see if we can pull it up against a Playbook Esports now, an upgraded team. A refreshed lineup who's doing pretty consistent now.
It's going to be 2 good players. Monet as well, don't forget about his performance. One of the best fragger back in the days too. But down to the blue zone, PBE marching in straight forward. A bit of a toss, exchange of nade. Clipping on the side of Jarrell, but not so much of a name. Ichi prepping another one. Over toss once more. Blue zone will be on PBE side first. They're being forced to march forward, like it or not. Monet popping up the smoke singers for Master Ichi. Make it so difficult for PBE to spot them out. The uneven terrain make itself challenging for the players for the standing between the 2 teams.
Here we go, shots fired out by both teams. A little bit more focus onto the left side by Playbook Esports. And coming out of our end, the right hand is going to go with 1v1 together with Raimon. Who will get first down? Raimon will be knocked down. Richie knocked down! Daryl, the last man standing for Playbook Esports. This is over for Genesis Esports. 2v1. Genesis Esports get their close of the game. Almost Daryl coming with the game. Gets the knockdown of our end. 1v1 Daryl, who got it at the end. It is going to be Genesis Esports opening up the account for day number 2.
My oh my, what a close ending. Just now, they outnumbered GE with a 2v3, but you have to give it to Monet. He actually clutched 2 plays of PB by himself. Not really by himself. One by the side of Monet, and the other one by the side of Master Ichi, but you have to give it. Gerald today, he's on point. He's on fire. He clutched so many teams by himself. Even a 2v1. Almost clutched another against GE for that chicken dinner.
Yeah, but this is the chicken dinner that Genesis Esports needs. They need this in order for them to have a chance of coming back. Now for Harame Bros, they only scored 2 eliminations and probably number 3 or number 4 in terms of placements, and that's about it. And of course, with Genesis Esports scoring this chicken dinner, this will give them a big boost. With 10 eliminations that came together with it, as we relive the best moments here through the highlights brought to you by Genesis Esports and that chicken dinner.
For GE, well, today will not be disappointing for me, I guess. I'm ready for GE here today. Come on, guys. Give us a bit of a fight for the top 3. But for GE, there's definitely the start that we've been waiting for. And talked about them being a top 5. They scored themselves total points of 20. But the gap between them and Harame Bro is still significant. But when it comes to Harame Bro, they still have that consistency in the top 4 just now.
Yeah, I mean, Harame Bros play for survivability this time. But if you think about it, Harame Bros, they had a lot of action, but they only managed to get like, 2 eliminations, and that's about it. But when it comes to Ichi, who was the MVP before in PMCL SEA Wildcard, he comes in with the MVP again in this match. 5 eliminations just by himself. 888 total damage. That's a lucky number, by the way. 4 total knockouts, 1 assist, 180 total heals, and 22 minutes, 21 seconds survival time. Ichi, who came up with a final blow onto Gerald, shot them up to this chicken dinner.
5 by Master Ichi alone. And when he actually make it for the MVP, he has to make sure the damage number will be so beautiful. And it's going to be a super auspicious start for him as well. But when it comes to it as a team as a whole, I don't know how much Monet actually scores. Maybe they are 5 each for both players. Or maybe it's like slightly distributed along the other 3 players of GE just now with 10 eliminations in total. But when it comes to the other teams, I don't know if we actually have any team scores double digit just now.
Well, we need to tabulate the scores in a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen, in order to find out. But looking at how much action that Genesis Esports was at, and they did not get the circle. So the circle kept running away from them. They gave them a lot of opportunity to find eliminations, hence brought them 10 eliminations with a total damage of 1,844, 7 total knockouts, 2 assists, 337 total heal, and thanks to Ichi. 22 minutes, 23 seconds survivor time. And this is also the first chicken dinner for Genesis Esports in the grand finals.
Congratulations for debut of the chicken dinner coming up from GE in the grand finals. Yeah, hopefully they will keep on rising because we love a bit of a fight, and the ending with a bit of a dramatic ending too. Who knows, maybe they'll fight their way all the into the top 3 later today. Or hopefully they don't drop the ball because, you know, the case where some teams just score themselves the chicken, the next one they just gone out cold.
Well, that is going to be an important point, right? So consistency is going to be key. It doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you end. So this could be a good start for Genesis Esports, but they have to bring the momentum onto the following round and up until tomorrow in order for them to be able to please the fans out there who have been rooting for Genesis Esports the entire season. I have been a little bit concerned with their inconsistency performance, but hey, you know what? At the end of the day, if they're able to make it into PMWC, people will remember what happened during the league stage.
Yeah, that's kind of true. It's all about the past, and what we're going to focus is going to be the present. For the side of GE, they have been quite consistent when it comes to placement points, but not so much when it comes to chickens. But when it comes to the teams that are being eliminated by the blue, there will be abundance of them, because just now we just finished off with 56 eliminations. That means around probably 8 players minus another 4, so 4 players. Probably more than that. They're being finished off by the blue zone instead. But 10,000 hills, exactly 10,000. What is this number, man?
I know, right? We got like what? 888, and then we have 10,000, and you don't get these numbers all the time. Other than that, 56 eliminations. We did see a handful of eliminations by the zone, or they denied themselves to the blue in this round. So no surprises there that this number is as such. Other than that, I must say that even though it's like a tough circle that it goes all the way to the left side, still there's time to loot 2 airdrops within this game. And other than that, I would say that numbers are pretty standard. Probably drive distance, but yeah, it's not that big just because inside of Sanhok, teams don't normally go for the drive. But this is where it all matters, the points. And Genesis Esports scored 20 of it.
And we got ourselves a 666. That's an evil number, by the way. PBE, YG, TTQ, each respectively scored themselves 6 eliminations. But when it comes to the points difference, it's only going to be based on the rank points down there. So 12, 11, and 9 for PBE, YG, TTQ, respectively. Well, we do have the only team without any scores for today when it comes to day number 2 start. MFG scored a 0.
Yes, MFG, the team that scored a chicken dinner inside of yesterday's Sanhok. This time, no points for them. And probably one of the factors is because the circle went all the way to the left when they normally drop in Kampong. So it was a tough travel for MFG. Could not get into the circle, and they were blocked by other teams as they tried to get into it. Other than that, the highlight teams, Austria Esports 4, Harame Bros 6, Young Radicals pretty decent 11, and Playbook Esports 12 with the second place finish. But of course, with 20 points scored by Justice Esports, let's see how far the gap is between them and the rest with the overall score.
True, when it comes to overall, this is where it really matters. Unfortunately, Harame didn't score as much as they hoped for, but still a good progress. They're still in the 100-point mark, 106 for the record to break for the other teams down there, with Austria Esports still trying to chase the tails of Harame Bro at second place, 84 points, 79 for PBE. GE starting off today at 5th place, jumping up to 4th place at 76, yes, with 67. The swap of the numbers is going to be time to quick push down to 5th place. Was YG what happened in the grand finals? He slowly pushed down bit by bit.
Pretty decent start in the grand finals. So yeah, I guess they are slightly in the slump right now that they need to find back their momentum. On page 1, but without any chicken dinner, together with a 2-1-4 sin. But for GE, 30 points difference from Harame Bros at this moment. And Austria Esports, 22 points between them and Harame Bros. So Harame Bros definitely cannot be complacent with their current point collected of 106.
Yeah, but speaking of complacent, they definitely see a bit of a rise of the teams down there, especially the team that they did not expect to be blazing all out here today, including GE. They have been very tactical, big improvement compared to yesterday, a bit more progress, a bit more eliminations too. It's not as quiet as they used to be for GE, but also we're waiting for the teams that we haven't seen too much of them. Example here, it's going to be like how you mentioned, Exquisite, even YG, 2-on-4 sin pretty much in the middle pack. We always see them across all the entirety of the map, some involvement of certain fights here and there, but nothing too flashy yet.
Yeah, so the flashy stuff might happen inside of Erangel since it's going to be a bigger map. Sanhok is very circle dependent, so yeah, it became very tough for a lot of these teams. And after this, we're going to jump on to Erangel, as mentioned down here as well. So yesterday's Erangel map, if we were to give a bit of a recap, the first Erangel was taken by Harame Bros, the second Erangel was by Time to Quit Esports, the third Erangel was by Exquisite. So teams that are not normally thought to be like, okay, the top contender teams, they managed to score 2 out of the 3 Erangel rounds. So maybe this time we might see a surprise from the other teams as well.
Yep, and maybe we're going to see the top 3 teams or even the top 5 teams trying to strive themselves to solidify the position as well. But something that you guys should solidify yourself to, it's going to be some in-game items, especially the collaboration with Dragon Ball Super. Elevate your power, shala, head shala. That's the song, right? And then...
Go on. I'm trying to recall.
I don't know the lyrics, but that's gonna be, you know, the signature of it, like shala, you know.
It sounds like Salah to me, but but you got it right. Yeah, that is how it will sound. Yeah. So in case you guys don't know, you know, Dragon Ball is a very classic anime, and right now it's collaborated with PUBG Mobile inside the game up until the 31st of July. So make sure you get your special collaborated character sets and also items inspired by all these amazing Dragon Ball characters inside of it. If you don't know what Dragon Ball is, you guys have been missing out.
Yeah, I mean, like, you guys don't have childhood. You guys not even human to start with. You guys know fun if you don't know what Dragon Ball is. You don't have an imagination. You don't have creativity, and also when it comes to fun, because only fun people love Dragon Ball, by the way.
Well, let's see what the fun people say about the next round here. So here's our prediction next. And for me, well, 2-1 for Sin, the only, not the only team, the only two teams inside of page 1 without a chicken dinner for now. So I'm going to put them up here. But honestly, I just went like behind, like from the league chart behind 6. Yesterday was 6, today's another 6. And that's how I came up with the numbers. But looks like Krim and Stalker having the same mindset. Austria Esports playing very safe as always.
Yeah, for the B, it's gonna be around, bro. I mean, like this guy is gonna be going for PH all the way, though we do know. But Queen Toyo has been very, very weird since yesterday. Very questionable what is happening on that side. Blink X MFG, I wouldn't say no to that because I personally love MFG performance. If Yuck can't go crazy, that's the only thing. And TTQ for Sammy, interesting. TTQ do have a shot when it comes to Erangel too. They're pretty good at Erangel maps. But for me, let's go GE. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I think that's like another esports team, but okay. Yeah, I know which one. But with GE getting the first chicken dinner, why not, right? So I can also put up a extra prediction. You know, obviously I haven't moved this since the longest time. So yeah, let's see if they can come up with it, right?
You know what? I haven't collect my jersey yet. I'm so sorry, GE manager, but I really couldn't actually go there. Whenever I want to go and collect it, something happened to me. I get into the hospital every single time.
Well, then can't fault anyone for that, right? What to do. But interesting enough, like no one else other than of course yourself actually picked Genesis Esports. It's like, guys, do you not believe in Genesis Esports now, right?
We believe, man. We believe the back-to-back champions. You know they will come back, but maybe I will praise them too much up to the point they will not perform. Hopefully they will just don't drop the ball here today, GE. I begged you. Please, no. But I do want to see a bit of a fight, Cloud. It'll be very interesting if we do have GE. I mean, like, not this regarding Austria Esports, not discrediting them in certain way, but it'll be very interesting to watch GE and Horror Bro having a very small gap in between.
Yeah, and okay, so nobody in the lineup here picked Playbook Esports, right? If you kind of think about it, actually, Playbook Esports have been pretty consistent. Even in yesterday's last few games, they were they did well as well, and they even scored the chicken dinner yesterday in the final Miramar match, and first game today in Sanhok they scored second place. So it's kind of like a sign that Playbook Esports is also catching up.
I agree. When it comes to the half of the second half of the day, they're pretty consistent when it comes to getting their performance in the top 3 or top 4, even top 5 here. But PBE, the thing that I notice about their performance is when it comes to the first half of the day, it feels like they're warming up a bit too much or just trying to be consistently in the top 5. If you wait for them to score chicken, usually the case is it's going to be the last map of the day.
Well, hopefully they will be able to maintain level of consistency. You cannot just depend on like that one last map a day. It's not gonna be enough, you know. No. Playbook Esports don't do that, okay? I mean, they have been like the staple name of the Philippine scene, but they have not gotten it yet. Let's see if they can get it in Erangel.
We're back into Erangel here. We have a very beautiful flight path, so I assume it's going to be a very generous circle as well. Yesterday we had a start around Gatkar region. Probably it's going to be the same case here today, or maybe even Rozok, why not? But high chance it's going to be in the center in a beautiful circle for everybody to start the day 2 of the grand finals.
Well, I don't know about you guys at the live stream, but I kind of miss the music. But hey, you know what? Flight path wise, it's going to be pretty nice. You know, it's going to cut across the map. Pretty smooth flight path. Genesis Esports Sometimes they're in Novo, sometimes in Rostov, but since like why not go back to their hometown of Rostov? So why? Because they get power.
Milta. Milta, no. Never mind. Oh, we've seen. Wait a minute. Is this the scammy circle that we kind of missed last time? Where they pull down and up and up and down and up again? Because we do have slight fairy pier. There's a chance there, Cloud.
Oh yeah, and the best part is that nobody dropped directly into Fairy Pier, so it will be interesting to see that kind of like up and down, up and down, up and down, and I don't know where. For us to not even know and for the teams to find out.
It's more fun if it's down, 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 and then the last few it goes up, where nobody's at the end of it. We've seen that on the right side of the bridge before, but a different tournament, which was PMSL. I do hope we get that again, but left side of the map, just to test how calm the players adapt to this.
Okay, so in case you guys missed it at home, so Harame Bros, they are not a fan of this circle. So let's see how will they overcome this circle for now. They didn't drop too far away. They're somewhere off the lighthouse up north of the lighthouse bridge as their starting drop point. So let's see how will they manage it this time. They still have a good amount of circle on the ferry pier area, like what you said, and if they want to stay there and wait not to be scammed, well, they can still do it.
I think probably some teams would want to do that. They might actually have the idea, but there are high chance a lot of teams try to cross over as soon as possible. Because it seems like around 60%. I won't say 80%, even though it seems like 80%, because we've been scammed before by the circle. So might as well be safe and say 60% of SMB will be comprised inside of a circle. I'm hoping there will be somebody bridge camping on top of Ferry Pier. And if that happened to be Harame Bros, that's going to be a huge advantage for Harame Bro to rank up the numbers.
Is able to pull away from the competition, then, well, again, they will set themselves a good bar up against all the other teams. Now, so far, we can see Exquisite, they made their way onto Mid Base Island, but for Harame Bros, looks like they are not, they have not decided to go across yet, I guess. So maybe they don't want to repeat whatever mistake that they had earlier on.
Squares it is kind of a rare sight to have a straightforward boat straight into the northern side of SMB, because usually we've seen when some teams using the boat route, usually they go all the way down south because they definitely know there will be nobody there and just wait around the edges of the southern side of SMB. But for Exquisite, maybe because they skip entirely the looting phase just now, just pick whatever they can at a very small amount of time they actually have. So that's why they go straight forward on the northern side and just go for looting phase now, which is quite fortunate because there's not many teams around here.
So at least without that many teams around here, they can pick the whichever spot that they want to be in. But we can see here another movement as well. But this is still on the main peninsula, passing by the area of farm. It's going to be time to quick esports on the right side of the circle. So maybe they're going to take the right side bridge in. The last we checked, no one was gatekeeping the right side bridge. So maybe with the right timing, Time to Quick Esports could get across first.
Oh, everybody seems to be moving as though there's no tomorrow right now. But TTQ, are they planning to cross or are they planning to gatekeep? That's the bigger question here. Because they might want to go all the way to gatekeeping, maybe, or just waiting for the other teams to arrive. But we do have a pilot going on. There's going to be your pilot, Captain Devon.
Yeah, with the glider all alone. But you know, taking a glider is it's a slight risk as well because you still can be shot down. So
oh yeah.
Yeah, you gotta be extra careful as well. Even though like you're kind of cool, like you're up there, you can see everything, but the speed of the glider is not as fast, so you could still be a moving target. But it looks like he managed to find an entry point here. He just It's just that he needs his teammates together with him to continue on.
This is your captain speaking, Captain Davan. We just safely landed with no harm caused. But speaking of the next one, harm being touched by the side of Fearless, they managed to knock down on YG. Oh, YG. This is going to be a rare sight to see them struggle in the start of stage number 1.
And Fearless Esports got to take advantage of it with Cloud now positioning himself, gets down, fires on to Baby Harris. Baby Harris passes by. But then again, Cloud relocating himself to his other teammates. Cannot be too spread out across in case he gets knocked. No one is going to be there to save him.
Ranza trying to open up the angles but being chased like tomorrow. YG is angry, man. Look at how he chased Loki. He is in for the hunt. And it seems like we do have a bit of a bumpy moment. Loki going in for Renza. He doesn't care anybody else from the side of it. He just wants Renza. Renza, I got you. You cannot hide, but you can run. You can't hide, buddy.
But now Loki being shot at from the higher ground by someone else. Gotta be extra careful there. Renza firing back to Loki now. Renza is still once again Loki. You shall not shoot me.
Oh boy. Speaking of karma, but Renza, Romeo boy from the other angles, got himself an off angle, a great one. That Romeo boy will go in for the push, or will the rest of Fearless will fight back? They definitely have the attempt to fight back. With WTZ have to flee from the crime scene, while we have Harry giving a bit of a support fire from the back line. Pozo repositioned with that smoke up there. This is quite a risk for them to take, but both teams seems to be having a bit of a truce. You know what? This seems to be a lose-lose situation for us. Might as well just go for a retreat and part ways and just do whatever we want to do next.
Yeah, I guess the fact that they don't have, well, they're not in the mid to the base, but maybe they're also waiting for where the circle might go. As for Genesis Esports, in the process, they lost 2 players traveling from Rossock. And unfortunately for them, not the start that Genesis Esports would have wanted. For Playbook Esports, they are in the mid to the base island already. So now they'll be keeping an eye on teams who want to swim across. But the circle, okay, no scamming circle, 100% mid to the base now.
I feel like something is going, maybe because it's summer split, so the circle do prefer water due to the very warm weather these days. It's always been a water circle for Data Material, including our last Sanhok map, but YG will cross over that bridge without going it easy. We're talking it's going to be super rough with GE trying to gatekeep that side of a bridge, while MythClan coming up from the right side, but we do have TTQ and 214 Sin. Other than that, we still have multiple teams in the main peninsula. MFG, the Quarter, as well as Enigma. Enigma, the furthest north. I don't know how deep they want to get into the blue zone.
Yeah, not too sure though. Still tanking out the play. Hopefully they have enough utilities. But for Haram and Bros, they're opening their account. Check out the members of Fearless Esports almost getting Baby Harris. Emas on the chase. And he does have his other teammates on the other side, but he's going to steal the elimination point out of Pozo. And Pozo definitely not able to be saved by his teammates. And Harame Bros will pick up their first point this round.
Federalas, as per usual, keeping up with his numbers. Harry, reposition, just going to reunite with Nom. Trying to regroup and reassess the situation. Knowing the fact 100% SMB is going to be the next stage as well. So they try to get themselves around the cliff area. It's very steep, but it's a very good hiding spot. And they need to hide that buggy if they want to land themselves here. If not, they will be exploited by the other teams very soon.
Yeah, so you gotta be careful there. You don't want to blow up your buggy because it could be an open fight circle finale. So you want to keep your vehicles to create a bunker if necessary towards the end. But I'll be keeping an eye on some of the teams on the main peninsula now that we have a 100% circle in the main base island. Stranger, Triparamincy still stuck on the outside. Look at this, Choo. They're about 1,600 meters away still. So no fear he has 3 first aids. That's cool. But if they don't get across, then, you know, it's not going to do them much.
What circle? Where is circle? What is circle? Who cares? That's going to be Stranger's tribe. When it comes to the objective of the day, we play with the blue, we are fighters. Maybe that's the case here on the side of our Strangers Tribe. But they definitely cannot win against the blue, and seems like same goes for Myth Clan. I don't know what these two teams thinking about, but this can be 100% lose-lose with more than 1 kilometer away from the blue zone. That's going to be a long walk if they don't have vehicles.
Yeah, same goes for Myth Clan here. 3 first aids in the hands of Shroud. Okay, at least he's closest to the bridge, but I wonder if there are any gatekeepers there. Anyway, we're now in stage 2. Davan, who took the glider, knocked down. Oh no, Mr. Pilot himself is currently down and out, thanks to a naughty passenger.
Well, Shroud, this is stage 2. Walking into stage 3 in less than 40 seconds. Stage 3, I don't think that Band-Aid will actually last long enough with that far distance coming into the next circle at the edge of far left, which is going to be the western side, the furthest west of SMB. Fearless already got the edge of it, but I think there might be some swimmers coming out from the team quarter because they seem to be interested into taking a bit of a dip of a dive.
Yeah, if the quarter chooses to take the left bridge, they're going to face off against Genesis Esports. If they swim, well, they could be open targets. But speaking about targets, Austria Esports targeting down Harame Bros from the inner side of the circle. Put pressure onto them, but yet still not able to get a knockdown, or at least an elimination. Harame Bros taking their way away from Austria Esports as Master Vape secures Boyshon as their next point.
Osai, you managed to secure. It's a very slippery slope, by the way. You have to be extra careful with their footings coming in to finish off the edges, the players at the edges of the cliff. But for RSG, they definitely got himself extra points from there. Exquisite versus Harame Bro, and Bro taking the high grounds. They will not give it up.
And Super Pickles knocked down by Federales. They want to secure their elimination point, and Mem comes in. Good circle around, going to go in for 1v1 with Micro Uzi. Sprays, almost getting his target, but not able to get a knockdown just yet. But Federales, shotgun in the face of MM. What a comeback that was. But the fight's not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. Harame goes down, trying to take the top out to make sure that they win this fight against Exquisite. Exquisite still holding on strongly. Harame 3v1 at this moment. Yue on the other side. Yue knocked down left and only Kuma, the last man standing inside the building. And the spray, the king for the outer side of Chappie, will finish him off. A little bit of a trade there, but Exquisite still became the first team to be eliminated.
Harame Bro, I don't know how they did that, but they just did. Despite they actually lost one member, which is going to be Federales, but before he went down, he still managed to secure a couple of eliminations by himself. But next we do have WTZ Spot. YG, will the rest of them join? This seems not to be so interested. Only WTZ seems to be interested against Harame Bros, but also Esports as well. A new contender has arrived. Can Harame Bros still defend their very small compound here?
So lucky enough for them, like Austria Esports did not crash in directly and took advantage as a third party. So they got to let this one go for now, playing by the edge of this map, at least for now. But stage 5 will be pretty interesting if they park themselves here. The other teams close by as well. And the zone is now starting to get its victims. Edward will be the next one to fall to the zone, as the zone goes up onto the island itself. So very little water to play with this time. So especially for the northern side, the top from the quarter is still swimming. He still has time to dock himself though.
Starting off really wet, and now we've gone dry for the circle. Just pull all the way towards the right side just now. For team example here, the quarter, they have to, cancel out their swimming plans for today. I guess that's not going to be a beach day here for them. And also Esports, despite they trying to challenge Harame Bros before, they pulled all the way back and just made a U-turn and just parked themselves around the coastline and wait for the teams to just show themselves up. They try to get to play with the circle first, when none acts the valid effort. But unfortunately, the pizza gun will not find its victim here today.
Macbeth taken out. Ichi needed down by kicks as well from Enigma. And Martin fires back onto kicks, knocking it down. A little bit of a trade between two teams. And FV knocked down as well. Interesting fights happening all around. And looks like Martin came up with a clutch. against Enigma MSI, eliminating them at number 15 somehow. But we're still going to put focus right now on the first clan. They are up against many other teams, including MFG right now on the outside of the circle with Exit. Now healing up using his second last first aid.
Where is Unknown? Right now, all we can see right now is just Exit. I think they're going to play it split between these two players of MFG that remains for the team. So they definitely want to secure themselves position, the placement points, and hopefully Exit can get a couple of eliminations from the sidelines as well. But Shroud seems to be very interested in tailing MFG's players' rotations here. For Meth, they're trying to capitalize over this vicinity, but it's not just them here. They have to know they're not alone. There's somebody else behind them as well, not just the front of 214 Sin. If they're not aware about what's happening at the back, that's going to be trouble smelling over that side.
We're going to see stage 5 soon, and it's going to be big trouble for all these teams by the edge of the circle, including MFG, Myth Clan, as well as all the other teams by the edge. Skyline knocks down Exit from MFG, and that's a long-range knock, but Skyline's not able to secure the elimination point just yet. We'll make sure that the vehicle is non-functional by puncturing it from afar. As Exit is still crawling towards his teammates, he should be able to be safe at this point.
I personally love so much how Osja Esports just split himself into two sides here. And this is one of the strongest compound they can take hold of when it comes to this circle here right now. They got themselves quite covered up. For their backs, they don't have any issues for Nung Axe and his partner, because there's going to be another two players of Osja Esports trying to take care of the quarter from behind. But all they need to focus is what's going to be in the front. There's going to be two Team RSG as well as MFG players, which they're given a lot of pressure onto. And Skynin, all he needs to do is just wait it out, because RSG, like it or not, they don't have to force themselves out, but they will have to be soon, because the circle probably won't favor them for the next one.
And there you go. Like what you said for Risk guys, they don't have the circle. The circle is pretty far away for them. The top managed to dock himself up on the northern side, and now he's making his way through. Hopefully he has enough utilities to tank out the blue at stage number 5. As Incas got eliminated. Number 14 for Strangers Trapper Missy with 2 elimination points. Now keep an eye on the teams on the outside circle, including Title Quick Esports. And behind them is going to be Playbook Esports. They're now putting focus on the Genesis Esports instead and make their way through.
Still too many teams in a very small area here. We're talking about 6 stage, and stage number 6 with 13 teams intact. That's too much, honestly. But time to quick spot it out. GE, Master Ichi down. YG going on 214 Sen, and also Esport might just spot it out. The entire crew of Harame Bro. Now Red Bull. Oh, trigger display not been taken here. Just giving a bit of a warning shot from TTQ. Just finished off Master Ichi just now.
Ooh, splat onto the ground. Romeo Boy lobs a nade onto the lower ground. Edward has to relocate himself. Justice Esports, unfortunately, an early elimination this time. 13 for them with 4 elimination points. And for the quarter, they are out just after Justice Esports at number 12. Yakugat goes Romeo Boy with high ground advantage. Playbook Esports going to come in anytime soon. While for Harame Bros, compound, middle circle, without Federales, still pretty okay.
Harame Bro, they got quite a solid compound. MFG, they want to play around the slopes, but not too much cover. Speaking of which, kind of bound the sign in the side of YG. A free shot given to Romeo Boy to finish off just now, but unfortunately, Risk guys coming up from the back line, so Romeo Boy have to retreat all the way and pop the smoke. Hope to continue what he did towards the side of Unknown. But that's going to be him blindly just trying to shoot, because Romeo Boy just backed down on his knees.
TF together with Kaya. It's now going to be the last 2 members standing for See You Soon next Tiger KE. Let's see if they can pull off a big one here to come into the circle. A lot of teams in front of them, including Osja Esports on the left side. Okay, scoping down with a 3-time scope. They pull the trigger. Not able to get a knockdown. Skynin! Sharp shooting there from afar to knock down Mati.
Skynin trying to find another target here. 50 seconds on the clock. They're waiting for the next circle. The man spotted out one of our Bro players. It's going to be Muskinen close enough to connect the dots. But Fortif still got finished off by the play zone with the help of Osja Esports players. Myth Clan is still in the center. Got slight elevations. Blazer finish off. See you soon. X Tiger KE. We're down to 9 teams. With YG taking their pick vantage point. But can they stop all the teams from pushing forward or deny their entry here? Because if YG want to win this, they need to defend.
Arrow! Straight down onto Myth Clan. But not able to get an knockdown. Instead, Rhymer's going to go in for the flank from the lower ground. Does have his buggy. He's going to join back together with his teammate. Nope, he's going to go in for the frontal fight here against Myth Clan. From the lower ground, he'll climb up to the high ground. And looks like Miramar will be the first one to be knocked down by DZ. Nuggets burned down himself. I saw that feed. But just flashed out pretty focused on DZ. And his other teammates to try to block out Playbook Esports.
Alright, bro, and also Esports having a bit of exchange of bullet as well. Seems like a bit rowdy on that side too. All fights commencing at the same time. DZ prepping it for quite some time now. PBE in trouble. They've been shushed away all the way towards the outskirts of the zone. While YG taking actions on the backside of PBE at the same time. PBE have to focus on 2 teams at once. We're talking about Myth Clan. We're talking about YG penning down PBE both sides.
Oh, look at this. The feed is going insane right now with Myth Clan coming in onto Playbook Esports. Boy is still in the game with Vinci. Trying to defend this ground. But now they do not have the circle. The zone is starting to close onto them. Osha Esports became the 19 to be eliminated. And here we go. PG with the Sky. He's pretty low on ammunition at the same time. 15 bullets left on his chamber. Not sure how many more bullets he has on his M4. But overall, pretty low at this moment. Double PG on Yango Gadicals will take advantage from behind on the Playbook Esports.
Another one in the board. Maybe Michi of PBE will be spotted out WTZ as well. That's gonna also Myth Clan to have to deal with by YG. YG to have multiple angles to focus on, not just these 2 teams. It's gonna be the third one at the back. Shroud spotted out Michi. Michi will give himself away to the blue zone. We're leaving that to 7 teams left, but YG and Myth Clan will not done yet.
WTZ gets the knockdown the Shroud. And looks like it's gonna be kind of hard for Myth Clan right now to climb up because Yango Gadicals is putting a lot of focus onto them. Time is on their side at the same time. Yango Gadicals is going to go in to finish up the job to make sure the points will go into their hands instead of denying it to the blue. Myth Clan, 2 active players left. No way for them to get into the circle unless they take out the members of Yango Gadicals.
Jumping to the center of the circle, don't forget about Harame Bros has been multiple times defending their fortress here for the longest. They were fought against Ozja Esports, who tried to force themselves out from the vicinity, but they still managed to hold their ground super strong. But on the side of YG, they have to focus on triple teams or make it 4, maybe 5 all at the same time. Myth Clan DZ trying to advance, touch down, say Cloud finish him off. That's going to be a clean execution. With Blue Zone helping at the side of YG. It's a no-brainer. They'll finish that one off by YG. It's going to be 7 eliminations. They are back in the game for YG.
And no points denied away by Myth Clan. Yango Gadicals claim all of those eliminations. Now stage 6 coming to stage 7. All the teams pretty much in circle at this moment. Let's see where will the circle go in about 20 more seconds. As we do have still Harame Bros with 8 elimination points in the middle of the circle with the compound. And we'll find out if that compound will still be valuable for them in a little bit more.
They still can defend this as a duo. That's going to be big. 1 TTQ. Zuki spotted out YG Romeo Boy, leaving them into only 2 players left. The one with the most players is going to be TTQ. Time to quick and risk, guys. RSG. YG, at least barely not too far from the circle, but they have to cut across TTQ to make it alive.
And Yango Gadicals, Tactical Esports pretty much locked in with each other. But the team that has the best advantage right now is still going to be Harame Bros with this compound. Unless if Yango Gadicals can get an advantage by knocking down their players, then maybe another team could still rush in. But for risk, guys, Master Wave knocked out by WTZ, leaving only maybe 007. And he needs to pick up his teammates, but it's not going to be that easy though. If he goes in for it, he could be shot down as well.
Maybe. Slowly advancing. He needs to save his mate first. Lucky enough they got the smoke, but the moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be clear view for YG to shoot them down. For WTZ is screaming for help as well, but SayCloud will not willing to risk this for the team. He has to abandon his teammate and finish off by KH. Say Cloud prepping the nade. He knows exactly where KH is, but just slightly off. And MFG still have unknown remaining in the middle of the chaos too. Surprisingly, he still managed to stay alive for such a long time for unknown.
Oh yeah, but then again, let's see how the circle will affect his longevity now. Now Gus will need to move as well, but nowhere to go for Gus. He's probably going to deny himself to the zone. And Gus waiting for the elimination feed. Yes, he is out of thanks to the zone. And time to quick Esports. Wait a second, Gus is still in the game. Okay, this is going to be real interesting. But no, Gus taken out by the zone finally. Risk guys, they managed to reset, and now they're going to go in onto Harame Bros.
Maybe 007. And Jappy Harame Bros, they've been holding this for the longest time. They have to hold this until they got the chicken here. And now RSG trying to push themselves out, trying to flush them from their comfort spot, leaving only Jappy alone. One knock down the side of Harame Bro. Muffs cannot be saved down there. Well, also Master Vape. Can I actually try to finish off the remaining members of Harame Bro? Jappy is all down to him. He's still got one. Can go for it. He can actually do this. He cancelled out the revival of 007. Jappy just clutched that against RSG.
He got a little bit of help from KH from Tidy Quick Esports. And with that, Harame Bros is still in the game now. In top 3, 10 elimination points in the hands of Harame Bros. Now it's 2v1, ladies and gentlemen. Jappy does start the circle. He needs to move a little bit forward. And KH knows where Jappy is at.
Harry. It's going to be 2v1, v2. Fearless. They're coming up from the north. No challenge at all. Nobody else can challenge them on the north. It's quite vacant. It's quite a free view for them and free entry into the circle. But Zuki, if Fearless fighting against TTQ, I have to say Harame Bros still can score this chicken away.
Yeah, Harame Bros, if they don't put too much attention onto Jappy, then maybe he could still do it. But looking at the minimap, at least one crosshair is looking at Jappy though. So it's all about timing right now. Maybe if those two teams, they got busy with each other at some point, then maybe Jappy could come in later just to be the finisher.
Waiting for the right timing. 30 seconds to go. No more circle after this. Jappy still having 4 walls. I think there's abundance of death boxes laying around for Jappy in case he needs those first aids. So he can actually last long, but unfortunately for Jappy, he will be forced to get out from the safe spot because of how the Blues are just quickly arriving on his side first. And the worst part is actually on the lower ground as well.
Okay, the smoke is still protecting him though, but it's not going to be there for long. And this is going to be stage 9. There will not be any circle at all. And Jappy is still closest to the blue. KH lobs the thing on Jappy. Now he's overly exposed. But Jappy, wait a second! He still managed to deny himself to the blue.
Well, at least he's denying the points. Like, I'm not going to give you guys any if you don't give me any. But it's going to be down to 2v2. Between Time to Quick versus Fearless. Baby Harry and Nah trying to find an opening against TTQ players. It's going to be Zuki and KH on the other side. But when it comes to curvature of the terrain, it's slightly hard to visualize. And it's kind of a curve geography as well. But do they have any structures to take covers? Only a couple of rocks and vegetations.
It's going to be Myanmar versus Cambodia, ladies and gentlemen. And here we go, 2v2. Pretty equal between the two of them. But then again, Fearless Esports, they're on the lower ground. KH prepping up his nade, lobbing it across. But it's a little bit of a short toss here. He thought that someone's behind the tree, but nobody is there. Another nade on the left side tree. There as well. Fearless Esports loses. Now down to Baby Harry's the last man standing.
Now here comes the push coming from Suki. Nice down, and it's gonna be it. Time to Quick getting the chicken dinner. Congratulations on that side. Finally, they will secure the chicken. Yesterday they got themselves on the second map of Erangel. Today they're getting themselves the first map of Erangel. So it feels like they are pushing forward for their performance here for TTQ.
Yep, and they're the first team in the grand finals to score 2 chicken dinners, by the way. Time to Quick Esports. Telling everyone, do not write us off just yet. With this chicken dinner, they are showing that they want to put themselves in contention for the trophy and also the ticket to PMWC.
Still have to say they Well, it's around 30-ish point for Gapner, but you have to give it to Harame Bros. Despite that they didn't score that chicken, they defended multiple teams, tried to force them out from that compound and tried to just, flush them out. But it was a fail for them. For Harame Bro, it was incredible defense, and not just that, they still consistently getting themselves in the top 5.
Yes, and this is it. The highlights here from the previous round brought to you by Time to Quick Esports and Chicken Dinner with 8 elimination points. Harame Bros, they ended the round with about 10 elimination points. So they should still get a decent amount of points here out of this round. But as we check out this replay here, or this highlight, it was a very tough circle. So we got a tough circle in Sanhok, and then we got another tough circle inside of Erangel. Both circles pushed themselves to the corner of the map, and it became a very interesting circle for us, but probably not so interesting for the teams. But it's interesting for KH, coming in as the MVP this round, representing Time to Quick Esports.
And the team is going to be 6-3. That's why I got the 3 fingers up, because 6 eliminations with a total damage of 633 with the 3 knockouts, but 1 assist with 164. If only it's 163, it'll be interesting though for heals. But survival time 28 minutes 25 seconds. Well, they scored the chicken, so they definitely survived longer than the rest of the teams. Now, talking about the MVP, we don't have a lot of KH, but for TTQ, that was amazing still. Well, we do know they have been aggressively trying to push themselves in the top 3. As long as they keep this going, I think it's doable. But to get number 1, they have to wish and pray Harame Bro to drop 2 maps at least.
Yeah, but the fact is that Harame Bros, although they didn't get the chicken dinner, they got 3rd place with about 10 elimination points. That is still pretty decent, I must say. So they are still on their game. But that is the question that we asked yesterday, right? It is not only about the performances of the respective teams, but it's also about how are they going to cancel out Harame Bros. But we also have to celebrate Time to Quick Esports bringing back home this chicken dinner, the team that scored 2 chicken dinners in the grand finals. The first team who actually did it. 8 eliminations, 1,001 total damage, 4 total knockouts, 2 assists, 430 total heals, and a survival time of 28 minutes 25 seconds. So for Time to Quick Esports, with this chicken dinner, all they need to do right now is to find a level of consistency to be able to challenge the top spot.
Now, for now, there's going to be top 3 contenders here for TTQ. I don't know if they managed to push it into 3rd place, because we have to wait for the accumulation of points and tally up the numbers here. Because between PB and TTQ, last time we saw them, the gap wasn't that big. It's still doable. And GE, will they be pushed down since they've been eliminated early? Because I have a feeling Osja Esports now seems to be a bit wobbly since they being eliminated early after forcing the fight against the Harame Bros, who just defended that compound the longest time. Harame Bro, how much of a gap of a stretch with this consistency here just now?
Yeah, I know, right? It would have been a different story if Risk guys were able to take them out, but instead, at least 2 points was given to Harame Bros because of their amazing defense against Risk guys. And it was a 3v3, so it was pretty equal. But again, Harame Bros, with the firepower, they're able to overcome Risk guys who came onto them. Now, looking at some of the overall stats, so it's not a clean 60, 61 total eliminations. We did see that some of the players tonight decided to blue, especially Jappy, towards the end there, not giving away his point to Fearless Esports. Gave away himself to the blue because he knew that there was no exit at that point. Other than that, driving distance is abundance here just because of how tough the circle is. It's a main database circle. It's not only a main database circle, but a main database circle that actually went towards the corner of the left side of the island. So because of that as well, that contributed to the drive distance that is quite big here.
And also contributed towards the outrageous number of hills, 14,000. What is this game? But speaking of which, Cloud, now this seems like the teams in the top 3, despite they have SMB circle, they are adapting it. It feels it wasn't the case there yesterday, but if you give them enough time, look at how they're adapting to it, and they're pretty darn good at it too.
Yes, adaptation has to be quick here in the grand finals because games are running by. Exactly 10 games more to go. And with this round, Time to Quick Esports 18 points, Harame Bros exactly 10 eliminations, so that's 15 points. Yangon Galacticos came up with 8 eliminations, so that's 11 points for them. Doing not bad this time. But the other top contenders here, Austria Esports, only 2 points collected. Genesis Esports, 4 points. Playbook Esports, 6 points. So again, without a doubt, Harame Bros would have extended their lead against the last we saw second place team, that is Austria Esports.
Yeah, but Austria Esports unfortunately drop all the way to 11th place with only 2 points. This is giving so much of room for the teams, especially like PBE, TTQ, especially who just caught himself the chicken just now, as well as even YG to push back their numbers in the top 5 possibly. But for 2 and 4 Sin, unfortunately also scored a 1, so I have a feeling YG will definitely push himself and push down to 114 at this time. But we're gonna have to tally up the scores. Unfortunately for teams like See You Soon and also the quarter will not score anything. But speaking of which, our top 5 do have a bit of a swap up there.
Ooh, okay, time to quick esports. Welcome to the top 3 now. And they have a tiebreaker advantage against Playbook Esports just because of their second chicken dinner in the grand finals, although they have the same amount of points. But between Harame Bros and Austria Esports now, this is a 25-point gap at this moment. No, make that 35-point gap.
Almost 40, man.
35-point gap. Yeah, there you go. Okay, I'm questioning my math right now. But 35-point gap at this moment between Harame Bros and Austria Esports. So that is worth more than a game. It's almost 2 games worth.
As I mentioned, the only time for these teams to catch up to Harame Bros is hoping they will drop the ball. We're talking about literally, absolutely dropping it to 0 in one map without any progress of points. And it's not just one map, it has to be 2. Because up to even 5th place, the gap is around almost the same. Because from 2nd to 5th place, the gap is so minute. It's literally no gap at all. It's just couple of points shy, and that's it, just within 5 points. But for the 2nd place to the 5th place to match up to 1st place, it's doable. But how to make sure that Harame Bro don't progress from here?
Well, you talked about the give them a tough circle and they probably won't do well. They did. So, well, I mean, they're just beating the odds right now, right? So at this point, I don't know, will we see a desperate move, especially when he come back for the second half of the day, for maybe some of the teams to like hot drop onto Harame Bros to just try to stop them from the start. But of course, if that happens, the team could potentially also give away 4 points to Harame Bros. So it's always like this, what do we do now with Harame Bros, right?
If it's one team, I have to say it's gonna be difficult for them to push or just try to force, unless it's like before the phase, the looting phase, to force Harame Bros to fight. Maybe there's a shot at it. But if they actually loot it up and you force them to fight, they're so good at defending. Unless the 2 teams at once try to sandwich Harame Bro, now that's going to be a different story. But we're going to have to wait and see if there's any contender that can try to pull down Harame Bro from that podium spot, or will they just let it, you know what, take the champions away. But we're going to have to wait and see because we're going to head into the break. See you guys after this.
What does it take to stop Harami Bros, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Summer 2024. And as of now, they have broken the 100 point mark since the end of yesterday, but no other team has even reached 100 points yet.
Yep, all of them seems to be sitting on the 80s. A lot of 80s, by the way. 2, 3, 4, 5th place. All getting themselves in 85 to 80 points there in that range. Only 5 points in between of the margins between themselves. It means that anybody can swap over when it comes second, third place and so forth. But it's all down to only one slot to the World Championship. So that one slot pretty much 50% in the hands of Harami Bro. I say 50% because we're still in day number 2.
And we have 10 more games to go. So 10 games, well, anything can really happen. So let's see what happens in the following 10 games. Of course, we're going to have a repeat of Erangel after this. And even though we had the conversation of like, oh, the only way to stop Harami Bros is to give them a not so kind circle, they still came up with a very good round. Third place, 10 eliminations that came with it, defended their compound really well against the incoming risk guys, and yeah, they still scored the second most points in that round despite a third place finish. So Harami Bros is still very, very consistent. Again, the big question is what does it take to stop them? And so far, no team has hop drop onto Harami Bros just yet.
Maybe they should. That's the question. Will there anybody willing to do so? Especially the teams at the very bottom. We talked about them having quite a huge gap between the first place and even at the bottom 4, bottom 3 down there. They have nothing else to lose. Might as well just try to pick up the challenge and make it even tougher for the teams up there. So that's going to be interesting for the teams at the second page. Try to force it out since the start. At the initial drop spot, a bit of a hot drop since the start. It'll be very fun to watch.
Yeah, but what is fun to watch and also fun to play, that is the Dragon Ball collaboration with PUBG Mobile, and there's a super prize path currently inside of the game, and you guys can stand a chance to get these collaborated character sets as well as items inspired by Son Goku, Vegeta, Vegito, Bulma, and many more inside the game that features a prize path, ladies and gentlemen. The period is only in for a limited amount of time until the 31st of July. So jump into the game right now, get exclusive items thanks to PUBG Mobile X Dragon Ball. And this is actually the second time they had this collaboration. The first time around, it was somewhere last year, I believe. And they featured an amazing game mode. I really loved that game mode. Had a good fun time playing it. And this time around, we are still rewarded with this legendary anime. If you're old enough, you probably know what we're talking about.
The irony, Cloud, last time when we waited for the collaboration, it took us over a year to actually have it out. And now it's less than a year. It was less than half a year maybe that we actually have the second collaboration again for Dragon Ball. So I'm happy to see Dragon Ball is in there again. Definitely you guys have to try it out. If you missed it, man, I don't know when we'll have this collaboration ever again. But when it comes to our Custom's prediction, I mean, well, I did score one today just to brag, and I can flex. But I'm gonna go for the same team again because I want to see them. You're just slightly just off, man. Oh man, Cloud, you're just a bit too late.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't put too much thought about like who am I going to pick as my prediction. I just went like yesterday was like 16, 15, 14, 13. I just went from behind, and then today I continued on from behind. So that's why you don't see all the top teams. But of course, I can understand that some of the other casters also picking very, very safe, especially Krim. I noticed he has picked Austria Esports a couple of times now.
Why not? It's Krim. He is his own person. He picks whatever he likes. Okay, that's Krim. And also, surprisingly, usually Stalker and his partner, whoever his partner here today as well, which is gonna be Krim, they had a bit of a same prediction, but not this time again. And Fearless, I have to say, Fearless is quite an interesting team too, because if you talked about consistency, yes, they kind of have it when it comes to rotation wise. Positioning, yes, they have been great when it comes to getting and play along with the circle, but aggression and also firepower don't see too much from their side.
Yeah, they got a second place finish earlier on, but the way they kind of like approached the scenario was kind of passive, like they didn't really do much, but maybe because their utilities weren't really stocked up towards the end as well. So it was kind of hard for Fearless Esports to truly fight back the Time to Quick Esports. And speaking about Time to Quick Esports, of course, Paolo B and Blink X, they had them on as well. Sammy, interestingly, went for Risk Guys. And Risk Guys, well, another team on page 2, and I appreciate it from Sammy picking up the teams on page 2. But let's see if they can show it in the next round.
I love the music for our pre-map, the epilogue before we get into the map itself. It's just so headbanging, man. The beat is, I'm loving this. But I'm loving the fact we have unusual flight path. It's not going to be too generous, but still quite in the center, slightly skewed towards the western side. But this means the circle might end up maybe Medusa intersection, who knows. We hardly see a lot of northern circle yet, so maybe that's the case as well.
Well, yeah, we have seen so far Gatka, we've seen mid to the base, so that's the usual sort of circles that we've seen in the grand final so far. And if we get something different, I wouldn't be complaining. If we get like a northern side Suburni circle just to test out Harami Bros and the level of consistency, why not, right? At this moment, it's all about testing out Harami Bros and how will they overcome all sorts of situations. As for their draw spot, oh, wait a second. Okay, Harami Bros, let's see if you can prove it again this time.
I feel like the game can actually listen to what I say. When we said we don't have a lot of northern circle, bam! You got it, man! And it's gonna be severe. It will be interesting. It will be fun to watch. Now, Enigma, this is your circle to take. I mean, the shots of Enigma that we actually saw their flaw. It's gonna be them, how they approach fight. When it comes to engaging the fights, they have some issues regarding the tactical and their communications to orchestrate into a certain fight. So hopefully, if Enigma can actually fix that one, I have a feeling they're one of the teams that we should look out for in the future.
Well, at least so far for today, we have not seen Enigma do the things that they did in the first game. Probably it's something that they've already worked out. It's just a matter of right now they need to start to gain their momentum and to gain more points overall in order to climb up the charts, because whatever it is still about the prize pool share. The higher they go, the more prize pool that they can take home as well. So even though for them to be able to take the championship home, it's going to be quite a far-fetched, but the motivation of bringing back home more moolah is still a pretty decent one.
Yeah, I mean, every single season, like the teams on the top, of course, are going to aim for the trophy. For the teams at the very bottom, it's going to be them better every season. Every season, just the progress and growth is super important. It's not just that, they have to show their bosses and we actually have better rankings and better performance compared to last season. That's also something that they should look out for. So it's going to be the focus and objective for the teams at the very bottom to have a better performance compared to last season, as well as from the start of the league here. For the progress of the entirety of the grand finals, the least amount of points being gained by a team, I have to break it, it's going to be between none other than the Quarter as well as Myth Clan. Enigma, at least they have some progress, but it's very small, but baby steps indeed.
Well, if you want to give credit to baby steps, at least Myth Clan is no longer at number 16. So minor progress for them to be above the Quarter now. And the Quarter, they had a tough circle too. They last ended themselves in a very pier circle when, well, mid to the base, they had to swim across, and the rest was history from there. So right now, push them down to number 16. So that's some of the happenings down there. And then between Enigma and See You Soon X Tiger KE, it's a 15-point gap. It's about a round's worth of points. So for them to overtake see you soon as Tiger KE, it's going to be it's going to take them quite a bit. So they really have to work it out now that they have the circle advantage in Saverni.
Now, we mentioned about teams in the top and also the teams at the very bottom, Cloud. Now, for across an entirety of, like, example, a tournament, right? It has been a marathon, if we can include as well the league stage. Now, we've seen some teams. Okay, well, I'm going to put up the example here because we don't have that much example when it comes to PMCL. I'm sorry if you guys feel like I'm comparing a lot of teams from PMSL. But example, PMSL, PEA. You can see their progress week 1 until the grand final. It's such a huge difference. We can see the growth of the team. But do we have any teams of certain value of that can be compared to PEA progress in this tournament, PMCL?
Well, if we want to put that out here, then I will probably give it to actually Enigma, because they missed out on the grand finals of the PMCL last season. So they managed to make a great escape into the grand finals now, and of course this is their chance to prove that they are consistent. However, at this point, not really still, but still they made a progress as compared to last season.
So within this tournament, this season only, so we don't have any particular team, like example, week or during league stage, they weren't so great, but when it comes to grand finals, look at the progress from day 1 of the league if you compare with how they've been growing till grand finals. Because I feel like if you compare with the positions and also the league match standings of across all 3 weeks, it's pretty much in the same sequence still for the grand finals here.
Yeah, but of course, if you talk about growth, then yeah, that'll probably be the best comparison. But benefit of the doubt for Enigma, number one, they started off with only 1 point, but yet still they are not at the last place. So I guess that's one other point to put out there. And the second point, I guess, would be Enigma. They had a major roster switch as well as compared to last season. Yes, the major roster shift did give them a increase in terms of performance, and they did. So gotta give them credit for that. But still, some maybe they need a little bit more time for them to trust the process with this lineup, and perhaps with this trajectory of improvement that they have shown, maybe the next PMCL they will do even better.
Time is going to be the factor to determine whether this going to be. Well, I give them a benefit of a doubt. I guess this is the season where they start to warm up to their lineups here. Hopefully we do have a different sort of outcome when it comes to next season. I'm looking forward for that, because Enigma, I can see the biggest flaw from the performance is just the approach and how they communicate between themselves to approach in certain fights. The engagement seems to be a bit messy. Feels like a bit all over the place sometimes. But if they finalize that with a very good formula that can actually work both ways between the players, I feel like this is going to be one of the teams that really can take some like we used to say that for GE, right? GE feels like they have this supremacy. They are undisputable champions. But when it comes to this season, we have Harami Bro. I feel like personally the biggest growth for a team, I feel like it was actually Harami Bros. If you compare it with last season and the season before, it took them some time, for maybe two or three seasons, or 2 seasons if I'm not mistaken, to build it up. But if you compare it with last season, this season, definitely a huge vamp if you compare it with the last one.
Harami Bros last season in the league stage, they were amazing. They were just behind Genesis Esports by 1 point in the league stage. But when it came to the grand finals, somehow it didn't work out for them. They ended up at 8th place. So yeah, I guess that's a major shift for Harami Bros. But this time around, major improvement by Harami Bros as well. Undeniably, very, very strong during the league stage as well. Slightly below Austria Esports, but when it matters inside the grand finals, they are still being very, very strong. So Harami Bros, definitely an improvement for this team with the switch of some of the players in the lineup.
Yeah, I agree. Like how you mentioned, when it really matters, which is now the grand finals, they know what to prioritize. I mean, like, yeah, league stage is great for a bit of a head start points, but it's something that's doable and catchable when it comes to the grand finals. You cannot have any room of error at all when it comes to the grand finals, because it will be so detrimental to the point it's going to be hard to catch up. For the side of TTK, I don't know how did he drown himself just now.
Although with the circle, okay, got a few questions there, but hopefully we get a visual. But now the visual is focusing onto MFG. The moment Unknown shows us, Matt is prepared with the micro Uzi. Simple, direct spray, and they will get the first knock.
Cooking it up. Quite some time. 2 more seconds to go. And gonna toss it over the side. There goes Fern hitting on Yahiko. And Unknown is down as well. I have to say, the quarter seems to have been having a very good start. But MFG, now twice in a row, they're gonna hit it hard for their first stage and second stage here. MFG will have to leave and abandon the ship. They won't even try to help, knowing the fact it's too much at risk, because the last map didn't score as much as they hoped for. So they have to play a bit more survival game this time, and not to be not to engage too much when it comes to leaving with only 2 players left.
And losing Yahiko and Unknown is going to be a major blow for them. As for Playbook Esports, they just lost another player as well. They get pursued for the top spot. Playbook Esports cannot afford to lose these kind of men at this stage. But then to get the circle, it was kind of difficult. The stage 2 circle, it was still split between like the main peninsula and also like the Saverni area. But Zuki, okay, very interesting. They were not pressured by anyone if you look at it.
I think he just went for a dive, and his dive tank, the oxygen tank, possibly just ran out of oxygen. That's the only explanation. I mean, like, why would you swim so long for Zuki? That's the first question. And the second question is, it's not even in the sea, it's in the river, which is not that far off home to swim over the other side. Or is it there's somebody else to stop him? Maybe Red Bull giving some warning shots and he's a bit too worried to overpeak himself and try to dock up. Maybe that's the case, but we do have a Roadhog circle. Now, there's going to be a common circle.
Yep, still split between the north and the south. GE on the north side. Harame Bros waiting to Roadhog, taking over the city of Genesis Esports, while Exquisite will open up their account with Yue securing that point. Super Pickles gets another one as well onto Maybe from Risk Guys. And that's going to be 3 points collected by them, just like that.
Yeah, for Risk Guys, they're leaving to only 1 player. And Mami got himself some suppressor even. And that's going to be some shots coming out from Exquisite, which are, for Risk Guys, it's going to be only Master Osai, Master Vape, whatever you want to call him. But he seems to be very lonely in the open and got himself a couple of shots connected and being chased by the heck out of it. See you soon next. Tiger KE on his tail, and it seems like pretty hard and a bit of a drift.
Going straight into the middle right now. And on the right side, see you soon next. Tiger KE passing by as well, but they're not going to stop by because it's too open if they were to be in that area. Going straight into Rozhog, now we have at least 3 teams in it, including Harame Bro. See you soon next. Tiger KE has arrived. But at the Waterhouse, Offchat Esports going to share the same compound with Time to Quick Esports.
Red Bull taking a bit of a dip into the Motown. While Myth Clan, Harame Bro, and See You Soon next Tiger KE seem to be in a triangle stalemate here. Whoever trying to initiate the fight first will lose this one big, because there's going to be a third party coming up between these 3 teams. We hope for another team to coming up very soon, because these 3 teams having it too quiet for now. But PBE seems to be one of the rowdy teams. Maybe they will try to engage first, but unfortunately for the side of RSG, it couldn't make it out alive. And
at the same time, Enigma managed to get a knockdown, but Wako from 2-1 knocks down FV. So a bit of a probably a long range trade there. Oh nope, it's going to be a frontal fight here. Enigma crashed into the compound. FV still knocked though, but where is FV? They have to go in to save him wherever he's at.
Smile. Couple of taps to the side of Renzo. Fearless. Find themselves compound. While 2 on 4 Sin do love to play in the blue zone so much they even play it even once more. And even surprisingly, they had the initial circle before, but unfortunately they're moving it very late despite they are dropping themselves into Verni before everybody else actually going up to the north. And for Enigma, I'm hoping for them to actually capitalize this sort of circle because it's supposed to be their take. It's the northern circle.
Oh, Caps are knocked down. But to be fair to them, the circle they ship away from Saverni and then they sent across Macbeth. Taken up by WTZ from Yaku Gynicos. They are not in the circle at this moment. Caps is bleeding out and he should be out. Yes, he's taken up at the zone. Looks like he would climb himself down. Left footed with kicks from Enigma MSI. Surrounded by the players from Yaku Gynicos. Tossing out multiple nades across. But is he able to land somewhere? Kicks. This will be the clutch of his life if he's able to pull it off.
GE Harami Bro, and also seems like possibly Myth Clan going in a fight, but Enigma kicks going in. It's gonna be YG charging in a bit too late. Kicks just now hesitant and was thinking too much, blinded by the smoke, and give the opportunity for YG to breach in. Unfortunately, Enigma, one of the few teams to be eliminated early.
To be fair, Kicks was tossing the molly. He wanted to block the left entrance, but the rush came in at the right timing just as when he released the molly. So that just had to happen, and it's a 3v1, so it was pretty difficult for Kicks in that sort of small area. But now, just as Esports, they moved back to Rossok because Circle shifted down south. 2-1-4 Sin have arrived as well, and they will try to take over the area of Rossok here with multiple teams already in. And where would they go next? And with DZ defending his ground, knocking down flanks from 2-1-4 Sin.
Oh, Mix, this is not the place you want to get stuck on right in the middle of the crossfires. I don't know how he made it out alive. But for 2-1-4 Sin, they lost blanks before and might even lose rank very soon. It seems to be very low HP, but GE spotted out YG. YG just crossing the bridge on the northern side of Rossok, but GE spot them out and get himself the warehouse as covers. It's going to be a fortress. Very, very low entrance here in this warehouse. 2 entrances, but it's a big wide one. And GE, as long as they hold their ground, they're going to be A-OK. But Arame Bros, they're in the center of attention too, alongside with Myth Clan firing across the other side, and Fearless also in there, and between another triangle fight with CTQ and Osja Esports.
Yeah, we're back onto the Waterhouse side. 3 teams stuck in the Waterhouse area, including Osja Esports, who currently has 1 elimination point. Nate sent across onto Fearless Esports. 1 knockdown onto the member of Fearless Esports, but not able to be finished up by Osja Esports just yet. Smoke popped up. Pozo is probably going to go for it. He's pretty close by, but his health is about 40% as well. Ranzer now taken hostage by Edward. The moment Pozo goes in for Ranzer, he could be shot down as well.
Yeah, he's waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Edward playing this very patiently. 80 reserve ammunition in his magazines. I don't think it will be enough to last him till the end of this map. Definitely want to find some replacement for the ammunition later on. Edward, smoke's a bit too long now. QHTTQ, our last MVP. Alongside with Edward, they have 2 different angles entirely. Split himself into 2 formation for TTQ. 2 different sides. The other pair is actually across the other side of the bridge. Osja Esports, Gooey with a mini 14 might spot out Edward, but a bit too far. Too many structures in between as well. But the one that should actually have extra cautious on is going to be Exquisite. Osja Esports, if they're oblivious regarding Exquisite's position, that might be their bane later.
Wow, Circle left the Rossok town. This is going to be interesting to see the teams inside of Rossok to leave Rossok itself. Look at the amount of teams in that area on the right side of the circle. Man, this is going to be messy here. I'll be interested to see what happens next to them. As for the quarter, they're taking a dip right now. They will knock themselves soon from the northern side. But action is happening on the right side. Here we go, GE.
Seems to me GE start to lose, man. They cannot afford to lose another. It is going to be major cost for them on the side of GE if they lose another members there. They need all 3 players well and alive for the next couple of fights. Smile managed to get revived. Monet just patiently waiting for the right moment to open fire. But he's on a different building, in a different building entirely. But here comes YG! Oh, surprise, motherfucker! And it's going to be Monet shoot him down in an instant. A clean execution at that. Taken by surprise. YG did not expect that to happen.
totally did not expect that. Surprise, surprise, surprise. And just ahead it goes now. They want to hunt down the other members of Genesis Esports. Say Cloud dated down by EJ. And then looking for another one. Tosses a short range nade. And is able to land it beautifully to eliminate the final member of Young Organicals.
5 eliminations in the hands of GE. They managed to revive their fallen teammate, and that was close one. A very indeed close one to taken by YG, but YG fell in effort with a failed attempt. At least got himself 4 eliminations. PBE just arrived! What was he thinking going in the middle of a crossfire like that?
I was just trying to escape the circle, taking that bit of a risk there. But unfortunately, it did not give them the return that he was hoping for. But speaking about returns, Nate's a return between the quarter and tied to Quick Esports. Now by the edge of the circle, the quarter managed to knock themselves, but first knocked down by Edward. But he's in a position that maybe he can be saved, but no! The shot actually came from the other side. So it's a horizontal shot there. And he will be taken out for sure. Tied to Quick Esports, now with 4 elimination points. They can focus onto the inner side of the circle, but the rest of the quarter is still by the edge. And KH will be the one to keep an eye on them.
Despite Zuki from TTQ has been drowning quite a number of times early on, but the one that actually seems to be drowning by bullets and maybe not even manage to overpick themselves and have to just stay themselves around the slopes of the coastline there. That's going to be TQ, the quarter. At the top, the quarter left with only a couple of players down there. We do have another one bites the dust. It's going to be MFG next. Down to 11 team at stage number 5. While we have GE still in the center, taking a bit of a fight in between. Exquisite being sandwiched by 2 teams at the same time.
Oh, Skadi comes in to pick up the elimination points out of Exquisite. And that's going to be 4 points as of now for Strangers Triparomacy. Austria Esports on the southern side of the circle will ship away potentially in about 5 more seconds. As right now they put focus on the Stranger Triarmacy Skynin, trying to take a frontal approach, gathering information on where exactly they are, but the terrain is not helping them. Lucky enough, the circle is, and they still have the circle.
Now, leaving the quarter only with Pop Eye here. TTQ definitely want to clean up the job, but TTQ, look at the spray, just too wide. And Edward will have to go and save his team and maybe even give an extra help from behind just to deal with the last player of the quarter. Yeah, that's going to be Pop Eye. Austria Esports keeping an eye out to the side of TTQ. There's also another team behind them there. I assume that's probably going to be either STKE or Esteban Edward. What an explosion just now. What a valiant effort coming out from the side of TQ. Close enough.
What a spray by Edward there. And he also danced past those bullets to maintain himself. Beautifully done by Edward. And now he can reset and make himself into the circle.
GE just arrived. Asta Australia's tried waiting. They didn't take any actions yet. GE, will they actually walk in the same lineup as the other teams that are being fallen before, which are going to be in the crossfire, taking a bit of a shack. Super Pickles, the loss of Exquisite. He clutched 2. He clutched 2. This is going to go haywire. No way. Super Pickles taking GE by himself.
Super Pickles put the super in the pickle and defended against the entire Genesis Esports all alone, allowing Exquisite now to win the top lane and start the game placement points.
That was an incredible clutch. One by one, willingly giving away their bodies to a Super Pickles. Exquisite, the last player, contributed 3 elimination points in the very last minute by himself. Scored 6 eliminations from there as well. But Midland Shroud going against Arame Bro. We're talking about Arame Bros here, bro. That's not going to be easy for him to just, you know, charge in like that.
Well, next, the challenge is going to be getting into the circle, popping up those smokes, planning their way through. But look at the amount of teams on the southern side. We still have Wako here from 214 on the high ground who's going to try to block out Arame Bros. But then again, he's going to let this one go for now. He's going to rendezvous back to his teammates who's currently in the circle. Charging into the middle of it. His teammates need backup, so he needs to get there quick.
Wacko. Oh, Wacko. Punctured tired. The back and the forefront one. 2-1 at least they managed to reunite once more, but there's going to be also Esports on the other end and also another team on their right side. They have to deal with two different angles. 180 degrees swing for this side of 2-1 scene to deal with their current condition here. With also the Stranger Striper Aztec on the other end. There's also Super Pickles charge, and the one that can actually finish him off is that one nade from Edward of TTQ.
Edward again, he came up with a superb dance earlier on, and now with a superb nade to finish out the final member of his opponent. Now we move over to Austria Esports on the other side of this hill. Tries to get a vision onto where 2-1 Spin is that. Red Bull comes in, Red Bull! We're getting knocked down. Red Bull needs time to reset now. And Nuggets just coming from the other side, but long range from Nuggets on the stage. On the Stranger Trapper, managed to get one knockdown. Beautiful spray, and now Dewey comes in, but looks like 2-1 Sin have been eliminated. Now all they need to do is focus onto the other side where Stranger Tyrus is going to come in from.
Speaking of the other side of circles, it happens to be in no man's land, aside for TTQ, of course. And the time's ticking and the clock's running out. Harame Bro marching forward. It's in the top 4. TTQ as well, and Austria Esports. What is this consistency from the team that already secured #1 spot for now, that breaking 100 points, still alive? But we have a new contender here, Stranger Stripe. Also got themselves a full squad. Austria Esports is a 4, but it's going to be 3v4, v3v3, because Strangers, they finally found limb by limb Austria Esports taken away, leaving only Skynet left right now.
Skynet comes in all alone, but he's pretty low at this moment. Skynet knocked down immediately, leaving Austria Esports with only one player left. On the other side, it's going to be Nangax. Miner is pretty low, he doesn't have any healing utilities. Scotty, he has 3 first aids. He'll probably share it with his teammate later on. But for now, they have to secure this position as Gus cooking up his nade. Nanges on the other side. We're tossing on Nanges. It will not land just yet. As for Harame Bro, Jappy knocked down by No Fear.
Gus willingly taking the push here by himself, but none be spotted out. It's gonna be Zuki. Finish off the last of us Esports, but Harame Bro still stands. It's gonna be Federales. He cannot reach out to Amos. A bit too far, a bit too much at risk. Well, it's gonna be Stranger Stripe might actually win this chicken with a 4 still stands. And it's gonna be a flawless run. It's 4 of them still alive till the very end.
Here we go. Top 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen. Ramen Bros. Time to Quick Esports is still in it as well. Let's not forget they scored the chicken dinner before this. He must take it out. And that point will be given to Stranger Trapper Messi. Both Stranger Trapper Messi and Time to Quick Esports have 10 elimination points at this moment. Gus will be tossing nades onto the other side, putting pressure back onto his opponents, but now he's being chased down by Stranger Trapper Messi.
Gus taking a bit of cover from the airdrop, hoping he will loot something out of this as well. Level 3 helmet perhaps. And bit of overtoss, a lot of overtoss of Nate this time. Miner want to spot out Suki. That smoke will probably give away his positions right in the center as well. And Miner slowly crouching up, trying to find any good targets. But TTQ just split it apart for the formation. And with Harame Bro in the far right side of the circle, they haven't spotted him out yet. But as long as he's willing to just stay quiet for Harame Bro, they can score for second placement points.
Yeah, at this moment, he does have the circle still, so all he needs to do is just stay as quiet as possible. And that's going to be Federal as the final man standing. But what Scotty going to be able to do here against Esports just showing himself at the moment. Scotty sprayed down the vehicle on the left side, wanting to blow it up. Gus took advantage of it. Federal.
Zug is down. Might as well just score another before he went down by the hands of Asta. And it's going to be 1v3, and that's done deal. Asta scored himself 12 elimination with a chicken dinner. That's a big, fat chicken. And that's going to be a huge bump of performance when it comes to the overall rankings later on. But don't forget, Harame Bro still consistently getting himself in the top 4 just now, saying this for Austria Esports.
Still a second place finish for Harame Bros. I mean, again, showing another unstoppable performance by Harame Bros. Indeed. Not that many eliminations, not as explosive as before, but still second place finish, and they survived longer than the closest contenders like Austria Esports, even Time to Quick Esports, Playbook Esports, Genesis Esports, all of them eliminated before Harami Bro, so it still gives them a good advantage. The team that got a chicken dinner, Stranger Tribe Eremesi, is a page 2 team. Great, we celebrate them, but they will not be a top challenger to Harami Bros yet.
Yep. I feel like that literally nobody can actually challenge Erangel Bro at this point because of how much eliminations they actually scored, and also how much consistent they are trying to get themselves top 3 in almost every single map. It feels like they don't have those flashy plays, they don't score the chicken, but they scored quite a hefty amount of points, minimum around 5 points every single round. It's more than enough to pull themselves away from the rest of the teams down there.
And we checking out these highlights here from the previous round. Strangers Tribe Eremesi scored 12 eliminations, so that's 22 points collected by them this time. Austria Esports, they put up a good fight, but they lost men after men after men because there were just too many teams for them to handle. Towards the end though, look at this. Federer still came up with an elimination before he went out towards the end when he was 1v3 at that point. Still able to score an extra point for his team. But despite Stranger Tribe Eremesi scoring the chicken dinner, Suki, the one that actually drowned a couple of times, came back as the MVP, coming from Thai to Quick Esports.
Maybe that is actually the formula for you to score yourself the MVP of the match. Just make sure you got a couple of feet early on, whether you're swimming or you're drowning or whether you drop yourself early, and you're going to do fine. You got yourself the MVP for this map. But 3 elimination, 898 for his total damage. A lot of damage, but unfortunately didn't actually secure those eliminations. A lot of them is stolen away possibly. With 3 total assists and 163 heals, I assume he didn't take too much of a damage unless he'd been just knocked down and straight finish off. 26.19 seconds for his survival time. They didn't last too long for TTQ, but still having quite a consistent performance there when it comes to day 2 grand finals.
Yeah, so somehow, well, Zuki came back from drowning a couple of times to still be the MVP, so gotta give it to his mental fortitude, ladies and gentlemen. But we also gotta give it to the team that for the first time in the grand finals scored the chicken dinner. Strangers Tribe Eremesi, 12 eliminations, 2,313 total damage, 9 total knockouts, 9 total assists, 896 total heal, and the survival time of 26 minutes 44 seconds. And Strangers, ever since they partnered with Tribe Eremesi, they had this squad that is diverse, including the Nepalese players together with Filipino players together, playing together in it. And you sometimes might wonder, like, oh, how does the communication work out? Well, I guess it's showing right here that they can still work it out and score the chicken dinner.
Yeah, it feels like all they need to do is just find the right tuning for the team, and the variety of strategy can be seen across the entirety of the grand finals there coming up from Strangers Tribe Eremesi. It just shows they can approach different angle, they can play different game every single map, and it's gonna be okay for them still, but as long as they get the tune of it since the start of the map, that is, because it feels like when they're off, they're totally off. When they're on, there's no switching off anymore.
Well, based on these numbers, these teams cannot switch off at all. Look at the throwables used. We are back to 358, a number that is pretty above average, I must say, when it comes to an Erangel match. 60 total eliminations. Pretty much nobody went out to the blue, it seems. As Tribe Eremesi, they survived as a full squad towards the end. And we also had 3 airdrops looted in this sort of circle that it was kind of tricky if you ask me. It was a split between like the northern Severny side, the shooting range side, and also the Rosok side. So teams had to like kind of decide where to go. It ended at the Rosok side, and that's where Rosok became like the focal point until they had to move out away from there. But still, they still had time to loot up 3 airdrops.
I agree when it comes to the circle just now, that was so decisive regarding what kind of position each team wants to have, because if you pick the wrong side of the map, then you might actually dig in your own grave, because the circle was so unpredictable and to cross over the other side was quite difficult. But when it comes to the numbers, well, this is what we want to see. When it comes to the match standings, 22 points coming up from Master in its 12 eliminations on their side. Another team with the double-digit eliminations, which can be Time to Quick. The previous map, the previous Erangel's Chicken Dinner team still maintained consistency at 15 total points.
Yeah, they want to put pressure to Harame Bros, who scored 11 points this time. Same goes for Orcha Esports, 11 points as well. And the other top contenders, Genesis Esports, only relied on elimination points this time around. Managed to get 6 of them. And for Younger Cat goes 4 points. And Playbook Esports, not able to gain any points at all this time around. Same goes for Fearless Esports, MFG, and Risk Guys. No points for them too. So with this overall, at least for the match standings, it is still apparent that Harame Bros will still be leading the chart with a significant gap.
That's what I mentioned. Like the minimum points they actually gap is going to be around 5 points because of how they play their position and rankings, because they never actually drop their ball at all. So when it comes to Harame Bro, the point just getting even further. Yes, it was 35 points before, but it was just like very minor shrink. TTQ managed to close the gap, and TTQ also welcome to the 100-point mark. And not just that, it's 35 before, but the gap is still significant. It needs 2 maps. They need 2 maps to overthrow Harame Bro from the first place, which seems impossible with how Harame Bro's performance right now.
Yeah, it seems like a tall order, not gonna lie there. 32 points gap with Title Quick Esports, but at least for Title Quick Esports, they're still having that level of confidence to be able to perform, and they overtook Orcha Esports now, pushing Orcha Esports down to 3rd place. As for Genesis Esports, 86 points. Ooh, that is like at this point, 46-point gap between them and Harame Bros. That is quite huge there. So those are some of the changes at the top, especially with Title Quick Esports still able to perform consistently in this round, and that is the swap between them and Orcha Esports. Orcha Esports definitely wouldn't be happy with that, and although that might not affect like who gets the slot to PNWC, but still it will affect the prize pool collected by the end of the day.
True. I mean, something at stake. Every single team, regardless of their positions, from the very top to the very bottom, something is still at stake for them. But how much of a stake, that's a different story entirely. For the first place, there's too much to lose if they start to drop their performance. It seems like Harame Bro don't have kind of pressure that everybody else might actually have, like we need to push or something like that, but they do have a mounting of pressure which is bigger than the rest of the teams down there, because the moment they slightly just lose their balance, that's where they start to fall. Imagine you already have 50% of the World Championship slot in your hands and slipped it in the very last minute. Now that's a different kind of pain we're talking about.
Yeah, I know, right? That will be pretty painful if that actually happens. But let's see. Okay, I'm counting down the games now, right? 9 more games to go. So we're going to have the final Erangel match for today. So far, the 2 circles in Erangel have been pretty tricky. I would say very, very tricky indeed. I mean, I've been enjoying the circles, not going to lie, as a viewer. So I hope you guys are enjoying as well at home. And with 9 more games to go, I mean, mathematically, it's still possible for Harame Bros to drop the ball. But looking at how they've been performing so far, realistically, it seems to be kind of difficult. So it's still coming. The question still arises, right? Like, what does it take to take down Harame Bros, and who is going to be the one to be able to overcome them? But the other question that has arisen is that whether you guys have involved yourself with the PUBG Mobile X Dragon Ball collaboration.
Yep, elevate your power. So Dragon Ball Super partnership is already available for you guys within this month, which is going to be the 7th of June till the 31st of July. So you have less than a month right now. I'm thinking around a month, over a month plus 2 weeks for you to actually have your hands on the items and stats here in game. And this is actually the second time the collaboration of the Dragon Ball available in PUBG Mobile, which I think a lot of fans definitely going to be happy. One of them is going to be me. But I'm a bit sad the poster don't actually involve Piccolo, because there's always going to be Piccolo. And also, why did everybody leave Kirin out from the poster? Because he's the best friend of Son Goku, man. He's been raised up and being, pretty much trained together with Goku. But why is he always a sidekick, not one of the main ones in the poster? That's unfair.
Well, if you guys know what she's talking about, then you just expose your age, ladies and gentlemen. Just putting it out there, right? But anyway, this promotion is again a limited amount of time until the 31st of July. So where to check it out? It's inside the game right now. It is the Dragon Ball Super Prize Path, and you can stand a chance to get these collaborated character sets and also items inspired by your favorite Dragon Ball characters, as you can see on screen. If you don't know the lore, it's absolutely fine. They look cool. So that's a good enough reason for you to get it.
Speaking of which, okay, I'm not done with Kirin. Why there's no ever bald guy from the character like Tenshin Han? For example, there's also the Kirin. You can actually like imagine if they actually put up the PUBG Mobile's yellow suit, yellow jumper suit, but the character is actually the character of Dragon Ball. They're pretty cool. Just the character of Dragon Ball cosplaying PUBG Mobile, cosplay.
You know what? If it comes up next in the next Dragon Ball PUBG Mobile collaboration, you know where this idea came from, ladies and gentlemen. As always, every season we're going to pattern something, and if you hear it right here on the broadcast, you know whose idea it is. It's just that we need the money for it. Maybe that's why it's not out ever.
Thank you in advance. But for the next one, we do have our last Erangel map. So maybe our last Erangel map will be nice because we have been very tricky today. Hey, we hit it together, buddy. Hey, fist bomb. We got it this time together. Come on,
I thought we
it's
were
kind of
doing a Dragon Ball thing.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, we fused together as Cloud. So I don't know, it's like chocolate, but yeah.
Okay, never mind.
But the rest of the team.
Chocolate. Yeah.
Chocolate. But all the other classes this time, none of them actually having the same. When we actually paired up together, the rest of them don't seem to be in the same mindset. What is happening?
But at least Krim is being boring. Krim, you've been boring, okay? Again, Ocha Esports. Come on, man. Come on. Gotta put some spice into your prediction, And it's his first day casting for the grand finals today. Krim,
he needs to play safe, man. He needs to play safe. It's his first day, so he's like, I'm being nice here.
Or is he being a jinx right now? Oscar Esports hasn't scored a chicken dinner. Just say, just say.
So if that's Krim, you know who to blame if Oscar's not performing. But today, I put entire prediction into it for GE, so they still perform. It's not on me. But we do have a lot of GEs this time, so maybe that's gonna be the jinx that's gonna be real, or maybe there's gonna be the boost of a morale for the side of GE. But nobody actually vote for Harami Bro this time.
Yep, everyone's like, Harami Bros is too mainstream by now. Like, Harami Bros again, we don't want to be in the boring club, right? We want to be in like the, what might happen club sort of thing. But I understand Paolo B, he wants to support his home team boys, Playbook Esports, the best contender right now for the championship. It's just that they need to be a bit more consistent, They can have a good round, but after that, it's like, okay, 0 points. Not with the fact that Harami Bros is still bringing in the points.
PBE, if you want to actually spot on prediction for PBE, just vote for them for the last map of the day. Usually they do pretty darn good when it comes to the last map of the day. But if it's like in between, in the middle of the day, they might get good placement. But it's so rare to see them to actually squat the chicken. I feel like when it comes to the last map, these boys do have the mindset of, you know what, we just want to have fun for the last map of the day. We're just going to...
Yeah. And, but I do hope that if, for the drama of tomorrow, because, we now we can start to like talk about like, we want the last game to mean a lot for as many teams as possible. So Playbook Esports, don't wait for the last game, okay? Don't do those last game thing, just get the points for the last game. No. We want to see you do well so that tomorrow, when it comes to the last few games, at least it's not like, Harame Bros have like 200 point lead and all that, they don't even need to show up, they can just have an early dinner. We want to keep it to the last moment. That'll be fun.
You know what, buddy, I don't want to make you disappoint, but that's going to be always the case every single season. When it comes to day number 2, we kind of go, even like, even last season we had it very close till the very last day, but when it comes to the start of the day, pretty much straightforward, we get to know who's the champion. And when the champion announcement, we're like, oh wow, surprise.
Yeah. Yep. But yeah, I mean, still 9 games, right? So I'm still putting up my wishes, my wish list here for like what might happen like the end of tomorrow. It's like, come on, please keep that gap close. Keep that gap close. The halal gap. Halal gap. That
We want
close,
the haram
close
gap
enough.
closer.
Yeah. Haram gap is where you'll be like same points, tiebreaker. Yeah, that's the haram gap.
They are the harame bro, so we want the harame gap, so please do. But right now, how honestly, Cloud, like how other than the teams at the very bottom try to challenge up the hot drops early on the clash against Harame bro and try to force them when they are during their looting phase, they're frantically be surprised. Maybe that's the only case. Let's not waste any more time. See what's gonna happen.
Well, here we go. The final Erangel for today, ladies and gentlemen. Flight path is going to begin from the north side of Chogopo all the way down to the base. And for Arame Bros, who normally jump inside of Panjiki, that's not going to be a problem for them. Straightforward drops into the flight path is going to be on top of them. Just as Esports, sometimes Noble, sometimes Rosov, but with this flight path, expect them to go back onto Rosov. And it's all the way down to the circle. Now we got a mid to the base before, we got a Gatka one before, we got a Silverny one. Next, maybe it's time for Shelter, Mansion, and Prison. Or SEM. Shelter, Prison, Mansion.
Nah, it's gonna be Gatka, I think. Maybe Gatka. I do wish a bit more towards the right side we can actually melt up Lipovka. We don't see Lipovka yet, so in this tournament specifically, but I have a feeling we might actually have Gatka. I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, or maybe you just waited out for the circle to pop. But when it comes to the drop, it's at wait, what? Are you kidding me? It's the very same as the first one.
Ooh, okay. Mid to the base. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'll be like, okay, mid to the base, cool, let's go for it. But look at this. This time a bit of a change. Mid class dropped to Noble, RSG. They drop up just a little bit on north side of mid base itself. So okay, 3 teams already in it. Tactical Esports going to make a quick rotation to the left. Harame Bros still inside of Pochinki. So let's see how will Harame Bros do this with a later rotation.
It's going to be more earlier rotation compared to the earlier one that we had today for the SMB circle. So like you mentioned, yes, this is going to be super interesting and very entertaining indeed, because this time a lot of early visitors in SMB. We'll talk about right around 5 to 6 teams perhaps taking SMB early on. And time to quick, well, they live up to the name. They have to quickly time their way into the circle as well.
Yeah, let's see how they're going to overcome this. Okay. So we always talk about like Harame Bros and like how would it be overcome, right? I guess this round, if we were to be able to see like Harame Bros be truly challenged, like is this circle, because they also seem to come in a little bit later. They're still in Pochinki, while some of the other teams close by, they've already made their rotations. So this is what I want to see. How will Harame Bros be able to do this? If they're still able to do it, that's great. But quick rotation on the left bridge. Nobody's blocking them. And welcome to me to the base, Harame Bros. Again.
This is surprising because we saw so many teams coming up just now to SMB. But apparently, I think because of it's still too early and it's still looting phase. And I say, Harame Bro actually thinking out of the box right now. They know the fact that all the teams in SMB, despite we saw so many teams dropping there early on, they're still in their looting phase because they're already in SMB. But for Harame Bro, it means as well that they're ditching their looting phase entirely. Grab those vehicles, probably not going to have anything on them. Now the question is, do they have any place to loot for Harami Bro, since we have multiple teams already in there?
Well, that's going to be the question, right? The best potential vacant spot is going to be some of the small houses on the left side of the island. But let's see if any other team is there. But what we do know is that Exquisite will lose for sure. I mean, Koopa on a bicycle is not able to get there in time to save him, even though if he can, like, at this moment, is just a bait. So if Koopa goes there, he'll go down as well. So he has to let go.
Yep, it's quite exposed to the bicycle. He's trying to paddle himself way into where his teammate being knocked down as fast as he can. But the legs will actually carry him just as fast as it is. And Joseph, I think that's pretty much a straightforward eliminations. Exquisite on the other hand, and remember last season it has been very great, but this season, unfortunately, we didn't see him too much in action.
Here are the Olympians, ladies and gentlemen. Genesis Esports swimming across. And last we checked, no one was by the beach, so they should have an easy entry in by docking themselves. Then it's a matter of, you raised a good question. Where are they going to loot? We already see a good amount of teams inside of Meet the Base itself. And if we look at the loot that they have, they did a quick loot. Smile does not have any healing utilities. UMP, M249, pretty okay. But healing utilities is still going to be an important item for them to have.
At least they have something to work with. It's not entirely empty for the ends of GE. But I want to know who will be greeting them across the coastline. And there are definitely going to be some teams on top of those couple of compounds nearby. Because last time we saw as a start, before we even see Harami Bro, there's probably going to be like 4 or 5 teams already in FZB. But it's going to be, this is your captain speaking, Captain Davan. And this is going to be my passenger Kaya. Hopefully we're going to have a very smooth flight for today, and it's gonna be clear day and clear clouds, and hopefully the land will be perfectly fine and smooth too.
Somebody needs to work on the captain dialogue.
You know the captain dialogue. That one? You mean that one, bro? Really?
No. You know who loves captain dialogues?
What's that guy's name again? I forgot his name.
I see baby 1-2.
Not that one.
Oh, not that one.
I thought
Who
the
else?
player that actually used to be pilot, you know?
Oh, Flyboy.
Yeah, Flyboy, there you go.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, but yeah, I haven't heard him with the captain dialogue yet.
We probably should ask him one day. Like, what exactly is the announcement of the captain every single time we board the plane? Nobody can actually learn it, actually hears it clearly as they can.
Yeah, like, do you wink it or is there like a script, right? But for Genesis Esports, they're going to wink it against Young Radicals. Nice long-range spray. Although the last time we checked, they are pretty low on utilities, but they still managed to get that one elimination. So maybe this is their chance to restock up from the loot. Here we go. Same goes for Oscar Esports. Welcome to Meet the Base.
I'm curious to know how many teams are already in and how many are there left in the main peninsula. And don't forget that we might actually still in stage 1 and there's a portion of Ferry still in it. The last time we saw this sort of circle, there's high chance still to pull back all the way north for the circle in stage 2 and 3. If that happens, that's going to be difficult. Now, to see that kind of pattern, if it's still going to be a 50-50 circle between Ferry and the bridge as well as SMB, third stage, high chance it will pull back all the way to Ferry. That was the case last time. If it's not, then great. But we talked about this before, Cloud. There might be some teams playing in the blue zone as well, like 214 Sin. Now, at least they're playing it quite early. MFG even, and like the Quarter Myth Clan.
We're coming to stage 2 real soon. Honestly, I'm interested to see how many teams are still on the main peninsula. Because it seems like a lot of teams made their way to the metered base island unchallenged. That is, no gatekeeping at the bridges, which is pretty interesting for me. Normally, you see a lot of that. But here are some of the teams on the main peninsula still. Typical Esports, Risk Guys, still there. And we're moving to stage 2. Will this to get the circle? Bam. Looks like they still do. But maybe just by the
that means bad news for the teams that are already in themselves in SMB. But not red. Oh, wait, never mind.
Whoa.
It's just like the last one. Still 50% of water in it. We talked about the teams that are still in the main peninsula. One of them is going to be Enigma. It's the same deja vu here. Enigma might be eliminated by the Blues instead with MFG, but Ultra Esports stopped their engagement early on. There's going to be a cluster of fights right on top of SMB.
Well, the right side bridge is going to be real interesting as well. We do have overlapping colors. Yu Wei making his way towards the right side of mid to the base island, avoiding all those fights. I mean, it's super duper crowded at this moment. Joseph will be knocked down. Those fights will be happening right now. It's going to be a real mess on the right side bridge. Here we go. Stranger Trapper Miss.
No fear, finishing off. Stranger's Tribe Aromacy seems like they do have the momentum that they carried over and carry forward from the last chicken dinner. So Minor bleeding out, probably going to be saved here. The 2 eliminations already in the back, but the next target probably going to be Myth Clan. Unfortunately for the side of Asta, they didn't actually finish off Itex just now, despite he got that knockdown.
Oh, there you go. It's actually a bait. Now Incas has them pretty much locked down, but it's a bit too far away from him, and plus there's a tree between. So it's not able to secure that elimination point, but Incas seems to be interested to go for it. There you go. While being supported by his other teammates from behind. He has to make it quick before they run away. Smoke is buying time for Myth Clan, but look at the minimap. They are being surrounded right now.
Oh, clash! Here comes the clash of vehicles, and Miner just pulled over. Myth Clan, poof, into dust.
With that, they become the first team to be eliminated, but they don't go out empty-handed. They still got 1 point. But with only 1 point, that will still give the opportunity for the quarter to overtake them. He's currently still tanking the blue, though. As for Stranger Triarmacy, 4 points as a start, and that will bring them closer to Younger Gaticals.
Now, I'm surprised the fact that Enigma also getting out the blue zone. I don't know how, I don't know where. Because they were so deep last time we saw them in the northern side. Or are they still in the blue zone? Perhaps they are. And 2-1-4 Sin just managed to squeeze in. But we do know Arthur is there. Stranger's Tribe is waiting at the other end. But they might actually bump into each other once more. They spotted out the players. 2-on-4 Akira hot on the tails of Asta. And blanks go away on the U-turn. And no fear. Spotted out ranking first. The back line being capitalized by the side of Asta. This is going to be a problem for 2-on-4. So not just they're late into the party, but they're being ambushed as well. Did not expect this to happen.
And the fight's not over yet. As a Stranger Triarmacy tried to take over this high ground. But it seems like 2-1-4 Sin have pretty much a similar idea, but they are moving away. They don't have the numbers mixed. Okay, gotta be extra careful there. But lucky for them that their opponents from Stranger Triarmacy, they went the other way. So they're not gonna bump into each other for now, that is. But Circle 1 goes all the way down south, ladies and gentlemen. That'll be real interesting. Both bridges now still have players.
It's going to be pulling back to the north after this, so we might have 100% land just like we did before. But it is going to be a coastline fight at the very south of SMB. Rami Bro months down to only 2% of HP, 5% of HP left, but still secures a couple of eliminations from afar. Rami Bro, they're losing a lot of men very quickly, while PBE try to take advantage across the other side. But this is going to be a very quiet one because it's going to be right on top of SMB, not around the coastline. We switch the fight very fast indeed. But also Esports, PBE, and also Fearless might have another stalemate here at the Triangle Wall.
Oh, I'm also looking at Harami Bro. What a player's locked down though. Now we do have Bro for the quarter, spending time out in the blue. 1,500 meters away still on the left side bridge. Feng a knockdown. It's never good news at this stage if you're still in the blue on the main peninsula. And Nick right now going up against the quarter. FP trying to win a 1v1 fight. Oh, he loses it. He has to follow up right now. Smash still in the game though. Smash will be taken out. And at least the follow-up worked out for them.
Oh, on the side of the blue zone fight, this is going to be a lose-lose for all the teams. Enigma feels like they're just repeating their history, like how they did in the last map. The quarter also being eliminated, but there's nowhere for... But at least they got a couple of first aces. Probably going to get out of this. But 4 Strangers Tribe, they're still hot in the tails of the 2-1-4 Sin. Seems like this has been going on for quite a bit. 214 Sin. Heavy casualty indeed, only left with one player on the side.
Well, Stranger Trapper Messi 7 eliminations as of now, with still a full squad. Looks like they are still on the roll, and they managed to get their way into the circle from the right side. They will be A-OK. Minus still has the time to loot up from the boxes. So he's going to be able to stock it up pretty well here, including an M4 with a good amount of ammunition. And he will be able to get into the circle, no issue.
Rami, bro. Try to box down Blank. Squeeze Super Pickles on the other end. I mean, like, Blanks from 214 Sin. He can't even pick out. Taking a dive is never a good idea, bro. Just best to actually stay where he's at and play the survival game. That's the best case scenario because nobody else knows where he's actually at. Unless if they're a bit adventurous for Harami Bro, trying to see if there's anybody hiding around the coastline. The next circle seems to be still in the center, covers a lot of water in it. But the one actually stays in the north on top of military base, just on the outskirts. I think it's a bit more safer that side.
Ooh, yeah, but okay. I want to see what's going to happen on the north side because Genesis Esports is there with Playbook Esports. Seems like they're winning the fight against them. And Playbook Esports losing players based on the elimination feed. Michi got taken out. Playbook Esports, how many more left? One more to go for Playbook Esports. And there you go. Eliminated by Genesis Esports. GE this time, still full team. Kaya going fishing.
Lot of fishermen around the coastline this time. The one that actually across the other side of the river, it's going to be difficult for them to just stay afloat. Cooper coming up. It's going to be a lot of slippery slope, very steep indeed. You don't want to go and drop down yourself. It's going to be a hard climb. But 214 Sin also being eliminated next. While we have Enigma managed to make it out alive somewhat. But unfortunately, Phil is just waiting at the other end.
Surprise. Here you go, FB eliminated. And Caps taken out as well. Renza, where did the shot came from? Opie came from the other side. Caps is still in the game. Caps healing up using his third last first aid. 2 more first aid to go. And now he has a move in. Bozo just right. Bozo spots him up. Bozo. Oh, Caps. Oh no, the zone. But at least he denied his point away.
I think this is pretty much a very good lesson learned by Enigma, never to rotate in too late. But around the bunkers area, we do have MFG Yakka against the rest of GE. It's going to be still a full squad down there. Well, this is going to be the one member of MFG, quite splitted compared to the other twos, and the other one around the off angle, but a bit clustered for the side of GE. Now, if they didn't open up the angles, they're going to have to be careful regarding the off angle of MFG as well. But the off angle seems to be reunited with his teammates. GE, Master Ichi, found himself an opening.
Okay. But the opening is not enough yet for them to get across the road. It's still going to be a tall order for them. Okay, 4 players on 1 vehicle. That's probably their only option now. Not even the smoke bridge. They're probably out of that. Utilities by Yakka! Is that but quick there. But the members of Genesis Esports will knock down Yakka yet unknown. Will follow through. Unknown will finish out the other members of Genesis Esports before they can save Yakka, and they will do so. Genesis Esports, nowhere to go. Even the vehicles and open top, they are low on utilities. They do not have many options, and they had to fall to MFG.
Oja Esports still managed to survive here. We're talking about consistency of the entire day between the teams. Are still alive, seems to be still up here. Harame Bro, TTQ, and Oja Esports undisputable for the top 3 with GE being eliminated and PBE as well. So this is gonna be just these 3 teams in a different tier entirely. They're 100-point teams will be in their own contention compared to the rest of the teams at the very bottom.
And also Esports just need 1 more point to join the club. Circle-wise, it still goes all the way down south. Harame Bros is in there. Time to Quick Esports on the left side of the circle will bump it onto Harame Bros. So that's going to be an interesting fight down south. As for Osha Esports, from the north side will need to come in, and they might bump into MFG next.
Squiz is still alive around the coast area. Ultra Esports coming in from the north of the circle. Seems to be very vacant, except for MFG to deal with. Maybe one team on the left or one team on the right. And that's it for Ultra Esports. All they need to do is wait it out for the next few circles. While the coast area, it seems to be a bit too rowdy. A Squiz is put out by MFG. Unknown, there was a clear sight to Kai as well. Two different teams casually pinned them down. Unknown didn't waste any bullets for that.
Wow, sharp shooting there by Unknown. Let's see how much more he can get out of this. Now he'll relocate himself into the battlefield as he used to next Tiger KE. They're still in the water. Nothing much you can do about this. They're not getting stuck. Exit spraying down. It's just a matter of time now till they give the point away to MFG.
Exit. Property donate. One to finish. A bit short for the toss. It's going to be just on the ship and the boat. And Exit is still waiting for them to take a bit of a resurface breather for the divers down there. But for Harame Bro, they are in the center of attention right now across the margins and across the coastline. TTQ and MFG seems to be trying to sandwich Harame Bro, but known for their tactical approach and tactical defense. I think Harame Bro can actually last long enough. But Zuki and the rest of TTQ a bit distracted with also RSG coming up from the northern side.
Here we go. Exit here. Still finding the next target. Running through elimination points. But oh, okay. From the flank, he was knocked down. And it's still getting pretty messy at this moment. Look at the elimination feed. He's running wild with Federalist knocked down somewhere else. Try to quick Esports. Keeping an eye on to MFG. Harame Bro's range just right in front of him. The point is not secure yet. Oh, Emas just below KH. KH. He seems like he doesn't know that Emas is there. Even the smoke was tossed. Oh, you must be showing some Emas! Surprise! But not he's not out of range just yet. Gets the knockdown. The third one! Third one! Emas came up with an insane clutch against his opponents from Tactical Esports.
TTQ down to only one last player, Gus. Gus tried to go for a revival. They did not expand Ema to be hiding that for quite some time. What a trigger discipline by this player of Harame Bro. But here comes the Nate, tossing it out and trying to cook it on the perfect angle too. Will it click? Oh my god, that was so close. It was a perfect trajectory. Oh, so close. Are you kidding me?
Oh man, Gus! Oh, with the DPS gameplay towards the Emas. Almost clutched the entire Tactical Esports. But Tactical Esports, Gus became the hero to take out Emas. And that will give them a slight chance to close the gap between them and Harame Bros.
Next, we do have a different circle here. Ultra Esports still taking the northern side unchallenged. They might actually score the chicken at this point. But TTQ Gus managed to reset themselves as a duo. Despite they lost heavy casualty just now. MFG didn't spot it up Devon yet. Romeo Boy gonna go for the swim. Cooper still on the isolated island entirely. But the right side, which gonna be strangers, try. RMC, they just got themselves the last chicken, but this time seems to be slightly difficult than the last Erangel map.
Whew. Man, if Tactical Esports scores this chicken dinner, they have to give Gus a medal. Yeah, that is definitely a big highlight moment here. But nevertheless, it's still going to be MFG now defending the circle from incoming teams. They got to take care of their backs though. Okay, here we go. Stranger type RMC gonna execute the plan against MFG.
Oh, Yakko. Clip quite a bit. That caused him to actually reposition himself, knowing the fact it's not safe to be there anymore. Incas boosting up himself to have a bit of a go after the Blues start to clip them. They will have to force themselves out of this area. Now we do have MFG try to gatekeep and keep on a tight leash towards the side of Aster or Stranger's Tribe. But Romeo Boy, they have a couple of swimmers in here, including Devon, Cooper, and Romeo Boy. These three teams with individual players left. I feel like they might actually fight against each other, but he spotted out Exit. Definitely see Exit as clear as day for Romeo Boy, but he couldn't dock himself anyway. It's just having a shot from the back.
Yeah, even as much as Romeo Boy would have wanted to take the shot against Devon, but then again, there's no space for him to dock himself to pull his weapon out. As for Exit, now keep it out to Stranger Trap Emergency because he knows that Romeo Boy is not going to be a big issue for now, that is. But hopefully that doesn't bite him in the back later on. Romeo Boy still going for the dip to try to survive as long as possible. As for Gus, knocked out by Red Bull from Austria Esports.
Incus. Oh, Cooper, lucky enough, he got himself some vehicle to actually just, you know, try to survive as long as he needs to. He doesn't need any room to breathe. I don't know how it works. The physics in the PUBG Mobile is different entirely. But Devon, he got himself in the isolated patch of a very small rock in between the lake up here. But MFG still having to force a fight against Aster. Minor. Orja Esports slowly closing the gap as well. For the next stage, the circle will be even smaller, and high chance it will probably going to move up to Orja Esports at this point.
Look at this, right? Stranger Triarments is still in the game. The 8 eliminations already. So, who knows? They can come up with a surprise to the top 3 teams. As Stranger Triarments is looking for the next target. Everyone's playing the patience game right now since they're in the circle. Oh, exit! Romeo Boy managed to find a space to pull the trigger. Okay, here we go, Romeo Boy. And no fear. We'll say thank you, Romeo Boy, for the assist.
No fear. I spotted out Romeo Boy just now, but he just hid himself so well. Like I mentioned, the circle will pull all the way to Ozja. And there's going to be trouble for the teams that actually resort to swimming. Stranger Stripe, they're trying to run away. MFG, here comes the charge. Here comes the charge. Inca's taking the charge in. And that's a done deal.
Well, that is it, MFG. But then again, they still managed to get 11 elimination points. Still a big amount there. As for Stranger Triarments, Minor is now down on his knees. Romeo Boy managed to make himself to shore. Austria Esports on with 3 players. Long range by Red Bull to secure the elimination point out on Minor. Not giving away to any other team. And like what you said, with Austria Esports and their positioning up north, they put themselves in a good position for the chicken dinner.
Edward. Here comes the Nate Gus. There's nobody down there. It's just trying to clear. Oh, it's just beneath him, but it's just a different angle. It's gonna be tough for TTQ if they waste their troubles to this point, because it's gonna be very important for them to have the reserve to fight against Esports later on. But Davan managed to docked up. Gus spot him out, prepare himself with the DBS, but Davan goes back in. And the troubles, I mean, oh my, this is gonna be rough for them if Osja Esports still have plenty. They have none because of trying to shut down the one swimming Cooper.
Okay.
Might as well just freeze, man.
I know, right? Why waste that one nade when you can just spray? But anyway, he just wanted to make it sexy, right? But yeah.
Flexing.
Yeah, he just wanted to flex. It's okay.
Flex for what? They need no troubles for the Osja Esports later. Look at the spread from Osja. And now also we have Inca still alive for the side of Stranger Stripe. Now TTQ, you talked about if they scored this chicken, it's going to be big for Gus, especially with that clutch before. So all they need to do is just play it safe. But look at how Osja still have their troubles. There's still 5, 1 molly. It's going to be difficult for the others that seems to be very dry with the resources to force the fight against Osja. That's why, hence, they are waiting for Osja to initiate the fight first.
Yeah, to a certain extent, at this point, I kind of want to see TTQ getting the chicken dinner so that we can hype up the Gus moment again.
Why not? Yes.
Why not,
yes,
right?
Please.
Yeah, yes, please. But if we look at positioning-wise, I mean, Austria Esports, they do have a good spot. Like, check out their off angles. It's pretty nice. Though they don't have the circle control, but if any one of their opponents just like shows up like on flat land, Austria Esports will have all the angles to shoot.
Incus. Like you mentioned, it's going to be pulling all the way up north later on because the circle just making it so difficult. Plus, usually the circle will favor the team that actually have the same color sometimes. If there's only one team of the same color on the north, high chance it will favor that one first. But the next stage, we don't have any more circle. But the blue zone, which side will it close first? Now, for Austria Esports, definitely have plenty of space to run around, but the one's actually barely alive down there. You mentioned about flat plane. The moment they try to charge forward and the curvature that's just slightly separate them between them and Austria Esports will not cover them anymore. The moment they're being forced to just advance towards the northern side of a circle for the teams like TTQ and Aster.
Well, let's see who will make the first execution now, because all the teams will be forced to come into the circle. And for Austria Esports, one of the players on the slightly maybe on the outside, but not going to be a big issue. But the biggest question right now is going to be Time to Quick Esports. Okay, how much more edge do they have to play with? We might need to wait for the 9th circle before we see a closure to this round, ladies and gentlemen. And that's going to be stage 9 coming soon, where the zone will close entirely. And surely we'll reach that stage for now.
Ingus, you have to stand up, bro. Anytime, 5 more seconds. There you go. Slowly going forward. No troubles. Nungster got 8, by the way. All they need to do at this point, Cloud, is just keep tossing those nades for Austria Esports. They still can secure those chickens.
Yeah, I know, right? Man, it's going to be interesting to see if they can absolutely put it in the poster now. Okay, here we go. Edward's going to drive out to Inkus. Focus on the Inkus first. Gus going to put cover fire support. Inkus, no space to run. Nado there, but whoa! Wait a second. Here we go.
Yep, these two teams fighting against each other. Austria Esports might actually win this one, not even breaking any sweat with a flawless run at that. And Austria Esports, like I mentioned, they got themselves the best place possible. The way they actually handled themselves within the circle, playing around the northern side of the circle where there's not many teams up there, plus around the coast area. It's difficult to actually stay there the longest. Unless there's lesser teams, then it would be best to actually stay down there. But since everybody already rushed themselves around the coast area, it's so slippery as well. And you might actually resort to swimming and then forced to just swim back out. You saw how many players, including Cooper, just, nowhere to hike back up.
Yep, but you know who is the happiest of them all? It's going to be Krim. He says that, oh, you say I'm the boring guy, I'm the boring guy. Look at
the
this.
Boring guy wins.
The boring guy wins. So, yeah, I mean, he showed it to all of us. So
if Gus actually got that chicken, though, that's going to be biggest of them all.
That would have been huge. There were a few other casters at the casters that actually big time to cook esports, but yeah. Still, whatever he did earlier on was a highlight. I mean, it was highlight for both of them, right? Harame Bros, one highlight, Time to Quick Esports, another highlight. So both of them had their own highlights. So, yeah, very entertaining round.
It's just that, some teams, I feel like there's some repeating kind of mistakes. I wouldn't say mistakes, since they are the pros, right? They definitely know better than we do. But for Enigma, I feel like it just didn't suit them so well when it comes to that super late rotation. So we've seen 2 times in a row, very similar circle. It did not actually work out for them when they pulled themselves all the way deep into blue, trying to migrate in and bomb into 214, almost the same case scenario twice now, and then being gatekept by the teams from the inside of the bridge.
Yeah, it was still a quick rotation for them. They rushed straight in and they straight play in the middle of the circle. That has been their strategy, it seems. It does that this time. Actually, they still. I need to look at the points though, just to be like solidify my thought. But it did feel like Harame Bros still did pretty okay this time, except for the Gus moment that happened. If they won the Gus moment, then yeah, that sealed the deal. But I think even before that, they were pretty okay, if I recall.
Yeah, for Harame Bro, of course they're okay. We talked about Enigma, just jump into Harame Bro. That's got 2 different teams entirely.
Right, yeah.
But for Harame Bro, this wasn't the best round for them. I agree, but still quite a consistency. I mean, they didn't drop anything at all. They still scored quite a number of eliminations down there. That's what I mentioned about Harame Bro. It's so difficult to see them completely drop the ball to 0, except for yesterday at our last Erangel map. They scored a 0, and that's the only time they're being eliminated first, and the only time they scored a 0 throughout the entirety of the grand finals.
Yeah, and we got to celebrate Austria Esports being one of the top contenders as well, coming in with the chicken dinner, 7 eliminations. So that's going to be 17 points for Austria Esports in this round. Those was a pretty sad moment for Genesis Esports that we can see here on the highlights, that they had no options. They were I'm pretty sure they were low on utilities. That's why they couldn't create a smoke bridge. Even the vehicle that they got was an open top, so it was all against them. If they survived that, it would have been a miracle.
I agree. It was a great one if they actually survived that. And it was a big fat chicken if they can actually score that one. But we will not exclude how the Strangers tribe been performing today, especially. They scored themselves the last chicken in a plus. This time the MVP still dares to take Incas with 6 eliminations, 1,000 Nova, 1,290 for the total damage. Well, he definitely did the clean job here. 6 knockout, he got himself 6 eliminations.
Yeah, Incas coming from Stranger Trap Mercy, and also 241 total heal and 27 minutes 8 seconds survival time. I mean, Incas, like what we saw earlier on, most of their action came from like the early stages of the game. Like they came from the right side, they saw a lot of action, they took out team after team after team, and Incas became one of the key players to open up fights. And also they had a messy moment with 214 Sin, if you recall.
Yeah.
But they still came out of it, and Incas became one of those that actually chased down 214 Sin to just shoo away them and also scored like 1 or 2 points out of that.
But this is going to be the highlighted team for our chicken dinner winner for our last Erangel of the day, which is going to be Osja Esports with 7 eliminations, 1,712. That's a huge number as a team still. But for total knockers at 5, for heals at 448, so I assume they didn't heal as much because they don't really fight as much. And nobody actually coming up from the north except for last time we saw is actually MFG was on the right side, and then there's also Asta, but they managed to pull away from Osja Esports. And all the rest of the team that came in late, they have to deal with Osja Esports.
Yeah, because majority of the teams, they hug the coastline down south. So Osja Esports came in, it's like, hey, where's everyone? Wait, what? You're not here? Oh, okay. Oh, you're there. Okay, 7 points and 7 eliminations, and that's pretty much about it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they won't be complaining of this chicken dinner as well. So Osja Esports scores this one, and they survive obviously above teams like Osja Esports, Time to Quit Esports. So they would have more points than them. But still, Time to Quit Esports and Arame Bros, they didn't go out that early. So the gap shouldn't be that far as well.
And speaking of numbers again, there's going to be 58 total eliminations. I assume there's going to be only like, 2 players being eliminated by the Blue Zone just now. And distance-wise, I think this is pretty much a straightforward number because of how we had SMB circle, just like we had the prior Erangel, the first Erangel of the day. But 9 total headshot, that wasn't the greatest. We've seen more. Surprisingly, I thought we would have more troubles, but I think because of everybody rushed into SMB too early, that's why we don't see a lot of troubles being used down there, because they just, kind of a lot of teams skip the losing phase early on.
Yeah, that's right. Like what we saw, a good amount of teams, when they made the rotation down, it's like they don't have much. Healing utilities, throwables, they didn't have much, so they had to make do with whatever they had. So that's why the number is pretty low, like what you mentioned, including, I think the apparent one that we pointed out was Genesis Esports. Also, even Arame Bros didn't really have much in the utility armory. But Stranger Tri-Army came up with the most points this round, despite Osja Esports scoring the chicken dinner. 20 points by them. Osja Esports 17. Genesis Esports 5. Oh, Arame Bros only 4 after all that action. Young Radicals 2, Playbook Esports 1. So that's the top contenders. Other than that, 214 Sin and the quarter not gaining points this time. So the quarter, two mid-database circles, they didn't like it at all.
I assume for the quarter it's going to be difficult for them to play the catch-up game, but at least for Enigma, despite you mentioned just now, when they actually do have very late rotation, but at least they managed to get into the circle this time. They fought against, if I'm not mistaken, it was 214 Sin, so they managed to eliminate them. Hence the 4 elimination points for the total this time around. But last one, we definitely did not see that kind of number showing up, so they definitely have some improvement for Enigma. But when it comes to the points that matter most, this is where we have to keep our eyes peeled out. Ramen Bro, 136, still 22 points of a gap. It seems like shrinking a tiny bit, not too far now. TTQ, still around 26 points as well. But GE, barely touching the 100 points.
Yeah, they're 9 points away from the 100-point club, and also like what, 30, 30. Let's see, actually 45-point gap between GE and Harame Bros. So that's quite significant, I must say. And they really gotta buck up a lot here for Genesis Esports. But for page one, as of now, Yaku Galacticos is the only team to not score a chicken dinner. So that's one for the record as well. But to me, the interesting story here is going to be Time to Quit Esports. If they can somehow overtake Harame Bros, it will be one of the most insane comeback for a team to the top.
It's doable, definitely still doable. We're talking about still, including tomorrow, we still have around like 8 more maps to go with 2 more Miramar going on. So I want to see, you know what, I know this is gonna be something that's a lot of people don't really like. I'm saying this, but I want to see Harame Bro to drop 1 map just to make it more interesting. Because it feels like impossible for the other teams to catch up based on the firepower of Harame Bro. Every single time they score so much. But if they drop early, the gap will be so tiny, and we get to see a bit of a narration of the story to just see if tomorrow will have major change or not.
Well, just to put it positively, it's all for the drama. It's all for it goes down to the last game. Yeah, it goes down to the last game. And it'll make things a bit more interesting for our tournament, of course. We did talk about that. We don't want to see like last 2-3 games, it doesn't matter anymore. We all want a little bit of action, a little bit of drama down to the last game, down to even better, the last 1v1. And it matters, right? So that is going to be absolute drama. But of course, for that to happen, it all the stars have to align together, like Harame Bros dropping a few points here and there. Also the teams below them, like Austria, like TTQ, maybe GE, to try to catch up, even PBE as well, catching up on the points. And then it will make like a 5-way race to the finish in the last game tomorrow. So that will be super duper interesting when that happens. But nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, we are wrapping up Erangel. When we are back, we will be inside of Miramar after this. But we'll be taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen, so do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this break.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We're down to 2 more maps to go. This is actually, you're watching the grand finals of the PMCL Summer Split 2024 with me, you and Sir Cloud. Miramar left.
Miramar it is, and we'll be switching up the maps after this. So just a bit of a recap. The team that won Miramar yesterday, it is Austria Esports, and also Playbook Esports. Now, will Playbook Esports score it big in the final 2 rounds, like what you mentioned before? Like they like to turn up later for some reason. We need to keep an eye on that because Playbook Esports, they can still put themselves in contention for the number 1.
It's kind of true. I mean, like, PBE, they love the last one. Okay, we're not gonna, probably gonna get the chicken dinner for the first Miramar, who knows? But I'm hoping for the teams like Haramibra to drop. Instead of hoping for somebody else to get chicken, I'm hoping for Haramibra to drop. Just because, to see the gap even smaller. Because even if at the current state, like we talked about TTQ, we talked about Ultra Esport, even PBE, yes, they can catch up to Haramibra. But Haramibra always add the numbers up still.
Yeah, they're very, very consistent. There was only like once that they dropped out of the top 5 in a round, which was the previous round, to be exact. So, I mean, yeah, okay. And another one, which is they went out at number 16, which was yesterday with the military base circle. And that's about it. Other than that, it's always top 5, top 5, top 5 for them. But for you guys to be the top G, check this out, ladies and gentlemen. The PUBG Mobile X Dragon Ball collaboration, which has the Dragon Ball Super Prize Path right now. And there are amazing collaborated character sets and items inspired by Son Goku, Vegeta, Vegito, Bulma, and many more available right now from the prize path. That is only available for a limited amount of time until the 31st of July. So without spending any more time, make sure you get in and become a Trunks sim, just like Choo Choo.
Yeah, be the sip for Dragon Ball. It's gonna be. I mean, like, I want to Do you know I have the whole collection of the Dragon Ball comic in my house?
Wow.
It's in mint condition. It's still like in plastic. But if you guys want to read it, I can actually open it. But I have the whole 43. What is it? 43 or 42? Volume of the entirety of the comic book that I still have it, because I really love, especially around the end of it, where it was like when Goku really passed away, like really passed away, but still not really dead. Like I mentioned, like it feels like PUBG Mobile, you know, Dragon Ball, you're always being revived by the end of the day.
But don't give spoilers, you know. They have to find out themselves, you know. No spoilers, ladies and gentlemen. You have to find out. It's worthwhile to read, watch, and even play the anime inside PUBG Mobile. So do it right now. And also, if you don't know what this is all about, there's always a lot of material online that you can reference Dragon Ball. If not, you can always ping Choo Choo and ask to go to a house to read all the mint comics. Just don't take out the plastic. I don't know how you're gonna do that.
You can take out a plastic. How do you read it? But it's really, really fun to read. I don't know why. I do prefer the comics than the animation. But yeah, for me, I don't have questions anymore for when it comes to my prediction. I have to state it out because I did mention before. I'm going to stay with Gio all day long. But a lot of Haramibra this time. Interesting. Was Esport. I mean, like, Krem is being Krem, of course. But Queen Toyo and you seems to be having the same vibe today, Cloud.
I know, right? I just go like from backwards and just count backwards. You know, I just put it out there. Yeah. just backwards. I don't know which part am I in right now. I just need to recalculate again. But Queen Toyo, okay. MFG, interesting. Paolo B still sticking with the homeboys. Harame Bros. Cream being Cream. Stalker being Stalker. I mean, you gotta support your homeboys, right? So I can understand that. But interesting that Bling and Sammy, why are you guys not going for Genesis Esports? I have questions here.
It's a bit too early to call out champions because still have one more day to go. So maybe they're hoping to jinx it. I think that's the case.
Cast this curse.
To counter jinx on me, maybe. I don't know. But today GE has been not too shabby. In between, you can see that they're building up the momentum. But Haramibra, undisputable. I mean, like, it feels like the other teams really couldn't figure out how to take down this team right now.
Yeah, I know, right? Harame Bros, you put them in an awkward situation, they would still come up with a okay amount of points, and they would still create that gap. So even though it's like okay amount of points, even though it was like 0 points with the mid to the base circle yesterday, they were still like, yeah, we can drop around, it's fine. But if they drop like 2-3 rounds, then we're talking. But if it's just 1 round, at this point, Harame Pros will still be okay.
Yeah, I mean, Harame Bro, there's only one time they drop it completely. So it depends on the circle, really. Because I remember, when it comes to the adaptation, we see that they have some difficulties in day number 1. But when it comes to day number 2 grand finals, they definitely know, and they did definitely revise yesterday's performance before heading into day number 2 of grand finals. We can see the improvement coming up, despite we have multiple SMB circles here today. So I don't know what's going to happen in Miramar. We're going to have to win this circle. Will it be challenged to Harame Bro? Will somebody else try to hot drop them or not? This is the best time. Let's go, Miramar.
And let's go, Miramar! It is, ladies and gentlemen. So yesterday's circle, one was on the north at La Cobera, one was on the south below Los Lones. Let's see what kind of circle we're gonna get this time. We haven't got a Patona circle yet it's still one of the latest updates in PUBG Mobile itself. So if we get a Patona circle, great. If not, I'll still take an Impala circle.
We never had Patona since it renamed anyhow, so I don't think we're gonna get Patona anytime soon. So it's gonna be a rough bet, but it will be great if we actually have it here. But even if we draw ourselves in Minas del Cel, I'll be happy to see that as well, because we never have very south-south circle ever. Because the southern we can actually get is around Chimacera, or even maybe just Los Leones southern side. But other than that, we never have Alpozo either, but it might be Chimacera circle, or even the usual Power Grid Picardo.
Okay, so pretty okay circle, I must say. Yeah. But inside Chumacera, we got 2 teams. So Enigma and See You Soon x Tiger KE, pretty close by with each other. Not really inside of Chumacera, as Enigma is slightly on the outer side, but they're close enough, I must say. Other than that, Los Lones, pretty normal to have multiple teams inside of that. It is a big enough city, so that's okay as well. Now let's see if Boyshan will make it not so okay for Kicks with the surprise.
Boyshan. Enigma. A bit spreading out. I don't know. Maybe Kicks is just doing some scouting work, but it feels like he's a bit too far from the rest of the team here. And we haven't seen, like you mentioned, huge progress, yes, indeed, coming out from Enigma. But I want to see them for once, like, having a bit more tactical approach. Plus, maybe they will be the best team when it comes to the bottom 3 to challenge the teams at the very top. Like, might as well Enigma, since they're not very tactical regarding their approach of fights, right? Just go in for the hot drop for Harame Bro, why not?
Yeah, like you have nothing much to lose, right? Like Enigma, like Myth Clan, like the Quarter, just to spice things up and make things a bit more interesting. But you know what? If they win, then it'll be spicy. But if they don't, and they give away 4 points to Harame Bro, everyone else, Oscar Esports, Time to Quick, GE, PBE, they'll be like, what you guys doing? No, not like this. What you guys doing? Come on,
It's sort of a double plate thing. I agree, but you never know until actually try. Because every single time Harame Bro actually being challenged that early, it's always after the looting phase. Nobody actually trying to hot drop them. Maybe that's going to be the case here. Caught them by surprise, caught them off guard. Maybe that's the only thing, that's the only opportunity for us to see any weakness coming up from Harame Bro.
Yeah, not inside of Sanhok, whether it's in Pochinki, nobody challenges them. And now they drop in Picardo in the middle. The fans are playing in the middle, including starting in the middle, and still nobody nobody challenges them. Although Picado is a regular challenge spot, especially when we see like off-season tournaments and all that. But yeah, this time I guess they're just allowing Harame Bros to have the time of their life at the start. And with the circle, I mean that's the start. They still got the circle, so they can really take their time in Picado as well.
It's true, but knowing Harame, bro, they're not the one that sit quietly. This might have actually got themselves the circle. They won't wait things out. They will try to find some things to actually do themselves. They even find targets, try to focus on any entry points towards their circle. But the circle is quite generous as it starts here. So we assume there's not going to be a lot of fights until probably stage 3. So we might actually have a pleasant day. Unless some teams just decided, you know what? We got nothing else to lose, might actually just make it spice it up a little bit.
Yeah, if that happens, it probably be tomorrow. Normally we see like last day, last few games, everything would just be insane. Everything would just go havoc. So, and if we gotta think about it, right, like the prize pool distribution, like if you're like at the bottom, like page 2, you don't get an increment until you reach like 9th place onwards. So it's like 16 to 13 is $250, and that is a small increment if you're 9 to 12 to 500. So it's not that significant. It's just, I mean, you have to think of like, okay, you split out to like 4 or 5 players, including the sub, and then split out to the coach, split out to maybe the manager and all that. It becomes like, not that significant, right? So maybe the teams will be like, we might as well enjoy ourselves by doing crazy stuff on the last few games. And maybe teams like Harame Bros that time, if they realize that and they have that still lead, they will start to play like, oh, we'll drop like by the edge of the map, we'll stay away from everyone. You guys can take Picado, can take Pachiki, no problem.
Yeah, might as well make it memorable for, I mean, like the teams that, yeah, it's very minute when it comes to difference of the prize pool at certain point. But one thing, money is still money, man. It's like a dollar is still going to cause a huge difference when you convert it to respective regions of conversion. But when it comes to like certain teams, example, we're talking about them having nothing else to lose, but make it memorable to the very end,
Yep, of course. And of course, it's always the it will be edged like in like your team poster or whatever. It's like, oh, okay, you finish at whatever. But it's also like a bragging right if you're able to take out Harame Pro. So there's always this like 2 ways to look at this sort of thing. But for the quarter, only 1 way to look at it, which is to try to take out Enigma, and they have the chance now.
The quarter. Enigma, it's always going to be the same team fighting each other, and it's always going to be the same team that kind of plays himself at the very bottom. That's going to be the quarter. Enigma versus the quarter, or Enigma versus 214. And then Myth Clan versus the big boys. Exactly it is. PBE, one of the big boys too. But PBE, surprisingly, they're actually being gunned down by 214. I don't know where the shots came from, because the last time we saw, it's actually Myth Clan passing through PBE.
It's a mini 14, so that's an indicator it's a long range. And between Playbook Esports and 214, it will be an interesting narrative, because 2 players from 214 used to play for Playbook Esports, so if they're able to somehow stop BBE from celebrating, I guess that's a flex by itself.
Speaking of flexing, here comes Rank and flashing out the sprays, but lucky enough for me to run, never mind that. That's a clean execution, despite got a lot of effort to actually put down the knockdowns. But Blank's coming in, PBE in trouble, they're heavy casualty, leaving only 1 boy left. But Bink! Discovered anyhow. PBE, they lost the shot to close the gap. This is going to be winding up even further, and an opportunity for the Strangers tribe to take away the 5th spot anytime soon now.
And the fact that Rankid took out one boy. Ouchies.
Ouch.
Ex-teammates, I must say. Ex-teammate. So
ex-roommate, ex-teammate.
Yeah, they probably slept together as well, all that.
Hey, don't get it the wrong idea, guys.
Yeah, I mean, you at some point in the tournament you need to share rooms, so just putting it out there.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe they're Batman or something like that.
Yeah, I don't want to know the details though. What happens in the room stays in the room, right?
Too much information. But Rankin, that's definitely satisfying for him, though. You guys don't miss me. Take it a bit of a jab from me, then. That's not gonna be end yet, because we do have Chumacera Circle, which we do know. Cutting across Minas Desert, there's nobody else there taking the valleys or hiking up. But see you soon already. Probably they're taking the vintage point of Chumacera right now. So we assume a lot of them want those high grounds. But we do know, Cloud, when it comes to the last few circles, it's always going to be the low ground by the end of the day. It's 1 in 10 probably, or 2 in 10 that we got our high grounds till the end.
And this is where I'd like to see the high ground circle, though. It's a lot more challenging for the teams, and for Harame Bros, it's going to give them a good challenge as well. They cannot play in the middle of the circle with this type of a circle this time, because of how the terrain is. You cannot like go straight in, and it's very rough there. It'll take you a lot of time to travel, and as we saw in the map earlier on, a lot of teams are already in that in those high grounds or on top of those high grounds. So for them to like come in late, come in straight in, it's just a suicide if they do that. So they're probably going to switch up the strategies to come in like little by little from the side and prepare to see a lot more fights for Harame Bros this time.
I agree. If you're not in early with this sort of circle, might as well come in very late, but not too late to be in the blue zone too much. But maybe just being a bit unnoticeable, just playing it a bit quiet and slowly ninja your way in. That's the only options here for the teams that's coming in late, including Strangers Esports. Strangers Drive, Erangel. What we do know for Asta, today has been great for them, honestly.
Yeah, the fans are pretty happy. They have a lot of fans from the South Asia region, specifically from Nepal, because they have like 2 players from Nepal actually playing in the lineup. So far doing so well, I must say. 10 more games to go. Mathematically still possible, so I'm not ruling out the fact that Stranger Trap MSC can pull off a surprise.
Maybe. We're hoping for that to happen, but the gap between first place, of course, still big, but it's still closable. It's shrinkable as long as they secure points. Not gonna be too little, not too little, not going out too soon. That's probably gonna be the average of 7 to 8 average of points for Asta to close up the gap by end of today, to able to catch up tomorrow.
Oh, circle time, and looks like it might go to Chumacera City. So we have a 50-50 here between the lower ground area and also the high ground area. High ground, Austria Esports. Low ground, north side, GE. Harame Bros, no circle. So this is what we talk about. Like Harame Bros have to come in a little bit later. They have no choice. So that's where they will be forced to take fights. And they're rotating towards the south side from the right side of the circle. That's where Myth Clan is at. So let's see if those teams will be able to block out Harame Bros.
The thing about the teams, Harame Bros is so good at how do I say it? Playing it safe and playing it as a bait. Like, they're waiting for the other teams to engage first, then they're coming in from the side. You see, they don't really engage initially until they do know exactly how many players and how many teams are there in this particular compound. Look at how they play themselves very safe. That's why I said it feels like flawless run for Harame Bro when it comes to the grand finals. They are very tactical, but they also very aggressive, actively trying to gain as much information as possible before they're rotating in or making a push. But for the others, not so much compared to them. That's why you saw, like, firepower-wise, they're definitely undisputable right now. But despite they are very strong when it comes to firepower for Harame Bro, they're still carefully approaching Myth Clan and TTQ.
Well, one thing about Harame Bros is that at least they're not pressured to gain points. So they can avoid fights. They can afford that. And at the same time, of course, they'll be looking at the elimination feed to see whether Austria Esports, TTQ, GE, the usual suspects to be eliminated first, and then they'll celebrate. So as long as they can stay alive, however it is, above those teams, that'll be pretty cool for now. So not pressure to really force themselves to take fights. They will only need to take necessary fights to get into the circle. So they can still afford to rotate all the way down south if they want to.
I agree. All they need to do is just survive to top 5, then they can actually start to fight. But TTQ is a different story. Aggressively approaching RSG, risk guys. Seems to be having a lot of risk staying alive. But I think TDQ just walked themselves in a trap between Myth Clan and RSG.
Myth Clan saw the players spending time in the blue. Edward made that down by Bunny. Eliminated. Title Quick Esports, 3 players left. And we have 3 teams in the same area. Risk Guys, Myth Clan, as well as Title Quick Esports. Let's see who gets out of this alive.
Oh, TTQ, they have to pick the points in here. Kind of stuck in between. Got himself quite an icky place. Myth Clan Joseph cooking up the name DZ, pushing up to the side of Zuki. Zuki giving back the pressure. But the shot's coming up from where? Harami, bro?
Okay. All the way, probably from the inner side. Interesting. Beautiful team. And they got a point out of DZ. Stolen away from the teams having this commotion right here. As Title Quick Esports became the first team to be eliminated. Oh man. Just as when Title Quick Esports, they had the momentum now, they will go out without any points at all.
Unfortunate. The one that we hope for is going to be our bro to drop the ball, but unfortunately it's the one there, one of the biggest contenders dropping in quite early. Now, this is going to be Harami Bro taking advantage, trying to just stretch the gap even further more. If they can close the day with 150 points, that's going to be more than enough for them to secure for their final day grand finals and play it safe, and that's going to be done deal for the trophy tomorrow as well.
And the pros being into the circle, but on the other side, the quarter right now will be facing off against 2-1-4 in the team that eliminated a Playbook Esports. Here we go to 1-4 Sin Mix. Gets first knockdown to smack.
Mix. Here comes Nate from the side of Popeye, hoping it will actually connect. Sunrider Kobe in the face of Mix. Popeye tossing another one. It's going to be towards Blank this time, but the top already arrived. Wacko next is going to be the next target. But for the side of TQ or the quarter, if they're not being careful, they might actually caught off guard here.
Yeah, the quarter right now, 2 active players left. Popeye's at the top. Nate set the cross. Wacko will lead the charge. Mix is now down on his knees. Red Kid's on the other side, trying to find a good angle. Popeye, to get as close as possible. Lobs another nade onto Wacko's side, but nade will not arrive. But look at who's making the move. It's actually Federales from behind. Looking at the top, stealing away points.
Arami, bro, like I mentioned, they play this smart. They don't engage, they don't initiate, but they will be the one watching from the sidelines, taking every opportunity they can get. They will not put themselves at risk while letting all the others taking the bait, lay the trap well, and they're just gonna wait for the snap. Right now, Harami, bro, will try to cleaning up the rest of the teams that's right across them between 2 and 4 Sin, as well as the quarter.
And Wacko making his move right now, getting away from the blue. You don't want to spend time onto it. Federales knocked out by naughty point from Risk Guy. And now the rest of Harami Bros will need to pick him up. And Myth Clan, Items from the inside. Pressure on Harami Bros while Federales being picked up. Items, be careful not to be over peaking there. Takes a bit of damage and retreats back to reset.
Speaking of resetting, Naughty Boy did got himself some small shacks, but trying to give a bit of a firepower and just a bit of a warning shot to his Harami Bro. But Harami Bro picking the compound so difficult and quite far for RSG to just knock them down away. He even got himself a couple of compounds to work with here. Warning shots from afar. 4-time scope, hoping it will actually connect MFG versus Myth with RSG versus Myth at the same time.
Ooh, nade up the nade, lobbed on. Let's see if they can land this one nade to rule them all. Oh, maybe going in for the flag. Maybe he could probably do it right now. Okay, he's up with the M4 in hand. But he's gonna take his sweet time. Not to make any mistake here. Do not be found out. While Turks knocks down Emas from afar.
Taps coming off of my decks, shutting down on Ermuffs. But Irma's still covered by the terrain here. TQ or the quarter coming up from the back line as well. Harami Bro, they attracted too many attention. Yeah, they've been nitpicking every single fight, and now it just seems to hit them back, Karma. And the quarter be eliminated with the blue zone at the same time. Myth down to one last player.
Oh, that was the backstab there by maybe 007. Maybe 007 knocked out by exit from MFG from afar and will be eliminated immediately. Itex being the last man standing for Myth Clan now tries to get away as far as possible. Master Wave loots up and he'll need to move soon. 8 more seconds to go. Circle wise, it went up north and the top team that is in there Genesis Esports in the circle, Austria Esports on the left side of it.
Still going to be a 50-50 whether to take the high grounds or the streets, and they have to decide which high ground they want to, because there's going to be a lot of valleys in between. Here comes Exit, MFG cooking up the nade, tossing it out. Bow Fearless coming up from behind. Need you trying to finish off Exit. He has to cover 360 degrees by himself. It's a lot of work by Exit alone, but full sort of MFG off anger. Fearless Renza giving so much trouble.
Oh, close one for Renza, but lucky enough he has his other teammates to back him up. And Nate's rain down towards MFG. Hoping to get a knockdown. Looks like they're going to go in for a frontal approach. Yakava knocked down by Nidyu. Looks like Unknown is now down on his knees as well. Exit healing up. Getting another teammate on the other side. Providing cover fire. The volley will force Exit to move and Exit. The moment shows himself. Immediately taken out by the members of Fearless Esports. And one more to go from the side of MFG on the other side. Tries to get away to safety.
Oh, here comes RSG and Alpha at the same time, and they have to cut across between these two teams, and the clashes of four teams at the junction. MFG will be the first one to be eliminated here between the four teams that we're witnessing here right now. Make it 5 with exclusion of MFG, that's down to 4. Asta, with no fear, trying to spray towards the side of Fearless, but it's going to be a bit too busy for them to deal with a lot of teams at the same time. We're talking about not just Asta have to deal with Fearless, there's also the other team on the cross the other side. Look at the long shots coming out across the mountains.
Yeah, a lot of teams close by each other, including from the inner side, putting pressure onto the southern side of the circle. Stranger trying to Messi right now. Scotty still down on his knees, no fear. From the back of this building, keeping an eye on the members of Fearless Esports. They're going to come in right now, no fear, prepping himself up. And now, you need to get into battle. As Spencer sends a nade on the side of No Fear, he kind of noticed somebody's there thanks to the smoke.
Oh, Renza, the nade chip down to 50% of HP right now. Only got the bandages. Using band-aids for now. Reserving his first aid kit. No fear, Scardy. Arthur managed to knock down on Poser with that explosion just now. No fear, swap over to DBS, trying to charge towards the running away buggy. Spotted out 1 second. Oh, he missed one more bullet. It's finally down on his knees. Arthur still managed to defend this such a long time.
Okay, we go. The fight's not over yet though. 1 second will be taken off by Scotty. At the same time, on the other side, Risk guys, Mythglad out at number 11. 3 elimination points. The circle went away from all these 3 teams. So now they need to win the fight. Yangu guy goes is the one in the middle of the circle. Everyone else is still on the outside.
YG. They have the strongest coming down. We've seen this sort of circle multiple times in this map here. But for Harami Bro, they're still having their trio to work around. They're left with 3 players here. With 214 Sin just navigate themselves away from Harami Bro, not wanting to take the fight anymore. But Fearless versus us is still going on.
Yeah, this fight has to end soon. 10 more seconds before the zone starts to close, and we'll move on to stage 7. Renza keeping an eye on the other side. Nidyu gets needed out by Incas. Renza trades back on the Skadi, knocked down for the 2nd time in a row. Renza now moves in with the UMP in hand. He does have a Skyo on the other, switches to a Skyler instead. The one helmet, no fear. Picks up Skadi, he's able to move it in time, and yes, Skadi is back up again. And now Incas will be able to join up to the fight as well. Incas! Left and right to finish off Fearless Esports.
Bravado attempt coming out from the side of Renzo just now, Fearless, but unfortunately he's just been overwhelmed by the numbers of Asta. But Asta, they managed to get a bit of a reset while we're moving the fight towards the northern side. Enigma managed, they are actually growing when it comes to the progress of the improvement. We can see Enigma getting better every single map here today. But on the side of Arami Bro, there's still no stopping this team yet. They got themselves in the top 9 now. 9 team left with Osja Esports in trouble in the center. But Enigma, the moment mentioned, 2-on-4 pick a fight against them after, unfortunately, YG, the center teams of the circle, start to spot out the players and try to fish them out.
Wow, what a compound to have for Yangu Gadigos in the middle of the circle. It's going to be their fortress for now. Federales gets knocked down. Incas, 50% of health. Got to be extra careful. Federales finished off by Risk guys. Skynet now navigating through the smoke, trying to find a final member of Stranger Trapper Messi, and that's going to be Incas just across them. As Austria Esports, they want to collect as many points as possible because they got to put the pressure onto Harame Bros.
2 players left for Harami Bros. Major loss. cost dearly for them to hold the ground here as much as they can. But YG also still have a shot at closing the gap here as long as they got themselves double-digit eliminations. GE still alive, by the way, but leaving with only... Never mind, I take that back.
Well, there you go. Number 8 with 4 elimination points. So only 5 points in total collected by Justice Esports. Not breaking the 100-point mark just yet. Risk Guys eliminated next. And number 7 with 4 elimination points as well. As for Austria Esports up against Young Radicals, now the big challenge is how are they going to take over this compound, helped by Young Radicals in case the next circle goes to them.
It's going to be tough unless they got enough or a lot of mollies. Then something else can actually happen there. They need a lot of mollies to flush out the rest of YG to get out from there. Not just that compound is the only compound available in the center of a map. It's got its walls too. The outer walls will hold their ground, solidifying the positions from the insides. And even the next circle favors YG here. YG, all they need to do is make sure they're reserving their troubles to make sure that they can just keep them at bay for the teams that are trying to take about their compound.
And they have all 4 players, so they can take care of multiple corners, try to stop other teams from getting close to them. See you soon next Tiger KE. Made it into the top 5 as well with 4 elimination points. Looks like this round is running pretty fast. We're only at stage 6 yet. We have 5 teams left. And it could go down to 4 real soon now that the circle will shrink about 10 more seconds.
Marching towards stage 8 in 10 more seconds to go. The circle shrink even further more, and the Blues are stopped to go and take out the players on the outer side of the circle. YG, they don't have that much eliminations, yes, but they do have the compound, they have the center. All they need to do is just secure that chicken dinner for extra 10 points. While it will come by when it comes to eliminations, while the other teams try to force themselves into the inside of the circle, as long as they keep an eye out. But Atif, see you soon, X-Tiger X also have a full squad. The only teams with 2 full squads here, it's going to be YG and see you soon, X-Tiger KE. If they play with their numbers, they do have higher shot at getting those chickens.
Wow. Okay, Jappy was the one to knock down Skynin, but Young Radicals was the one to steal the point away. So they'll be thanks for the assist. But now Atif on the higher round. Try to take out Miramar. And now went down. Okay, WTZ now defending the ground against Harame Pros. Harame Pros out at number 5. 3 elimination points. Next is going to be Austria Esports. No, this is not going to work with that distance, but nevertheless, Romeo Ball was the one to knock down Chewie. Now, WTZ prepping up the snake.
Oh, close enough. I thought that was a DBS showing down just now, but Romeo Boy, close enough again. Just a slide over toss and just a little bit late for the cook. But Romeo Boy, he's not patient anymore. He wants to go in for the push. It's going to be the rap ball against the entirety of YG here.
Oh, got it! There you go. We're a little bit of backup from his teammate. But it's actually Kaya from CSU Tiger that knocked down WTC. That is an opening now for CSU Tiger K. They will rush in onto the compound. That was held down by Young Radicals for the longest time.
Down to 4v4. This is going to be fun. 2 teams, 2 full squad fighting against each other. Can YG come back into this? And CSNS Tiger KE, they needed this points more than ever because they do know they want to get themselves to the top 5. But YG is also a big one for them. They cannot let it slip by. It's going to be tough for them to get themselves points in Erangel. This is going to be the opportunity when it comes to Miramar. The teams in the very top and the top 3 being eliminated a bit more early than they do.
So it's going to be in an interesting end here. I would say the stakes are slightly higher for Young Radicals to put themselves back in contention for the number 1 spot. As for See You Soon as Tiger KE, still a full squad. Same goes for Young Radicals. And the circle is in this compound. Both of these teams in it. And both of these teams have part of the compound, taking each side right now. The See You Soon as Tiger KE, pretty stocked up still. Decent amount of utilities. And Boyshot is going to use his final nade. While Loki has 4 days. And Boyshot, that 1 nade, knocked out Romeo Boy. This could be go time for CUSS Tiger K, but they need the information.
Nade did not clip on anybody next, but they keep on placing the nades on the same side of toss. It means that CUSS Tiger K, you have no idea where are the rest of the YG players, while Ativ is waiting for the right perfect time to just go in for the rush. The walls, the outer wall, make it so difficult for CUSN Tiger K to bridge in, but they can actually slowly climb up. Kaya reposition himself, trying to go for the airdrop, perhaps trying to find any sort of an extra if he can actually get some upgrade. But YG holding still. They're not willing to give it for free. They got 6 eliminations by now. YG, last time we saw them, only 1 eliminations. Due to how many teams have to force themselves fighting into the center of a compound, which they already got themselves. YG slowly ranking up the numbers, but it's going to be a bit of a pause, a bit of a try and error random shots, and pause of the hand grenade.
Well, we're at stage 9 now, and the zone will close entirely. And here we go. Kaya, together with his teammate. Okay, everyone's prepping up themselves. He did find a ghillie suit. It's not going to be that helpful inside the building, but nevertheless, you know, you got it. We'll still pick it up. And we can see that both teams are taking each corner. Yagu Radicals managed to heal up. Reset to a 4 again. Boy shot knocked out. Okay, Yagu Radicals, probably go time for them.
No, definitely a go time. Here comes the Nate's trying to pre-cook and pre-nade it. Coming in with Loki last HP just now, if I'm not mistaken. Never mind, boy shot down, still bleeding out. It's gonna be the win of YG. Never mind, it's back to it. The same amount of players left. WTZ, Loki still stands. YG 2v1 Devon. Devon the only one remaining for the side of CU Sunax Tiger KE. Can they make any spot down Devon?
Oh, Loki is going for the kill. Davan is all alone. He's not picking up any of his teammates. It's going to be a 2v1 situation. Davan needs to pull off the front here. Davan, the national player of Cambodia, not coming in. Just one knockdown. One more to go for Davan. Davan turns around. He's going to dance. He's going to jump. Davan with the final jump. And who landed the final blow? Who did he come from? Younger Galacticos still did it. They beat the 1v1 against Davan.
YG feels like they are on the roller coaster ride. They've been going up and down. They are at the highs and the lows here today. The moment they got themselves the chicken dinner, finally they got themselves the chicken dinner. They got hefty amount of eliminations here. But hopefully they keep it consistently with the same sort of performance for the next one, because last time we saw them got a high kill volume or high elimination or even a good point, they start to drop the ball for a bit. But if they keep this going, this is no brainer for them. They can push themselves in the top 3 anytime, maybe by end of today or even tomorrow.
Yeah, at least with this chicken dinner, it'll put themselves up in contention. Probably not yet in the 100 point club, but still close enough. So it's going to be interesting to see how close is close. Nevertheless, we'll check out the best moments here with this highlights brought to you by Young Radicals and their chicken dinner. 10 eliminations for them. So that's going to be 20 points for Young Radicals.
YG, last time we saw them when it was still around the top 5 or top 6 teams, they barely got any points of eliminations. They only scored 1 and 2 around top 5, yeah. But then all they need to do, they secured those compounds. They know how to read out the circle. They know the circle pattern the moment they saw Chumasera. So that's definitely their experience calling out for the shots of navigations. And they perfectly park well when it comes to timing of rotation. They got the compound the earliest. They don't have to move as much. But the waiting, the patience game seems to bear fruitful for the side of YG in this round.
Yeah, and they had the compound. They almost lost it too, though. It came down to 1v1 with Davan almost getting it. But then again, you know, they still did it. And our MVP this time is a Romeo Boy with Young Radicals. 4 eliminations, 692 total damage, 4 total knockouts, 1 assist, 173 total heal, and a survival time of 28 minutes, 59 seconds. It's interesting the fact that, you know, it went really, really fast until like maybe stage 7, stage 8, and then it chilled out, and then we needed to wait for stage 9 to happen for the whole thing to close up. So it was really, really jam-packed at the middle, and we only had like what, 5 teams by the time we reached stage 6 at some point. So yeah, pretty action-packed, I must say, this round.
I agree. I mean, like when it comes to the 4v4 just now, I don't blame it to wait out till the very last. Basically, no more circle is stage number 9 just now due to the compound fights and due to the structures, so many structures in between. They cannot visualize any players of YG from CU Sunex Tiger KE just now. Hence, they're hesitant to make the call, making the shots. So on the side of YG, as long as they keep this going, know exactly where to stand and where to rotate in, they're going to be A-OK. But we do want to know how much of a gap in between. YG, they scored himself 10 eliminations, 9 knockouts, and also 1,801 damage with 5 total assists. Total heals, not so much, I guess, because they didn't engage as much in the early stage of the map just now. Survival time, 29 minutes and 10 seconds. We are like, 50 seconds away for the entirely close of the map.
Yeah, it was it would have came down to the wire if they like, okay, I take one corner of a building, you take another corner of the building, nobody wants to move. But yeah, we hardly see those kind of moments anymore, just because you cannot out heal the circle at all nowadays. But nevertheless, great work here by Young Galacticos. So for Young Galacticos, for the record, this is actually their first chicken dinner in the grand finals, despite them showing a good potential of actually being one of the top contenders.
Oh yeah, and speaking of which, you mentioned prior to this, they're the only team in the first page to score any chicken, and finally they scored one. Yay, congratulations!
Yay.
They be one of the top teams, the club. They can actually qualify, already qualified for the teams that actually on top with that chicken just now.
Yeah. Okay, we have a side quest here. The side quest is that every team to get a chicken dinner for themselves. There's still enough games. Yeah. But let's look at the overall stats here. So 57 total eliminations. So a couple of them got taken out by the blue, and I do understand, like, the circle is kind of wonky in this round. Throwables used, 1 away from 300. Should have just used that one just to make it like a nice number.
299. It feels like on sale right now. Every time something's on sale, it's gonna be 299, 399, and now I feel like the throwables is actually on sale here today.
Yeah. Throwables on sale, ladies and gentlemen. Grab yours right now in PUBG Mobile. And well, 2 airdrops. We saw one of it, the ghillie suit at the end. So that's one.
True.
The other one, well, wherever that is, right? Not too sure. But okay, here are the stats. But what's most important is the points collected. And this is where it goes down to the wire. This can change a lot, right? So, Younger Galacticos, 20 points. See you soon as Tiger KE. Great work by them, 11 points. 214 Sin. Wow. 10 eliminations, and that's all they needed to gain the 10 points. Great work there. Harami Pro 6. Austria Esports 6. GE 5. And who else? PBE 0.
This is definitely going to push down PBE. And now we do know for a fact with YG, this sort of performance, with that much of points, definitely not really in the 100 point yet for YG, but definitely put themselves in the top 5, push down PBE. But I don't know where GE stands by the end of the day, because GE didn't score as much. In between 4th and 5th place, it's between YG and GE, that's it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm also curious to know like how big of a gap it is, right? So we need to look at the overall scores as well, because we're not like, okay, we have like 7 more games to go. This is done, so 7 more, including the next Miramar, and this is how close the points will be as of now, ladies and gentlemen. 22 points between Harami Bros and Austria Esports. Time to Quit Esports, 32-point gap. Okay, GE, still that
50
it's still
points
quite
almost.
significant. That is like let's see here. My math is killing me right now. But 46,
46, yeah.
46 points gap. Yeah, GE. Ooh, it's good. Quite significant though.
46, I assume that's going to be around 3 maps. It's not doable within 2 though, honestly speaking, because we have not got himself 30-ish in one single round. And based on GE's performance, they hardly get themselves 20-ish sort of points in total. So for them to have to secure those gap, probably going to be in 3 games. And also put in mind that Harami Bro will always gain themselves points because they have been consistently getting themselves top 5 in every single map. So probably 3 map it is if GE still want to defend their title.
Well, GE will definitely need to pick up a lot right now with that sort of gap. And it's not only about the gap, it's the fact that Harami Bros still gains an okay amount of points, and they can afford to have that okay amount of points because of the gap that they already created. So if team like GE wants to get another back-to-back championship, they have to really, I don't know, come up with multiple chicken dinners in a day or in a row or, in the next 7 games, basically.
In a row will be tough. Well, I think if they can actually score the last Miramar here for a chicken, that's a shot at it. As long as they finish the day with 1 more chicken, tomorrow there's 6. So if they score 2 chickens, it doesn't have to be back to back. It's doable, unless if Harome bro dropped the ball.
Yeah, that's another big if, right? So far the record is still pretty solid, I must say. Even though if they don't come up with chicken dinners or big amount of eliminations, they still do 6 points, and they can do 6 points because of the gap. That's it. Because of the halal gap that they have with everyone else. So we're still waiting for that moment where a team drops into Picado and says, "Hello, Harame Bros. We want to be the villain of PMCL."
Why not, right? I was hoping Enigma to actually do that because firepower-wise, I personally feel like Enigma do have it, but it's just, when it comes to predictability, Enigma actually has it too. Why not? Enigma, it seems like they are building the momentum here when it comes to the second half of the Grand Finals day number 2, and it feels like they're slowly getting better, and they have nothing else to lose. And honestly speaking, okay, we're just gonna be super frank here. I don't think, when it comes to the points, I don't think 8th place to 16 can actually catch up to number 1 spot anymore. It's just not possible.
I mean, that is just being realistic, right? So, to be realistic, it's going to be pretty hard because of how the gap has created. I would still give the benefit of the doubt to teams around GE to still be able to catch up because they got 7 games to go. Anything can happen in 7 games, crack under pressure, or just insane things might happen, big challenges inside of drop spots. It could still go on. It could still happen. And also, because we are heading on to day number 3 soon, the last few games, we can expect those sort of things to happen. And when that happens, it will be a test to how these top teams want to deal with it.
It's a never-ending. We start counting for today. I mean, we're gonna stop counting until tomorrow, but you definitely can count on this. It's gonna be always the green hair guys coming out with the blue hair as well, and it's gonna be none other than Dragon Ball Super, which is gonna be collaboration with PUBG Mobile once more. This is the 2nd time collaboration, and we cannot stress enough that it's not gonna be long for this to be available. It's until the 31st of July, but there's gonna be a lot of stuff for you guys to do to get this one, so make sure you stay tuned and also play PUBG Mobile, log in every day. If not, you're gonna miss this one, and I assure you this is gonna be a legendary anime. If you haven't watched this, go. I personally don't like to watch the anime. Just if you have time, find a comic. It's more fun to read the comics anyway.
Yeah, but if you don't want to read the comic, you just want to play the game and gain yourself these collaboration character sets and also items, well, check it out inside the game right now. Available for a limited amount of time. 31st July is the end date. You don't want to wait till the end date because you want to start collecting these amazing sets right now in the game. So log in to your game right now. Check out the Dragon Ball Super prize path. That is where you can get everything, and you can get involved with all these amazing characters that you can see on screen. Even the PUBG Mobile characters are Dragon Ball nice. Yeah, I'm going to use that word now.
The what?
The Dragon Ball nice. Just look at the PUBG Mobile man, right? He becomes Dragon Ball nice.
Oh.
Yeah, the design, Dragon Ball nice.
Okay, you know what? I cannot think a better word for that.
Yeah, Dragon
Balls.
Dragon Ball nice. I mean, Dragon Ball nice.
Dragon Ball lies.
Yeah.
I cannot think anyone other than that. I mean,
you love nice Dragon Balls, I know, but yeah.
Okay, jokes aside, Dragon Ball pushed to its aside. back to the mathematics and calculations and prediction. I mean, like predictions wise, who cares about prediction at this point? We just want to know who can actually make it to the top because we want to have a contender on Arame Pro. But
Cream is being Cream. He has
Cream
picked
is Cream.
Austria Esports the entire day. I realize that now. Yeah. So he's playing the very safe choice, right? Okay, like if Choo picks GE, okay, I can get it. Like there's this arc of like, you know, drop, want to come back. Austria Esports, yeah. Okay. I mean, there's also this arc of like slightly drop but also needing to come back. So okay. But Cream is just being Cream now. He's just Austria all the way.
Austria. I mean, like, I wouldn't mind Austria to actually close the gap right now, though, honestly speaking. But I do want to have more contenders. It's not fun to see just two teams that are going to go against each other when it comes to the slot for the Riyadh or the World Championship, right? It'd be more fun if like 4 or 5 teams having a very small gaps. Now I'm looking for GE and YG to make that happen, especially GE. There has been some jumps here today, definitely catching up, but the gap is so significant.
I know, right? It feels like what, you know, it feels like the teams like number 2 onwards, they're like just canceling each other. Okay, so imagine this scenario, right? Like Harame Bros is like on top, and then everyone else is like, like push you down, you know, push you down to go up, push you down, push you, yeah, just to try to climb up, and Harame Bros up there is like, you guys pushing each other down, you know, we're still up there, you know, pretty chill.
Because they've been playing it smart, just how you witness against TTQ, against was it MFG or 214 Sin just now. Harame Bro being spotted out by these two teams at the same time, but they made a U-turn and just hide behind the mountains and waited out until they start engaging, because they saw that's two teams. Oh, these two teams, they're focusing on us right now. If we take a bit of a hide, they were actually forced to fight each other, and then that's where they're coming in as a third party. So tactical wise, it has been very smart plays, genius plays come up from Harame Bros. Now, if there's any team want to compete against them, one of it is going to be Hot Drops, of course. Second will probably them dropping the ball. Just drop the ball, man.
Hot Drop. Let's go. Okay, few more games to go. Okay, especially teams that have like okay, we got nothing much to play for now. I know it's probably the difference of the prize pool, but you know, to make it interesting, and if they can be the villain of PMCL, that would be kind of fun. Like, be the villain.
Yeah,
of
we
PMCL,
wouldn't mind,
you know?
please.
Yeah, be the villain.
Please do. I wouldn't mind, like, I mean, like, Asta still have. Honestly, do you think still Asta can catch up to it today? Maybe the price pool will be different though.
Yeah, I guess right now they are thinking about whether they want to buy expensive shoes or they're going to buy shoes from the night market. You know, it's either one. They're going to buy shoes from the mall or shoes from the night market. It's between.
It makes a difference quality wise.
Yeah.
Okay, for the teams at the very bottom, I mean, like, who else? When it comes, okay, I wish from my end, MFG firepower wise, I believe in them. They can be aggressive. They have nothing else to lose. Probably just gonna be the positions and the prize pool. Might as well just go for it.
Yeah, MFG will be a good one. If it's like a part of me is telling me like, okay, what if GE Hot Drops Harame Bros? But nah, you know, you don't. They still have a stake in this, right? So
yeah, GE is definitely they have also the title to defense, so they want to play it safe, just like how they did before. But it didn't turn out well for them. But I think MFG is gonna be the best bet here. Or PB, no, PBE we're willing to do that.
I give a what if, right? Okay, what if Harame Bros Hot Drops the number 2 team, whoever it is, whether it's Austria or Time to Quit, just
They
so that they
won't
can
do
be like,
that.
okay, we chill, we good for now. What?
They won't do that. You know they will never do that. I mean, we saw Harome Bro and Ozja has been going on parallel in previous Erangel. They definitely don't want to engage each other because both having the same mindset, like I wait for you and you wait for me, and nothing's gonna happen because both of them having a lot at stake. It's nothing gonna happen to the top 5 teams. You know what? Just to make it anticlimactic for you, and also just to relive the history again. Usually the top 3 or top 4 teams will get eliminated early. And nothing would change after.
We gotta shake things up, okay? We gotta shake things up. Okay. If any team were to be the bad boy, actually 214 Sin is pretty bad boy-ish.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But will
yeah.
they? Yeah, they can actually do it. Them and MFG, why not? Just go.
Yeah. Yeah. And just for kicks, right? Like Playbook Esports just joins in. And then you have like 4 teams in Picado, 4 teams in Pochinki. They'll be pretty epic, right?
But will they willing to do so? That's the thing.
Of course, that's besides the story, right? Of course, unless if we can, like, you know, instruct them right now. If you don't do it, I'm gonna cut your internet. That's it.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
I wish we can actually do that. If we only can send us something, like we can send you a heavy storm, or just to make sure you're gonna have disruption on your internet, just because of that. It'd be great. We don't have that kind of superpower, Cloud. We have to be realistic here, but
Oh, now we're being
hopefully there'll be hot
realistic
drops.
again. Okay. Okay.
But I really hope for the hot drops. Honestly, please, a team go hot drop because we're heading into our last map in the grand finals, day number 2. It's gonna be Miramar once more, but please give us a tough circle too and make it a bit of an epic ending here today. Let's jump into Miramar.
Okay, I'm waiting for the beat. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm
alright.
waiting for the drop too.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the drop too. Okay. Almost there. Okay, musician, live band, you know, you gotta fix the timing. But anyway, yeah, I see we have a live band here, right? But yeah, hot drop, whether it happens or not, we don't know. We need to keep an eye on that. But what we're sure is that it's gonna be a hot map. Miramar it is, the dusty map, and Picado is just close by for our army bros to drop Spain here. It's not going to be an issue for them. They're going to be pretty happy with this fight now.
It's all about the circle, man. It's all about the circle. We might actually have another Chumacera circle. High chance we would be, based on this sort of flight path. And if that happens again, but I'm not surprised if Harame Bros still managed to get himself in the top 5 once more. We saw how well went there. I mean, I have nothing against Harame, but what wait, it's going to be La Bendita now. That's going to be interesting too. And maybe even truck stop, because we've seen a lot of truck stop these days. But for Harame Bro, there's also their circle. I'm not hating, or I'm not disliking Harame Bro. I just want to see a very good narrative of the story, because right now it feels like a bit one-sided.
I'm keeping my eye on Power Grid. 2 overlapping colors. One is GE, one is Enigma. So that's going to be quite interesting if anything happens there. But another thing is that like the circle also encompasses of Impala. So if somehow the circle pulls towards the right, I'll be pretty happy. Like give me an Impala circle now, just to like, you know, last game, last round, circle god, you know, give it to us.
It's gonna be a tough one. Quite far. But yeah, maybe that's gonna happen. Still inside of circle anyhow. But speaking of engagement, we don't have any sort of engagement early on. Nobody being picked off. But MFG playing it very safe. RSG also being eliminated early just now. Or was it really? Because nobody being eliminated.
So I believe...
But they're playing, they're playing as a tree?
Yeah, I believe that maybe one of the players not able to get in for whatever reason. So, yeah. So, yeah, still playing with 3 players this round, that is. Hopefully he'll be able to come back tomorrow. We would like to see Risk guys coming in as a full team and probably surprising other teams as well.
I'm hoping for hot drops, which is not going to happen anytime soon. Well, nothing is happening, but we do know the circle's quite far from the side of MFG. Okay, best case scenario tomorrow. I think Harame Brogan is starting off tomorrow at 150 points, of course. But the best case scenario, I'll judge to have maybe 10-point gap by end of today. Is it even possible? I don't think that's possible, right?
Okay. Interesting plot. Harame Bros goes out 0 points. Osha Esports Chicken Dinner. Time to Quick Esports second place. GE third place. A lot of eliminations. YG 4th place. A lot of eliminations. You know, all the points goes up.
So good.
Then we'll have a very interesting start tomorrow. Yeah.
I agree. Okay, but the condition is Harame Bro have to be eliminated at 0.
I know, right? Just to spice things up. Yeah. But they still got this first circle though, so you know, for that to happen,
long shot, man.
Yeah, quite a long shot. Yeah.
They're not just getting the circle, they go straight into the center and they know which kind of compound they want to secure first on 12 Lamadita or just around the corner there. So it's going to be difficult because we do know when it comes to Harame Bro picking the compound for themselves, they're going to play with their strength. They know what their strengths are. They are pretty solid when it comes to defending. So it's going to be rough unless like the scenario of the last map, we saw Harame Bro being squeezed by 2-3 teams at the same time. Then only they start to disappear from the map.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, you gave them a defensive issue, they solved it. You gave them like, oh, you don't get the circle runs away, they solved it. I mean, we're really talking about the points where they're able to keep solving issues. Now, yeah, I guess the only answers right now is that, you know, any team would hot drop them. But the fact is that this round, no hot drop yet. So I don't know what else, right? What else? Guys, leave it in the comment section. We need some help here, right? What else does it take for Harame Bros to be, to drop the ball? Like what? Put it in the comment section. We all know what you hear. Or what you guys think.
Not just dropping the ball. What else that possible for us to have more than one team or 2 teams in the very top by end of today? But speaking of today, Enigma spotted out by YG. Now, you mentioned about YG getting a lot of eliminations. This might be it.
Yeah, I guess they could have started off with Enigma. So here we go. Put the nail onto the other side. Loki's going to climb up to the high ground. Put himself to the advantage when it comes to information. And he sprays down, but he takes a bit of damage, so gotta be extra careful there.
Zyle. WTZ! Oh, just a bit slightly off. He got himself covered with the structures in between. WTZ seems to be alone, taking the front line by himself, while Cloud and Cute Loki will try to give support fire from the back. But the spread of YG is very questionable. Why is that one particular player is a bit too far from the rest? Maybe trying to feed information in case they're being charged in from a different angle.
Okay. But Zal, when it comes to protection, pretty well protected. Level 3 helmet and vest. Micro Uzi in hand. Cloud trying to find an advantage. I knock down a member of Enigma. Nade on to the right. The smoke is still active. No clear sight. Smart. Naded down by Zuki somewhere else. Caps goes down to K-Cloud, so there's going to be an opening for them. Here we go. WTC went down as well. Enigma has to fight back. Zao went down. One more to go for the side of Enigma. And Young Guganicos took over the spot. The final member of Enigma, you can see on the minimap, he is leaving.
Oh, he's gonna build the ship here. Definitely gonna leave the moment he saw that the rest of the team is not rescuable at this point. But YG, at least, is a good start for them, but at a slight cost. They'll have to treat one player down there. TTQ on the other hand seems to be interested with a fight with another team, probably 2. Not just the quarter, there's also another team behind them. I assume that's probably gonna be Harame Bros. Surprise, surprise.
Ah, here we go. Harame Bros potentially getting a point, but not yet. Still not opening their account this round. We're closing stage 1 real soon, and we'll see the circle shift next. As for the quarter, Lost 2 players in the process, Matt as well as Fern. And we'll see the next resort circle. Let's see how far will it go. Will we still get my Impala circle, or will we get your truck stop circle? It could go either way. In about 5 more seconds, we'll find out. Myth Clan, they managed to reset after that 1 knock, and now they're back up as a 4. Circle-wise, it's going to be a kind circle. Neither of us got our circle.
Guess it's a generous circle of La Bandita as per usual. Later on, usually it will pull up all the way there. But when it comes to La Bandita, it's still going to be a tricky one due to the uneven terrain, multi-levels of it even. YG will bump, probably not bump, still chasing the tails of Enigma from the back, but GE is nearby. Not this, because we're hoping for YG and G both going to push their numbers up. They're on the 4th place and 5th place. But like per usual, while TQ or the Quarter actually fighting against another team in front of them with Myth Clan as a triangle, don't forget Harmony Bro is just the other side waiting to third party in.
And also, if we look at this, Harame Bros, they are in the middle of the circle. The circle favored them again. They got the middle of it, and now it's pretty much their game with the circle. Another very advantageous round for Harame Bros to continue to collect points to widen the gap with the other teams.
Just waiting for anything to happen so far. Still second stage, a bit map still for the 16 teams. No teams being eliminated yet. So the first one to be out, he still ended up with a 0, despite we have a couple of teams where he scored himself 3 and 2s and 1s. Enigma will have only 1 player left. See you soon next. Tiger KE might actually meet up with Osja Esports. Here comes the taps, warning shots. Starting off from Osja, but also there's the Quarter.
Here we go, the team starting to rotate right now, including Exquisite passing by Genesis Esports. Not exposing themselves as Genesis Esports is pretty much on the lower ground, so Exquisite pretty smart on navigating the high ground here. Cutting across, probably going to go to as middle as possible within the circle. Enigma now is the only team tanking the blue still, and they have 1 player. Again, not looking good for Enigma.
RSG sitting this quiet. Everybody trying to just get themselves the most comfortable spot, and like everybody want to, like, we want to be here, we want to see here, and this sort of circle, it seems like a bit decisive for them to pick a spot, because there's so many places of compound. You should know by now, if you're late into this, La Bandita definitely not have too much of a compound set in the center of the crate, which going to be having this advantage of low ground, but it's not too bad either, because there's high chance sometimes the circle seems to be pulled in that way, but it's going to be a rare sight still. PBE and some of the Philippine teams, I assume they do want those high grounds, so we can assume that they will try to get themselves as much loot as possible. Then only they start to park themselves or just camp themselves on top of those high mountains.
Esports for Oscar Esports, the team that they will be glad to take out given the opportunity. Barnett tries to get the knockdown. The 1 member of Oscar Esports are not able to land that shot, thanks to how rough the terrain is. And circle-wise, Harame Bro still has it. Genesis Esports in the circle, Oscar Esports on the outside of it. Other top contenders, Playbook Esports going to come in from the right side. And Young Categories from the north going to be unchallenged.
YG, last time they scored on Chicken Dinner, pretty much a very similar flow and pretty similar sort of outcome. When they have not much contender on the north, there's going to be a good sign for them. But south is a bit clustered, so you might have a couple of teams forcing themselves certain fights. But when it comes to the teams that are actually in the top spot, don't forget about Harame Bro. They happen to be in the center of the crossfire on the south. So if they happen to be clashing into TTQ or Myth Clan, who's been to be spread out, there's a shot that we might actually lose Harame Bro early, maybe.
Well, let's see. The last I noticed that on the map they seem to be traveling. So let's see how far will they be able to go into the circle, as they like to play in the middle of it. And MFG, now they're going to execute their plan against See You Soon next Tiger KE. And they're circling around. They're surrounding this warehouse. Nowhere for See You Soon next Tiger KE to go except for eliminating MFG.
Comes a couple of nades, toss it about. See you soon. Getting on exit. Kaya. cannot decide where to go, where to seek here right now. Exit still knocked down on Mom. MFG, they couldn't actually revive him, but trying to save him. Made a bit of a trade down by Yaka. 1-to-1 trade. See you soon. X-Tiger K versus MFG going on, but the Blues will arrive any time now.
Oh, Kaya. This surprise nade. Oh! The moment he showed himself at the window, he was shot at. And now information given to Yaka. MFG now knows that he's there, but the Blue has arrived as well. Exit will be knocked out by Heartless. Heartless takes out Yaka as well. Heartless knocked back down. It's a trade down between the two teams. Kaya's on the other side. Exit will be revived. Unknown. Buying time for Exit. Kaya's pretty low at this moment. A little bit of the name will be able to take him down, but at the same time, the Blue is putting pressure onto these two teams. While another player of MFG is now being revived as well.
See you soon. Playing extending the find, the Blue Zone will not actually fare them well. Heavy casualty, Kaya down! MFG triumph with no loss at all. 4 eliminations in the bag. But they need to race with the Blue into the safe zone as much as they can, as fast as they need to. Hopefully they're coming out from the northern side, because last time we checked, a lot of teams coming out from the south. So there's going to be half the thinning of the crowd from south later, just to be in the center.
Well, looks like with the circle shift, the southern crowd will still need to move. So here we go. Southern side teams, including Harame Bros down there. Playbook Esports, pretty much on the south side as well. Genesis Esports in the circle. Austria Esports on the left side going to be unchallenged. Younger Gaticos, they might face off against Stranger Trapper Missy, but they ignored Younger Gaticos to get into as close as possible to the middle of the circle. Now, Harame Bros on screen, and we might see them in action soon.
A top 8-8-8-8. Seems to be a bit slow now when it comes to opening up the gap in between them. And they're trying to figure out for the quarter how to get in there. It's going to be, I think that's going to be it's not really Harame. I think that's Harame between them here right now. PBE shot down by RSG, MFG on the others, and still in the Blue Zone. So it's going to be the gatekeeper by the quarter. While Yaka and the rest of MFG quite spreading out in between them. The stretch is real for this one, but they have to be extra careful. And I'm not sure how many first aids they have, but as per usual, the third party is here for the take.
Yep, from the outside, from the inner side of the circle, now they come up, which is Harame Bros to pick up those points. Veteranas already got one, they're looking for more right now. And with that one knockdown, they should be able to secure the next one. MFP's on the other side. M249, long range, not going to be as effective with the recall. The top finish off by range, and Veteranas picks up Popeye. And Harame Bros scores 3 points as their opening for this round.
I don't think anybody can stop them by end of today still, Cloud. They're definitely going to finish off the day with 150 points, or even more than that.
At this point, they're like, what, only 5 points away from that? Yeah, it's Harame Bros. But let's see here what will happen between Titan Quick Esports and also Fearless Esports. Here we go, 1 second. With the nade, Zuki goes away. Zuki, okay, clear shot, goes down. Zuki, not able to be taken out by 1 second. 4-time scope, not as effective there as Zuki with the buggy managed to ride away.
Zuki always plays amazing, man. He is like Mr. Joe in certain sense when it comes to awkward plays and odd plays sometimes. So I'm looking for Zuki's how he actually plays this one out. But for 1 second, spotted out Edward. That was the fastest spray I ever seen in my life.
Wow. Yeah, speaking about Zuki, right, he needs to drown a few times before he can come up with an MVP performance. But unfortunately, it's Miramar. You're not going to get that much water here. So, yeah, Zuki is drying up right now. But let's see if we can pull off a big one here against Fearless Esports. Trying to get revenge. Oh, Risk Guys. It's around the corner as well. Here we go.
Fearless down still. 1 second. Nobody trying to revive him. RSG, but MFG being eliminated next. We're down to only 12 teams in the second. Stage number 4. We're down to 12 teams still. A lot. RSG, Myth Shroud, Myth Clan. Another one. TTQ eliminated as well. TTQ, that's twice in a row. It seems like Miramar is not their favorite map.
And guess who eliminated MFG? Harame Bros. 6 elimination points now by the pros. Jeffrey is now down on his knees. Harame Bros going in for the save based on the map. Now on Mythman's side. Okay, it's the time to execute. The risk guys now from the other end coming into the circle. They try to find their way through, but then again, on the other end, there are a lot of teams waiting for them.
Now, speaking of the other end and also the other teams, where have they go for the engagement? Nobody actually touching that much of Rim of Circle, just hovering around the outskirts of it. Myth Clan coming out in the north. Nobody, you can just cut across straight into it, but they don't know about that. PBE going against YG. Look at how Raimon just forced a fight in the faces. And Loki just have to retreat a tiny bit. Say Cloud reposition himself. Momboy forcing out off angle. YG, they need to keep this alive. They're still having a tree. They lost one before. GE, the only one who haven't seen any action yet on top of all the top 5 teams up here. But Osja Esports also barely got any eliminations. So we gotta have to wait and see. PBE, YG, and GE. These are gonna be the 3 teams that have a lot at stake right now.
Oh, extra careful there, Loki. Oh, needs at the cross. Ooh, Michi takes a bit of damage. Sending a second nade on the side of Michi. Bam! Not connecting at all, but this time Loki switches to his and boy immediately punished. But more for the moment he shows himself.
Mumboy going in and repositioning himself to get the other side of YG, but they need to revive here as fast as they can. Lucky enough, YG, PBE didn't actually follow up with a hand grenade. Roman Boy managed to... No, he cancelled it out. Did he cancel? Did he cancel the revive?
I guess he did. Maybe didn't have the time, but okay, we need to keep an eye on what's happening there. But now, from Mythland, keeping an eye on the Monboy. Monboy knocked down by Itex from afar. And Monboy, no way he's going to be able to be saved. It's pretty much out in the open. It's a matter of who will get the point. And Naughty Boy will say thank you for the assist.
Myth Itex jumps down. It's going to be a lot of long shots. They spotted out Harome Bro, but surprisingly, every single team that spotted Harome Bro don't have the intuition to open fire against them. It feels like they definitely don't feel like this is going to be the biggest focus of the day yet. Everybody just, you know, push them over and just, you know what, I'm not going to focus on you. But GE seems to be like they lost one player out of nowhere. They haven't been engaging at all. But Harame Bro, surprise, surprise, taking out Myth Clan.
Yeah. There you go, Jappy. One knock, but not able to get the elimination point instead, just like what Michi is doing. Nice play by Michi to stay Cloud, and he will take back the elimination point for Playbook Esports. The last surviving member for Playbook Esports to bring in the points. Now, Romeo Boy getting closer and closer towards where Michi is at. He wants to seek revenge for his teammates.
Romeo Boy spotted out. Oh, he spotted out the buggy, not the person. Here comes. Oh, he just off angle. Oh, and straight cancel. Oh, he actually told them all, yes, but unfortunately didn't connect. But the one shot's coming out from the flank side. It's going to be RSG saving the neck of YG just now. PBE, unfortunately, will not be them cutting across the top 3 yet. But YG left with only Romeo Boy here. Well, we do have Romeo Bro will be gatekept by Exquisite. G coming up from North with 2 and 4. Sin Osja seems like the top team still alive.
And that came from Naughty Boy from afar. Again, Naughty Boy stealing away elimination points from a distance. But right now, Naughty Boy, they got the circle. Circle wide. Young Gaticos. Romeo Boy managed to get into it, but he's the last surviving member for Young Gaticos. Genesis Esports going to come in from the north side. Osja Esports from the left side. And Harame Bros from the south. Here we go. Shroud. Take care of the blue. Look at the amount of damage that he's taking from it. Hopefully he'll be able to heal up. Is he able to heal in time? No, he's not able to heal in time. Knocked down by the zone.
Oh, that's super close. Taking too much of the blue zone. Extended his stay unwelcome. Now RSG repositioning, but on the side of the center, we do have Exquisite Spotter Itex. Myth Clan in trouble. Oh, it's going to be the steals from the Rami Bros from the side if they didn't secure this elimination for Exquisite.
Okay, they still got it. They still got it. They still got it. And now they're trying to get the next one. It's going to be Itex. But oh, here we go. As always, Harame Bros.
They're here to take it away as much as they can. And they scored themselves 6 eliminations by now. RSG, they're losing too many members. They're having casualty on their side. We're down to 19. But the spray is coming out from Scotty. Did not secure. Taken out by a memo. Exquisite in the center. What a steal.
Another steal here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a round of steals. Next is going to be Risk Guys eliminated. 6 elimination points in the pocket this round. And man from afar now putting pressure onto Stranger Trapper Messi Scotty. Will be pressured by the blue. Look at this. The blue is closing onto him just right behind. Now we have Genesis Esports in action against Austria Esports.
Austria Esports coming in the center of the crossfire will have to face the wrath of GE, or will GE taken by Austria Esports at the same time, because Red Bull just knock on one then. We do know GE, they still have a tree still. No trade done between Austria Esports and GE. But speaking of across the other side of the mountain, they still can have that long shots coming out, but there's also 2-on-4 Sin behind. So GE, they have to focus on 2 angles at the same time.
Oh, Red Bull got mine at Ichi as well. That's a nade for 2. Oh man, not looking good for Genesis Esports right now. He's about to get inside. The duo that has to do it for the team. Zai play the outer role right now. Smile playing the inner role. Let's see if they can save the teammate at least. But right now, Austria Esports are they going to go for it? It's quite an open position though if they want to go all in, but looks like they will.
Oh, here comes the risk taker, Skyning going all in for the side of GE. Here comes another Rebel from the back. It's Miss Runner left, right, center. The jump shot coming in, but GE couldn't last with one last player. Unfortunately, they'll be pushed down to 5th place or even overtaken by Ata later.
Oh, and Harami Bros taking advantage of Austria Esports. Now 2-1-4 in doing the game as well. Rankit spraying down on the level of Austria Esports, trying to get the target here. Rankit failed to do so, but he preps up another nade. And that's going to be his final nade. Rankit! Oh, that was safe. Almost naded down.
2-1-4. Sen spot out Scarlet. That's an easy one. Didn't break, and it's swept for the side of 2-1-4. Sen come up from the northern side. It's quite vacant. They capitalize over and dominate over the northern side of the circle. Austria. Nobody coming up from the right side, surprisingly, Cloud.
Yeah, from the open space, I guess nobody really want to put themselves in that sort of danger. But for the left side, it's going to be a big crowd. We got the 2 heavyweights there, Austria Esports and Harame Bros. iTux from Mifclab becomes the next player to be eliminated out at number 6 with 1 elimination point. Harame Bros going to come in for the high ground. And here we go, 2-1-4 Sin from the outside, trying to stop them from coming in.
Blanks. Ooh, spotted out for Doralis. Roman Bro now being trapped by the blue zone and trying to get into the circle, but they're playing it super smart. They always play around with the terrain without any structures to take themselves as barricade, but they use the grounds as barricades instead. So they're playing it smart, they're playing it very sneaky indeed. But Exquisite, they got themselves the compound, which I'm not sure how long will be in the stage number 8 later on the last stage. But Red Bull will reposition himself. The rest of Austria will have to move. But Arame Bro, they will be greeted by multiple teams at the same time.
Is going to come in as well on Austria Esports. Chappie will be knocked down by Yue from Exquisite. Yue wants to get an elimination point and he will knock down Range. And he will get Chappie as well in the pocket. Range will finish off by Redkit. Thanks for the assist stage. Arame Bro are down to the last 2 members. Super Pickers are knocked down by Emas. Looks like a revenge here. Emas looking for more and he's trying to hide up Nathan. This on the right side. Nathan picking up his own nade, sending it across onto the side of Emas. And Super Pickers finish off. Harvey Bros, they still have Federales together with Emas. Now they're trading into each other. Federales gotta kill up quick.
Oh, the sprays. Exquisite still trying to make a bow flow, but Rami Bro got stuck in between of Exquisite and the rest of the teams out there. But Bro still fight back. Federales still managed to clip down Rebel from afar. Migs on there then trying to take advantage from the northern side, but they're 2-on-4 Sin. I think all of them should just go straight into the center since there's not much contender, but it's just an open flat plane in between. So they have to play it safe. Since Exquisite do have a clear side on 2-on-4 Sin, OJ Esports taking on one of 2-on-4 Sin players. Ranked is down, but it still can manage to be revived. Ozja, Skynin, and Gui left. They have to work things out.
The center is where nobody wants to go because it's such an open space. So we might see this stage end at around this stage since they're all out here. Okay, so Exquisite, they're taking a bit of a risk there, making their way into the center. Same goes from the northern side. 2-1 Forcing, they do have a vehicle. They're going to use this as a barricade for now. Game to the center with a barricade. Pretty okay. A barricade creating a smoke cover right now at their spot. Now on the outer side, Oscar Esports and Harame Bros. Federales. Is he going to give himself to the blue? He could potentially do it. I mean, they only got 9 elimination points anyway. And there you go. Not giving the point away to anyone else.
Instead of Harame Bros still consistently get himself in the top 5, but we talked about YG. Unfortunately, them and Ozja do have the closest one to get himself to overtake Harame Bros. But they are outnumbered by the teams like 214 do have the numbers advantage here. Full man squad for 214. While Exquisite have 3 players left and they got themselves the compound, but the circle shrinks. No more circle with 8 more seconds to go. YG tried to be one with nature. Hopefully he will cover himself. But Exquisite! Yue just got himself a clear sight despite he got full men just now for 214. This is Exquisite scoring the chicken here.
Oh, Romeo Bar, as much as he loved nature, unfortunately, you will say, nope, I don't love nature that much, and you are out. Now, Exquisite seems to stand the best chance of getting this chicken dinner. Only mix left for 2-1-4. So let's get it on the big run. Cut it off, but get on Nathan, making it a 1v2. It's going to be MM and Yue on the other side. Mix, can he pull off a big one here? He's scoring for 2-1-4. And now he's being spotted out. We can see from the long range spray by Yue. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Exquisite will take on the final chicken dinner today.
I think you called the shots for the last one. Or was it not? Did you? That was the first one for today, Exquisite.
Yeah.
You got some of the... It's just the sequence and the arrangement seems to be off. That's it.
Yeah, I just
Right?
left it to chance. Yeah, I put too much thought on it.
Yeah,
But you know
yeah.
what?
I mean,
You know
like...
what?
Yeah?
This is actually Exquisite's second chicken dinner in the grand final. So, yeah, page 2 teams. Clap, clap.
For Exquisite, when it comes to the grand finals as a whole, I think they are the teams that really like super hot and super cold at the same time. That's why they don't really belong in the middle pack, but it's more towards the bottom pack. If only they just keep this consistency, right? I think it's no problem for Exquisite to go himself in the top 5. But speaking of the top 5, Cloud, I don't think anybody can touch Harame Bro for today yet.
Still with 9 eliminations. Still with what? They ended in like number 5, number 4 or something like that. So, I mean, at this point, it's like, I don't know what else to say about Harame Bros. We're starting to lose talking points, talking about them. But okay, at least we have Exquisite here, a team from page number 2, scoring 15 eliminations. And here are the highlights brought to you by their chicken dinner. And it's refreshing to see a team from page 2 stepping it up.
True. Speaking of stepping up, I do love today's performance, coming up 2-1-4, of course, but I also don't forget about the teams that have been shown, like an example, Exquisite, 2-1-4, these are going to be the teams that might surprise us tomorrow even. And also when it comes to UA, 8 eliminations, 1001. What a damage by one player, what a number of eliminations with 6 total knockouts. That's definitely a huge number of eliminations when it comes to a team as a whole for Exquisite.
Yeah, 8 out of 15. That is more than half of the eliminations for Exquisite, brought to you by none other than Yue in his prime, ladies and gentlemen. And 176 total heals, not that much as an individual, so it just shows that he's able to like dance those bullets, but yet still able to come up with the damage and also the eliminations, doing pretty nice here. And of course, they scored the chicken dinner, so maximum survival time of 27 minutes. 51 seconds by Yue himself as the MVP. And also, this is his first MVP in the grand final.
Well, congratulations to Yue to making it up in the grand finals when things really matter and when it happens to be a very significant time as well for Exquisite Esports. This is definitely going to push themselves the numbers up, but for how much more can they push tomorrow? That's going to be a different story because like you mentioned, Cloud, it's not going to be how you start and how you happen to be in the middle. It's going to be how you ended up your run for this season. But 15 eliminations, another high kill volume when it comes to coming up from the team. That's matching up yesterday's numbers too. 15, it's going to be the most yesterday. We're having it again today.
Yeah, here we go. 15. Not breaking the record yet, but still it is a chicken dinner. So 25 points, pretty sweet there by Exquisite. I think only have like a total team heal of 500. That's pretty low, especially for a team that came out with 15 eliminations. But what we did saw in this round is that there were a lot of long-range steals, long-range knocks, a lot of long-range, and maybe that's why the total heal isn't that much, because a lot of the eliminations came from long range.
That's true. It's all about the long shots coming in when it comes to Miramar. It's all also about the third party end. Don't forget about that, because that's how the teams at the top actually made it out up there. But 58 total eliminations. It means 2 players being finished off by the blue zone with 67 knockouts. Not much heal as we compared to the last one. The last one was a ridiculous amount of over 10,000 heals. But Turbo's used is going to be the normal standard here when it comes to PMCL. Headshot, surprisingly, quite a number, 15.
Wow, okay, yeah, 15. That's actually on the higher side, and even when it comes to global use, it's not the highest of the numbers. Like normally with this kind of circle, open, middle map, 100% land and all that, you would normally expect like 300 plus, but here is 285. So okay stat there. But we're gonna check out the points, and this is where all matters, right? So we are aware that Exquisite has 25 points, 214 Sin 12, Harami Bros 12, and the other highlights like Austria Esports 8, below them PBE 3, Genesis Esports 1, Young Radicals 9. So every other, okay, Time to Quit Esports 1. You have all the closest contenders to Harmony Bros in the overall chart, still gaining lesser points than Harmony Bros themselves.
I think that's pretty straightforward by the end of the day. They definitely have more than 150 points, which is going to be a slightly just over 150 points by the end of the day. Exquisite, I mean, the gap in between, that's the bigger question. But with the same points of, not really the same points, it's actually less, like you mentioned, right? So unless YG and Austria can overtake Roma Bros when it comes to the overall match standings, then that might be a chance we're gonna see a shrink of the gap. But there's no surprise for us anymore. How many points is there? 20, 25, 26,
24 point gap.
24. Right?
Yeah. 24. Yep. My math is correct. 24. I'm like calculating it in many ways. 24.
Are you sure about that? Let me calculate it.
Okay, you can bring out the calculator. 24. Yeah, 24.
154.
I'll prove that I'm Chinese.
1 to
you know.
8. 26, man. That's why I said. I feel like it's 26.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I think you. I think you 8 minus a 4, so you kind of get it into 4. Yeah.
Because my mindset was like I somehow saw a 2 at 152, so it's like okay. 26.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Makes sense.
But
speaking of
still
which,
26 points. My goodness.
It's over 20 points. We talked about safe margin is 20 points, right? Unless they drop the ball tomorrow. That's the only thing.
I don't know what to say like for now, right? Like okay. 6 more games to go. Mathematically, yes, but you see, right? So here's still the thing, right? Even though they don't score the chicken dinner, it's all other teams like pushing down each other, and Haram Bros is still up there. It's like, oh, you're push down each other. Okay, cool. You know, do your thing.
It's always Harumi Bro being the third party. I mean, like, we have nothing. I do want to see how Harumi Bro perform in the world stage, because they are the teams that never been in that stage before. We've seen GE. I mean, like, we've seen PB against the sea level, Southeast Asia as a whole. So we can see them. They have some difficulties for PB, but GE we definitely seen them better in that terms. But for Harumi Bro, we never seen them in that scene yet. So it'll be fun to watch Harumi Bro to get that contended. It's just the question is we don't mind Harumi Bro taking the number 1 spot, but we do want some contention to it. That's it.
Yeah, I want the final game to mean something, you know. It's not like the final game and then we have to like pretend that we don't know who won. Yeah, but anyway, that's gonna happen tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. For now, we'll wrap things up. It's gonna be same time, same channel tomorrow. My name is Sir Cloud together with Choo Choo. We'll see you guys again. Bye.